defending Nigeria in whatever way. When it is God's time for us to go, it is
you
no
took
more
my
going
time to talk. You are ready to defend Nigeria. I gave you my time.
No, I'm coming.
Alexi, hold on. You already started.
What I'm saying, defending Nigerians is this.
I gave him my time and he's using it to defend my...
No, sorry. I'm sorry.
Tinubu is a criminal, yes, of course, a categorical grade 1 criminal. The only person more criminal than Tinubu in Nigeria is probably Babangida. But he's a criminal, and is he fit for purpose? Absolutely not. Should Tinubu be the president of Nigeria? Categorical no. Is there a better option than him? That is subjective. So show me who he is.
Thank you so much for watching. Thank you. Have you subscribed? Yes, you. Have you subscribed? You. Yeah, before you go, click. It's free. Click. Just that's it. Have you subscribed? You're laughing. Have you subscribed? Have you subscribed? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Hey, madam. Thank you so much. I can see you. We have to get to 100,000 subscribers. By the end of the year, how are we going to do that if you don't subscribe? Yes, you. Yes, you're about to click off. Why? Have you subscribed? It's free. If you don't, ask your son, ask your daughter how to. Just one click. Thank you. Thank you. I see you. Aha. Thank you very much.
This is not a joke. It's not a turn-by-turn thing here. I wouldn't be here. After this election, stop coddling Sowore and having him running his mouth. He cannot win a single local government. So
you are the one running your mouth. Stop, be respectful to Sowore. Are you mad? Are you alright?
Mute that guy. Mute him. It's my turn.
Are you mad?
Mute that boy right now.
Amore, hold on.
Mute that son of a bitch.
No. No. Pansa, no, you don't say. No, this is not good. You see, this what I think I've said, why do you people want me to be making commentary, editorial commentary on this? This is your chance to speak. But you guys are making me to make editorial commentary. Why do we hold on, Pansa, hold on. I'll call you when I'm done. Hold on. Everybody hold on. Why do all of us think that we are that important? Anybody, whoever you are. Why is this? Do you think this election will? I've seen the world. I don't know where you live. I don't know how you study history. I've seen the world. Nothing. This is not the end. This is not the end. We can't allow people to come here and talk this way. It's not good. You can make your point and quietly, and people will get your point. You understand? Nobody. No, not yet. I'm not finished. Maybe I'll start treating this as like a classroom. I teach a class. Nobody can speak like this in my class. It's not possible. But I just know that I want to engage. I want people to have conversation. I want to make it free. I don't want to start putting people, banning people, stopping people from talking. I don't like that.
I have been sick of this problem.
Yeah, thank you for joining us today. Today we have a few topics to cover, and Dr. Damages is not available today and may be joining us from next week. I thought he said I should let you all know. I'm sure you all are missing him. Cannot wait for him to return to the channel and so that he can be moderating the way everybody loves. So, but in the meantime, I'm going to be playing the title and the title so that we can start, going through the videos for the clips for today. So I'm going to be starting with a preacher. So let's go.
I have been sick of this problem. I have been sick of this controversy over living wage or minimum wage. And I believe that something is seriously wrong with the heads of many of our leaders. How can anyone who earns 200,000, 300,000, 400,000 500,000. Not to talk of people who earn 1 million, 2 million. How can they go to sleep in good conscience every day? How can they go to sleep in good conscience and come out to sit down in a boardroom to discuss the sustainability or otherwise of paying 60,000 to the poorest of workers? How can we go to bed and sleep, all those who belong to the elite, who earn 2, 3, 4, 500,000, 1 million? How can you go to sleep in good conscience, I say, if you still have any conscience? How can you go to sleep in good conscience and come out to be debating? I hear people on TV, I watch people on TV, experts, economic experts, corporate executives, government officials, who are taking home more than $1 million in a month. And they are there arguing that 60,000 or over will destroy the economy. It's not sustainable. How wicked! You give 60,000 to a poor worker, a poor worker who may have a family of 2 or 3 or 4, for his feeding, for his accommodation, for his house rent, for his medical care, for his children's school fees. How wicked! How blind! How can we do that? And we think that God will bless our country? We think that it is by bringing a new national anthem for God to bless our country? How can you commit this crime against humanity? For me, this is a crime against humanity. Because the poor people who cannot afford to buy gari, I'm not saying they will buy that they are to buy sardino. I'm saying buy gari, poor people who cannot buy gari. I'm not talking of meat or fish. Poor people are dying because they have no money to cure malaria. How can you go to sleep in good conscience? Those of us who belong to the elite, how can we go to sleep with good conscience and we are debating and we are discussing and we vote 500 million naira to meet and debate about paying 60,000 to the poor? My dear friends, I see this as a new form of apartheid. Nigeria is one of the most unequal societies in the entire world. A society where it's like the animal farm. A society where we have conspicuously rich people, people who are living in conspicuous consumption, and others who are in deplorable, dehumanizing poverty. If you have somebody in this country that takes home 1 million naira, I mean 1 million, I'm not talking of 30 million naira, 1 million naira in the month, and he can open his mouth to be part of a discussion about the poor getting 60,000 naira. I say anyone who earns up to 1 million naira in the month should keep his or her mouth shut when he hears them debating about taking 60,000 for the poor. More than 60 years after independence, we are running an apartheid society. This time it's not racial apartheid, it's economic apartheid. We are running an apartheid society of people of conspicuous consumption, flying in private jets around at government expense, people who are riding 4, 5, 6, 7 SUVs with pilot vehicles, chasing the poor out of the road, and poor people, you are debating, you are discussing, you are over 60,000 for the poor. You insult the poor by saying 30,000, and later you say 48,000, and now you say 60,000, and you pay more than 60,000, you come out with 62,000. You insult poor Nigerians. I say there is hardly any society I know that is as divided as the Nigerian society. And a society that is so divided is just sitting on a keg of gunpowder. I have warned here before that the revenge of the poor is at the corner. The revenge of the poor is at the corner. I am not calling for it, but it will happen as night follows the day. Because when you so reduce people, you reduce people to this dehumanizing level. Nature does not allow a situation of islands of affluence amidst a sea of poverty. Nature does not allow it. And let me warn those in the elite. Let me warn those in the tripartite committee of government. Let me warn that it is in the course of nature that when a predator continues to devour the very resources that the predator needs for his own sustenance, nature will take out the predator in order to have equilibrium, in order to have a measure of equilibrium. Nature is about balance, you know. All of nature is about balance, and human beings are part of nature, and Nigerians are part of nature. If the predator who needs the animals in the kingdom, it needs the animals to survive, if it is recklessly devouring the very animals it needs for its own survival, if it is devouring it recklessly and senselessly, nature will step in and remove the predator so that there can be balance in the system, in the ecosystem. Let me warn that all those who are in government, I hear, I have not confirmed, that there are people taking home almost 30 million naira in the month. And you have the guts and you have the temerity to sit down, and your conscience allows you to sit down to discuss about 60,000 naira for poor worker for the whole month, and you are the one that has all the opportunities of ex-Esther code and all kinds of perquisites of office. You sit down to discuss about 60,000, and that is all that the person will have in the month. You sit down to discuss this and come out and say, this is not sustainable. How is 30 million naira sustainable in that economy? How is it sustainable that the leader has 100 SUVs going with him to the airport? How is it sustainable? How is it sustainable that government leaders junket around the world? How is that sustainable? I say we are committing a crime against humanity. And if we do not repent and retrace our steps immediately, the revenge of the poor is at the corner. Do not hold me responsible, because while the devastation was on, I did not keep quiet. Do not hold me responsible, because while the madness was on, I did not sit on the fence. I kept on shouting that the revenge of the poor is at the corner unless we change our course. And if we do not change our course, we will end up where we are headed. And where we are headed is devastation, is destruction, is violent revolution. I rest my case.
A day like this will not be complete without appreciating the role played by the likes of Colonel Abubakar Dangiwa Umar, the likes of Chief Abraham Adesanya, Alani Akao Boshoru, and the likes of Fred Eno. Mr. President, even though the governor of Kaduna State removed me from the seat, I will always remember that he was one of those who stood for us when we were in prison. He was among those who kept the torch of freedom alive while many of us languished in the cell. Mr. President, I would like to draw your attention to this fact and this truth. The national anthem cannot unite a nation. A national pledge cannot unite a nation. A constitution cannot unite a nation. A nation is united by the ideals of freedom. A nation is united by equity and by justice. Many younger generations of today have not and couldn't know the sacrifice we have made to restore democracy to this country. It is important that we bring to attention to those who were not here in those days of the struggle. This democracy was not a gift given to us by the military. It was not a lottery that we won. It was a product of struggle and sacrifice. There were people who were forced into exile, like the President and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces, and the likes of Wole Soyinka. There were people who were sent to prison, like us. We're supposed to spend the first 15 years of our life in prison, but by the magnanimity of God, we were out. There were many who were dead. This democracy was a product of struggle. The Academic Staff Union of Nigeria made sacrifices. Nigerian media made sacrifices. The Nupeng, headed by the like of Frank Kokori, made sacrifices. The National Association of Nigerian Students made sacrifices. This democracy was a product of that struggle, was a product of that commitment, and was a product of that determination. Mr. President, you have a duty to succeed. If you succeed, you will share your glory because you came from the trenches, you came from that struggle, you come from that period of struggle. Mr. President, if you fail, they will say that those of you who fought for democracy have nothing new to offer to Nigeria. We will pray for you, and we believe that the reforms which you have taken, there is no doubt about it, you too have recognized the untold hardship and the suffering it has inflicted on millions of people. But we are expecting that at the end of the day, it will bear fruit, and people will rejoice and say that the sacrifices that they have made, the consequences of that reforms, was something that was worth all this trouble. Mr. President, thank you for the honor and the privilege, and do something about the Nigerian prisons, because they were the ones who hosted us in those days and in those dark days of the struggle. And on the last call, Mr. President, there are some people who are still in detention as a result of the EndSars protest. They were young people who were protesting for justice, for freedom, and for democracy. Any young protester in Nigeria today learned from you, because you were the father of protest in Nigeria. Do something about it. Give them the freedom. Give them the freedom. Taught us, you funded us. You funded us and fight. To stand up and fight. They are your children and your grandchildren. Give them the pardon. Give them the pardon. And God bless. Thank you and God bless.
A notice from me if I've changed my mind. On minimum wages. He's looking at me with one kind high. Notice from me. A notice from me if I've changed my mind. On minimum wages. He's looking at me with one kind high. Nothing but about minimum wages. A notice from me if I've changed my mind. On minimum wages. He's looking at me with one kind high. Nothing but about minimum wages. We're going to do it what Nigeria can afford, what you can afford, what I can afford. That's to cut your coat according to your size. If you have size at all.
Tinubu and Akpabio laughing and mocking Nigerian workers who did nothing wrong. It is no fault of theirs that the same government, the same incompetent Tinubu, in his quest to increase revenue, devalued the naira, increased the cost of petrol, which has diminished the purchasing power of Nigerians, not just the ordinary worker out there. His trial and error policies have cost many Nigerians their jobs. Yes, thousands or millions of workers have been thrown into the unemployment market because of his trial and error policies.
Early this morning, I had a swagger, and it's on the social media,
The special guest of honor for today's historic occasion, Excellency President Bola Tinubu was born on 29 March.
Early this morning, I had a swagger, and it's on the social media. They are confused. Whether I was doing Buga or doing Babanrega. But it is a day to celebrate democracy. Why doing Dobale for the day? I'm a traditionally Yoruba boy.
We can say now banditry is an industry. in Zamfara State. Last month, we arrested a member of the State House of Assembly in banditry here in Zamfara State. We arrested a district head. We also as well arrested a former local government chairman. So you can see that involvement of this class of people in banditry is making the situation to become more and more complex. So in essence, I can say that all caliber of people now are involved. All manner of people are involved in this banditry. More alarming and more disturbing is the involvement of a district head in supplying drugs to the bandits. So in that respect, your presence here today
that the lecture topic is on we're in Nigeria. My pen.
Many companies have left Nigeria as a result. Microsoft left the other day. Facebook just downsized their workers. They sacked many Nigerian workers. They've also said that they will reduce the size of their workspace in Ikoyi. Will they be the next multinational to leave Nigeria? And to think that the people that caused all this, the people that brought this calamity on Nigerians, are busy mocking and laughing at Nigerians instead of being apologetic. How despicable. At least Shetima understood that it wasn't a laughing matter. That's why he wasn't laughing at all. Yes, it's not a laughing matter at all. People are going through serious hardship. And to think that Tinubu and Akpabio are laughing at Nigerian workers, this is clear proof that they don't mean well for Nigerians. The money doesn't belong to you. He's saying how much he can pay. No, Nigerian workers are working for the federal government. They are not working for you directly. They are not slaves. They're only asking that the government considers the hardship that they inflicted on Nigerians. Imagine if the naira wasn't devalued. Imagine if petrol price wasn't increased. There wouldn't be any need to pay anyone more than 40,000 naira as new minimum wage in 2024. Yes.
My fellow Nigerians.
Remember that Tinubu said in his June 12 Democracy Day address that he will forward the minimum wage bill to the National Assembly for approval. But the labor unions are saying no, that he must negotiate with them first before moving to the National Assembly, that they want to see the new minimum wage he approved. Also remember that the reason the labor unions paused the strike was because of the direct intervention by Tinubu. He promised to intervene and offer them a better minimum wage, better than the one the negotiating team offered. And now he's trying to betray that trust by not negotiating with labor, or at least telling them the new minimum wage he approved. Instead, he wants to move it quickly to the National Assembly without the people who are involved knowing how much is being approved for them. It doesn't make any sense. These people see themselves as demigods who are not elected by anyone, that they can't be held accountable by anyone. They are not responsible for anyone. They are just there to do whatever they want to do without recourse to the due process and the law. And the more people don't resist or protest, the more audacious they become. Look at all the hardship they brought on Nigerians. And despite the fact that they have refused to increase the minimum wage, they are already planning to buy 2 new jets for Shetima and Tinubu. Can anyone believe this? In this hardship, they say they don't have money to increase minimum wage, but they have money to buy new private jets for the presidency. Can this be real? How can they be borrowing to fund their frivolous lifestyles? The World Bank just approved a loan of $2.5 billion for them. Are people aware of all the borrowings the past 1 year alone? At the rate Tinubu is going, he will surpass all the borrowings Buhari did in 8 years in less than 3 years. Yes. There's another thing that is very wrong in the disparity of salaries paid to Nigerian civil servants. When you look at this chart prepared by Budget IT, you will see the lowest earning civil servant, how much he earns, about 35,000 naira. Now compare that salary to the highest civil servant of level 17, who is earning more than 500,000 naira per month. This disparity is very wide, unlike in Western countries, where the manager and all the workers below him that are in the same department, the disparity is not more than $100. Yes, they are doing the same jobs. Why should one earn 300,000 more than the other, or even in some cases 400,000 naira more than the other? It's not fair. If they employ professionals and pay them differently, maybe they are paying them as consultants, they won't work full-time, it's understandable. But people in the same civil service, no. This huge disparity is why there is serious corruption. People will do anything to get promoted. They will do all sorts of backhand deals to get favors from people in power. Apply this disparity in salaries to the Nigerian police, the army, the air force, and other security agents, you will see that it is not fair. Soldiers in the front lines will be earning about 60 or 70,000 naira per month, while officers in the office, maybe they wake up every day, go to the office, go to the barracks, move around, carry files around, they will be earning 200,000 naira per month. It's not fair to them. In fact, this is discriminatory. If they are doing this because of education, experience, and the time the person has put in the service, they need to set a minimum education requirement for employment. Most of these directors might have master's degrees or doctorates. If that's the case, they need to start employing master's degree holders as minimum so that they can pay them a living wage and close the gap in the disparity between level 17 and level 1.
4,000 naira. 4,000 naira. See, I'm here. See, I should take it. 1,000. See, 4,000 naira tomatoes. Video me made a say that I tell them so. 4,000 naira tomatoes. Now be this so. Where are we heading to? Now stew say I said you don't bring me. I want to can do stew. 4,000. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 p. 15. 4,000 naira. Nigeria, we are improving. Thank you.
war against terror in Nigeria is far from over. Gentlemen, let's move on. Some sad tales about killing and maiming of people in vulnerable communities tell us that the war against terror in Nigeria is far from over. In recent attacks, more than 300 armed bandits attacked some communities in Zamfara and Katsina State, killing more than 40 people, while scores of others escaped with various degrees of injuries. The Commissioner of Police in Zamfara State, Mohammed Dalijan, confirmed the killing of some of his officers. Residents also revealed that the attack was in fulfillment of the promise made by the bandits to strike again after their last attack. Okay, let me start with you. We're back here.
Yeah, thank you, gentlemen, for joining me today. I think you've all seen the headlines. There is another one that I didn't include, which is Dangote looking to go into steel production. I think I will share the video later. There is a lot of things being going in the country with falling down, laughing at workers. You know, the whole thing is just, the week has been full of information that most people will not find uplifting. Apart from Dangote, I guess, depending on how you look at it. So, Steph, if not now, when is your new profile name? Thank you for joining us today. Righteous Man, thank you for joining us. And people on the chat, I really appreciate you all for joining us today. Like and share the video, and make sure that you subscribe too. Don't forget to subscribe, it's very important. And let me just respond to this Alexander Gomez message. He says, why on earth is the president laughing at the minimum wage debacle? I'm not sure why he's surprised. There's something about him, but I don't know whether it's him or he's just truly laughing at them. Like, you remember when he was saying that people that are jackpotting, it's not a problem. Let them jackpot, we'll make more and send them to supply them more. He's the kind of president that doesn't seem to empathize at all. He doesn't seem to understand the people that he's governing. I don't know. Maybe he does. Maybe he does. Maybe I'm just the different one. Probably I'm the different one. So I'm not going to assume that he's different. Maybe he knows the people more than we do. So people on the panel, they can comment on this. I'm going to try to play Dr. Damages or Okeja as much as possible. Well, you know me now. My mouth is too big. I'm not going to be quiet. So, but I'm going to try to be asking questions. You know, just maybe we'll get a bit more in depth about the subject matters, and there's going to be a lot of talk about so many other issues that I'm going to be bringing up. So let's start with the first person on the panel. The first person on the panel is If Not Now, and it's not very usual. Yeah, you come this early, so I really appreciate you for coming us and joining us today. And Pastor, I acknowledge you joining us too. So, If Not Now, what do you think so far? Just surface level stuff. We'll go more in depth later.
Yeah, good morning. On which particular
there are many. You pick and choose. Whether the one is laughing at civil servants, which I don't understand. Or the lady talking about cost of living, or any of the pastor that was talking about how wicked our leaders are about the living wage, or the issue of insecurity. You saw in the north, soldiers lost not soldiers, actually police officers lost their lives, and a lot of people too lost their lives in the process. And I'm actually in the process of trying to get most of the platforms to start a campaign on national security. And I've started, people are beginning to pay attention to it. I think we have to start making noise that we don't like these things, because the president, I don't think he knows. Look at Akpabio just laughing. They don't know. You have to let them remember that, you know what, we are seeing you laughing at us, and you are screwing up the country, and you are laughing about it publicly.
Ordinarily, I would have thought that thing is like a hot mic situation, but watching the video is not actually a hot mic issue.
Not at all.
It was deliberate. You know, it was a comic session, and is well unfortunate. But I don't blame them. The people that I blame in that situation is actually the Nigerian Labor Congress. They sold their dignity when they called off that strike to they say they're suspending it for 1 week. You've been doing negotiation for like more than a year. And then when you exhausted every means and decided to yield that stick just within 2 days, the president was not in coma before. The president had been alive, well and happy. He knew about all the negotiations going on all this while. But 2 days of the strike, because the president said, okay, I want to intervene, you called it off without getting what you want. That was a disappointment. So that he has the right to laugh at them. He's actually laughing at them because he knows that they don't have balls.
Yeah.
That's the thing. So had it been that it was the days of Adams Ashumole, how dare you, after negotiating with you for 1 year, you are playing around, toying with them, and they eventually called for strike, and within 2 days, without any tangible promise, without any tangible reason, they will now suspend it for 1 week and see what have happened since that 1 week. Nothing. And the next thing you hear is that I'm going to send the minimum wage bill to the National Assembly. What is the bill?
If not now, let me show you something. Let me show you. Maybe this is what the Labour Congress are busy doing to show you that the Nigerian people, we are in a serious situation. Let me show you something. This is what our Labour people are doing. They send the largest delegation to International Labour Conference in Geneva. In the world, there are countries that have 1.4 billion people. They didn't send as many delegations as our Nigerian Labour Congress did. We are in trouble.
So
I just thought I should share that.
The same way Buhari sent the largest entourage to
exactly
to the climate summit. The same way the NLC. I think we are in a very big mess. And that is why what the preacher was saying, I don't even think it's going to happen. Because I think we're enjoying it. What's going on now, we are really, as a country, and that is why sometimes I feel that you can't cry more than the bereaved. You know, when Nigerians are really pushed to that corner, we will all know. And everybody will rally around and see what to do. But for now, they're just looking for the person they're going to use to do a scapegoat. Maska, good morning.
Thank you. Next, please.
I think Righteous Man, you're next.
Yeah, it's Righteous Man.
Yeah, my Righteous Man, you're next.
Yeah, good afternoon from here. I pray. I don't know what to say. I'm just, my spirit is just down. Because, it seems as if life is not worth living in this part of the world, you know. I was just called upon by a family. I rushed down there. That was early this morning. They have a year plus old baby and was diagnosed with hernia, but no money to do the surgery. And this girl had been in serious pain. Taking the baby to General Hospital, they couldn't offer any help. Private hospital is demanding a humongous amount of money. Just a little baby of a year and plus months, a little baby girl. The parents are just in tears. Nobody to help, nobody to assist. I got there, the little I could do, I do, but the pain that baby was going, I mean, I met some ground. I started shedding tears. If it was the days when man was man financially, I would have taken up the burden and make sure that that child goes the surgery. It's really a painful thing. We're in a society where the government is not helping. I just pray that that child lives, you know. So it just made my day very broken. I'm not happy, really, really not happy. You know, it's terrible. It's terrible. It's just terrible, you know. Sometimes when I come here and I mention the pain, the poverty level that Nigerians are going through, the people at the section of, the comment section. So that man called Kaluta, and so many of them. I don't want to elevate them, but I think they should know that there is a supreme being called God. They may think we come here to rubbish people and say all kinds of things. From the biblical point of view, say whatever a man sow, he shall reap. In any way you are doing things and you think nobody is seeing you, we go scot-free. God Almighty is there. One day you will pay for it. Nigerians are suffering. Thank God for, if you go to Dr. Damage's page, you will see some pieces of okra being sold at 500 naira. And look at the woman, just some 15 small balls of tomatoes sold at 4,000 naira. If I had come here to share it that the poverty has gotten to that level, that the likes of Kuluta and some irrelevant challenge, we start using ungodly words to describe their father, not me. So it's really a pity. Nigerians are in real trouble. Food are no more forthcoming from the north, and that not means that it is not our oil. I want to really be brutal this time. It's not the oil from Niger Delta that is sustaining Nigeria. It's actually the food from the north that is keeping this country alive. Now, since the insecurity have made the food not to be visibly seen to the hands of Nigerians, everywhere is let loose. I am telling you, we have to do something to make sure there is security in the north, and also validate their input into the country, into the sustaining Nigeria. Because people will think it's the oil from Niger Delta. Now we have the oil, but there is no food and we are crying. Which means the oil value is as good as nothing. You know, considering the impact of it in the life of Nigerians, the oil value is only blessing the elite in the society. But the common Nigerians, which dominate about 75 to 80% of the Nigerian population, rely on the food coming from the north for them to live. This food is no longer available. Nigerians are dying. Nigerians are crying. Nigerians are weeping. We are drilling oil, but the effect of the oil is not shown. Had it been that the farmers are working and there is security in Nigeria, if they like, let them spend the billions from the oil, we won't feel it. Look, I went to buy a tuber of yam a few days ago. Usually that tuber of yam will cost, on a normal circumstances, that tuber of yam should not be more than 800 naira. Between 700 to 800 naira. I bought it a few days ago at the cost of 4,700 naira. Just a tuber of yam, because I was so hungry. I said, no. Since John Aban had refused to give me yam from Benue, let me go to the market and get this tuber of yam. And I got it at 4,700. A tuber of yam that could not serve 3 people in my house. I just managed to eat and remain small for my wife and some other persons. A tuber of yam, 4,500. And somebody is saying that he's going to pay 62,000 naira as a minimum wage. And they are preparing to buy new aircraft for the president and for the vice. I can't just imagine. Sometimes I say, I don't know whether these people are really actually humans that have blood and water running in their system, or they just come from a different planet and then become whatever they are. How can you be planning of buying jets when the Nigerian economy is in comatose, when there is no job, when people are crying, they have spent about 21 billion in building a house for the VP, and they want to buy another jet. Come on. I don't know. It's like we have to go back to God in prayer, because this one, lamenting will not solve this issue. It looks as if our problem is practically spiritual. Something comes upon anyone who sits in that place as president and vice. Because the man as our president today, President Tinubu, when he was not the president of this country, he was crying and doing everything possible to see that the Nigerian people get well. But he has become president today, and he doesn't want to even know if we are crying. He doesn't care. Look at the fall. That fall is spiritual. If you ask me, how can you fall on June 12th? Anybody can fall. Don't misunderstand me. Anybody can fall. But if you see the viral video that is on the internet now, where Wike was demonstrating how the president fell, I don't know whether any of us have come across that video. You know, if I have your number, I will send the video to you. He went and had a handshake with the president, and as he left the president, he demonstrated the falling. And the president looked at him and was just laughing. So everything in Nigeria is just in a comedy section and autopilot. Nobody is actually in charge. Whatever we wake up to see, we take it that way. So Nigeria, we need intervention, divine intervention, so that Nigerians can be alive. Thank you.
Man, you know, all these things you said just reminded me. You know, I played a video of one of the June 12th parade, this motorcycle. They say there was no fuel in the motorcycle or whatever. It broke down in the middle of this, and then there is the canvas painting that they claim to be the world largest this thing that is not. And then you are unfolding the image of the president when you are marking the remembrance for June 12th, which is Abiola really, and there's so much. We as a people, we have to ask ourselves, look at Labor Union, look at what they went and did too. It's like you said it yourself. It's like when we get into any office, our head change for some reason. We have to ask ourselves, what is it in us that does that to our own people? Pastor, thank you for joining us. What do you think so far, Pastor? You're muted.
Yeah, sorry about that. Apologies. I didn't watch that video where the Senate president was laughing, but it's not necessary to play it again, because it's not different from when it was in the house and they said let the poor breathe, and he raises they use it as a joke on the house. It's unfortunate the way things are happening, but I need you to clarify something for me, please. The purchase of the jets, of the aircraft. I'll come to you, righteous man. I want to the purchase. Who is signing it? Who is signing the money? Who will sign it?
The president, of course.
Is it not going to go to the the House for approval?
It will. It will go through.
Okay.
It will go
So
through.
why I ask is just to be 100% sure. It's just to further highlight what I've always been saying, that our lawmakers know what they are doing, and that is where our greatest problem lies. I stand on that. There are records to prove that, and until we, the people, start to challenge. I think there was a video that was shared in that I don't know which state that people were stoning a lawmaker. I don't know if you saw the video on the moderator's platform. They were stoning one lawmaker. I don't know about that. So until the people, we start to hold these lawmakers by their balls and put them to tax, we will see change, because everything passed through them. They are the one to hold the executive accountable, and we are the one are the ones that are supposed to hold the lawmakers accountable. But we are not doing our job. It's not easy, because when if poverty has been on for this long, for people to come together to see that is very challenging, and that is why I've been singing the same hymn or national anthem for the past 8 years, and I will continue to sing it. The video I played last week is about it. Still pulling all resources and all personnel together to see what we can do in educating the people on the floor, on ground in Nigeria there. The situation is critical. The woman showing a tomato, a basket. Righteous man, correct me if I'm wrong. A basket of beans in some places is 1,700. In some places is 1,500. Am I correct? You're on the ground there.
It's not a basket, a derica of beans.
Yeah, it's a derica, not a basket.
Yeah, a derica of beans. Like where I'm living, a derica of beans is 1,400. A derica.
Okay, I thought it was a
Yeah,
basket
and
of
then
beans. So that's serious.
a pint of Gary is 4,000 naira against 1,000.
I know that. I buy. I buy it, or I send to buy it every time. But it's a righteous man. Yes, you said we need divine intervention. I have to be honest with you, righteous man. God ain't gonna come down to do this thing for us. It ain't gonna happen. I've said it here over time. I have been privileged to read the Bible from Genesis to Revelation over time. And it is clearly there that God ain't going to come down to do the things he has already done for us. It's up to us. So if anyone is preaching that is misleading. It will only help us when we start to do the right thing. It's there in the Bible. No one ever sat down and something started to fall on their lap. No. Even the children of Israel that ate manna for 40 years, you know what it cost them. So we have to take responsibility to say we have to do these things. It doesn't matter what side of the aisle you have. We all go to the same market. We buy it. You've not heard APC members or APC supporters buying petrol at 100 naira. Not possible. We all buy it at the same price. So we are in a crucial stage. We have 3 years before the next election. If we don't fix this thing before the next election, I've said it here before, and a lot of people have also said it, Buhari will become president again. If not him, it's going to be Wike. If not Wike, it's going to take down the list of this name I'm giving you. Huh?
Buhari has left.
I said Wike, not Buhari. Sorry, Tinubu, I beg your pardon. My apology. Not Buhari. Thanks for that. Tinubu, if not Tinubu, it's going to be Wike. If not Wike, it's going to be Akpabio. If not him, it's probably going to be Shehu Sani. Don't be surprised. So I will keep saying it. We have to come back. The earlier broadcast today was about what Majek said. If we don't unite, we have to come together to unite, regardless of who we support or who we don't support. Because at the end of the day, the reality of the matter is it's affecting everybody. Thank you for that. I yield the floor back to you.
Pastor. It's Ferrari next, isn't it? Ferrari, welcome. Thank you for joining us. What do you make of the headlines?
Good evening, everybody, all panelists. The headlines is not new. It's the same week after week. It just gets better every week. It gets worse. So let's not delude ourselves and say that this headline is worse than the one we read last week or the one we read the week before. not the one we've been reading for the past 50 or 60 years or 40 years. It is how we've been responding to it that is different. We might react a little bit more today than we should have last week. That's the problem. But what also is not new is the fact that your political leaders, the elites, the educated ones among Nigerians, have repeatedly over time tell you the truth. But it's up to you to believe them. They tell you point blank, they are animals in human skin. They tell you point blank, they are evil and wicked as it could come. They tell you point blank that they don't give a rat about you or your family. And the most important thing they tell you, but you don't take them serious when they are telling you this thing, is that they work for Satan and the Legion of Doom. But Nigerians like to delude ourselves. That's why I always fight here and argue. At least those of us who are fortunate enough to see the walls of a classroom, that our discussion has to be elevated. Our discussions has to be focused. Our discussions has to go beyond Arsenal versus Liverpool. What do I mean by that? My party versus your party. APC versus PDP. Labour versus unknown party. Our discussions has to be elevated. Those who are responsible for your problem, the principalities, they are telling you who they are every day, but you don't take them serious. You rather come here and repeat the same thing they told you on Arise News or channel. You regurgitate the voice of the oppressor. You don't come up with solid plans on what is necessary, how to address it. You fight each other over issues. Yes, Showore said this about Obi. Obi said this about Kwansonko. Kwachoko said this about Atiku. Whatever. We attack our fellow Nigerians instead of those that are affecting us personally, making us buy five grain of Ila okra for $500. You don't attack those ones. No, they are your people. They are your men. Oh, Tinubu, before he became president, he was a good man. Another Nigerian delusion. What good man was he? He has been telling you who he was from the way back, from the days he was selling drugs to the days he became governor. Why would you say things like that? This type of delusion we come in public to say. We have to wake up. They tell us who they are. They want to oppress you. But the problem is not them. And I keep emphasizing and repeating. The problem is you. Some of us, we have accepted this oppression. We have surrendered and abdicated our own responsibility to our own office. What office is that? The office of being a citizen. We have abdicated the responsibility of our own office of a citizen. We are not citizens, we shout, but we ourselves don't call ourselves to order. We don't call them to order. Of course, they will rule you with impunity, laugh at your joke, tell you that your money is their money. That's what he said. He said, let me read directly from his word. Cut your coat according to your size. If you have a size, what's ridicule? Of course, they will tell you if you have a size. Do you have a size? They're telling Labour. It's part of the team that I want to talk about. If Rudolph give me a chance tomorrow to host, Labour can change this country if they are man enough. We have to elevate the level of discussion that we come here to do. Not all this childish talk, Obi versus Showore nonsense and all these other childish things. We need to elevate and say, we are citizens. We have responsibility to ourselves, not just to ourselves, to our children and to the children yet unborn. If we are buying 5 grains of Ila for 500 now, what would our children buy? Look, I called one friend while I was trying to invite someone to this show, who we did a Luther together, and we had a one-on-one talk for almost 2 hours. He said he's frustrated with the Nigerian problem. He's tired. He said, how do you help people who don't want to help themselves? That for now, at his old age, he just wants to relax and enjoy himself. And I tried to tell him that you can't do that, not now. Because a man is known at the point of crisis where you stand. You're not doing this for you. You're doing it, if you do it, if you start speaking up, you're doing it for children and children yet unborn. I'm trying to convince him to be engaged. We are not engaged enough. We are not reacting enough. These people have told you they work for Satan and the Legion of Doom. Let other people talk. We will still have more to talk about.
Thank you, Ferrari, and it will be nice to see you on tomorrow. You're gonna be hosting your show tomorrow. Masca, thank you for joining us, and please go ahead. What do you think about the headlines so far?
All right. Good evening, everybody. I'm not going to comment on the headlines, but the mere fact that, like Ferreira said, I also believe like him. These are headlines, yes, but these are not the issues we should be discussing. The discussion should be at a higher level. It's certainly not for an individual that fall down or that fuel finish in a motorcycle. Yes, even the prices of goods and services, it's good enough, but the real issue is the trajectory of the prices. If, as the woman counted today, I think about 13 or 14 tomatoes in that, the postulation we should all be worried about is in the next 6 months. So how many tomatoes will be inside that pail? So I think I'll pass over in terms of discussing headlines when the real issues are on the table. Hopefully it will be early in the evening, but I'm going to be patient to it. Even if it's at the midnight point when we elevate the discussion, I will still be there to put my input across. Thank you.
Yeah, real thank you about that. And because these headlines, they seem symbolic. I think there was a time I could, dismiss those things. If you want to relate to people, you see how people responded to the lady in tomatoes. They didn't, the way they responded to that one is more. Because people gravitate towards those things more because they can relate to it better than the kind of stuff maybe yourself and myself will be able to discuss on a different this level. So it's symbolic. There was that video of Umahi, if I'm not mistaken, making a speech, and the power supply went again. And he's like, "Oh, this is Nigeria. This is what we are used to." And it's almost as if
Okay, so forefathers, for instance, somebody like me and like Mr. Righteous Man, who are in Nigeria, like honestly speaking, even my kids, they've stopped shouting when NEPA takes light.
I see.
So we can't, it's not an issue. These are not issues anymore for us. The issue is also, like Ferreira said, okay, what will be the end point? The only visible end point for now is probably elections, even if some may disagree. But this is what people should be looking at. It's like you've entered your one chance. You've entered armed robber's car. What is the point now? It's fighting them. You are looking at the next bus stop. How do you get off this one chance? This is what I'm thinking Ferreira is saying. To sit down and say that the man is pointing a gun at you, it's what are you saying? Obviously, yes. But anyway, I'm not disputing the fact that the headlines are catchy and all. I'm simply saying that I'm passing over my option to talk about it. That's all. Not disrespect to the topic.
No, I agree with you on that because I would do the same if I was in your shoes. Onwibon, thank you. Welcome from Ghana. Always keeping an eye on your motherland, your true motherland. So what do you think about what you've had so far? The one that happened in Katsina, that one, I don't know whether you want to So please go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you so much to Naja, and good evening to every one of you in the studio and those in the comment section. I thank God for giving me the privilege to appear here today. Because of how it is raining here, we are in a very difficult situation right now in Ghana because of the rain season. What I would say here right now is that just like what my brother Ferrara said, these people don't give a hoot what happens to you. They don't care. By the way, did you elect them into office? You did not. With your BVA machines and so on and so forth. Your PVC, it didn't work. How can you hold someone to account that you did not elect? How can you? The device means to rig you and rig the opportunities and the, everything that God has given to you in that country to survive as a human being. We are just talking on the cosmetic level. We are just looking at it on a cosmetic level. During Goodluck Jonathan's time, Nigeria was the biggest economy in Africa and the 24th in the world. Today, Nigeria is number fourth in Africa. From 500 to $400 billion economy to 200 and something billion dollar economy. Today, South Africa has taken over. I told you people here that if the big brother fails to understand that he is the big brother, he will be pushed aside, shamefully pushed aside. No matter the comment, the trolls from the comment section. When people come out here to speak the truth, some people that believes that probably they are benefiting from the corrupt system that is going on in Nigeria will begin to troll you, begin to castigate you. Instead of them to, join in the struggle, they refuse. The only thing they do is to comment irrelevant thing that doesn't make sense. And these are educated people, I miss. Nigeria is bad. Who made it bad? The leaders first and those that they are leading. What must you do in order to correct these malfeasance, especially when it comes to those that lead you? What will you do? If this foundation is bad, what will you do to Nigeria? If the foundation empowers you to rig election, commandeer every aspect, including the judicial system, what are you going to do? What would the people do? Go out there and they will level their barrels of gun and munitions, live munitions upon you. What are you going to do? The per capita income of an average worker in Nigeria was $3,000. Today is below $1,800. How do you expect such person to stand and sustain a kind of protest? Someone who is hungry. Someone who is hungry will sustain protest? I don't think how they are going to do it. Right from the beginning, we've been campaigning and talking about the system. Destroy that system. Destroy that foundation that is giving these people enormous power to do what they are doing to you. You people refused and told us that it is the PVC that is going to change it. Today, you are suffering because of the PVC. Anyway, to Nigeria, I leave it here. I leave it here. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Olumide, are you there? You seem very chilled today. That's good. It's a good thing when Olumide is chilled. Olumide, please go ahead.
Yeah, good day, everybody. So, I watched your tirade and monologue during the week. about security. Recruit. More and more. That was your tirade. But anyway, so for me, like I said earlier on when electricity hosted this morning, when he said the boat are sailed. Yeah, the boat are sailed, but you know whether you guys
Olumide, is it possible to mute whatever sound is in the background?
Sure.
Thank you.
So the boat are sailed, but yes, the truth of the matter is that until you allow the people choose who they want, you won't get a better society. The only way to hold this government accountable that its ship has sailed already. You know, they've been affirmed by the Supreme Court. When it was even when it was pretty clear that they rigged themselves into power, you know, they never raised any issue. Their campaign was never issue based. They would never said what they wanted to do for the people, how they were going to achieve it, you know. And they knew they were going to rig themselves into power, and whatever they did to influence the judiciary to affirm their illegitimacy, you know, that is all in the past now, boss. The only way to hold them to account through Nigeria. I mean, I should be telling you through Nigeria market now. Our market. So is to allow the people choose who they want. Let the people vote who they want. Let people come out and let us see who we want. People who think they qualify to lead us, Showore, Peter Obi, or any other candidate for that matter. Let them go around the country and raise issues. You know, let that be the same situation in local government elections. State governors should stop influencing who becomes the local government chairman. Let it be free and fair, so that these resources can be judiciously used for the people. State governors should lead the local government chairman.
Olumide, something has arisen. You see, I keep telling you this. Like the last time you talk about election, I told you how are you sure the people are not electing these people? Because people are not actually electing these leaders deliberately. They don't necessarily have to lead them out.
Which screwed up election are you talking about?
No, the ones I'm talking about is like the last one where all of them came in and they selected them in the parties and then they go on to vote for them. Because look at NLC now. NLC, that we were all criticizing the president for traveling overseas with so many delegates. NLC go there and break the record again. Try to carry all the delegations.
See. In a society, even in the society that we live in, me and you, that we say it's a lot better, more advanced than where we come from. We read the daily newspapers every day. We hear the news every day, and you see people being called out or being mentioned in the news for wrongdoing. You understand? And they hold them to account. Let the system let it work its way fairly. That's what we're saying. Our system is not working. All these things it's not the first, it won't be the last. They will always keep occurring. Wrongdoing will keep occurring in the society. But how do we treat
my problem is that I keep telling you that maybe it's not the system, maybe it's the people. Because this is where myself and Ferrari converge.
Which people?
That the people themselves, the moment they get into positions of office, they tend to violate
you mean the people
violate the office.
You mean the people working in INET? Yes, let's talk to them. You mean Yakubu and his people working in INET? Let's talk to them.
Including labor unions.
You mean the governor? You mean the governor running a state that has the budget of the state with him, that will not allow the local government chairman to use the resources allocated to the local government, but will keep it for in the state coffers to say, oh, don't worry, I will do it and divert the money to somewhere else, whether personal use or whether to some other project that the local governments are not carried along with it.
But is it not only them that are doing it? That's the thing. I keep telling you that when you go to Nigeria today, you give somebody the slightest thing, if they can cheat you, they will find a way to cheat you. Most of them.
Okay, it's okay. Okay, that's fine. So Naija, thank you for your input. I appreciate.
Yeah,
your
that's
input.
what I'm trying
It's my time,
to
and I will use my time to say whatever I want to say.
Of course, I'm just
Thank you.
trying
Thank
to.
you. I appreciate your input. Thank you.
All right, all right.
I will use my time to say whatever I want to say. So what I'm saying is that allow the people choose who they want. Let the process play itself out. From state, the government level to local government level to federal system level. You understand? When you cheat and rig in elections, you don't have a right for somebody who goes to write WAEC exam not to cheat. That's the same thing you are creating. When that person begins to cheat from the WAEC exam level, GCE level, that is the kind of culture they will build up until they become presidents of your country, and you expect your country to be run well, and you expect your country to be good when all they've done their life is cheat and changed figures. You understand? Now, where we are today, I'm gonna say this plainly now. Where we are today, people like Papa Adebayo, the late Bola Ige. Let's call this spade a spade. They've made mistakes. You understand? They were good people. They were good leader women, work for their people. But when you lay a wrong foundation, when bad is bad, bad is bad. When you lay a wrong foundation, you knew this man had things that you weren't proud of, and yet you foisted him as governor of the state, Lagos State. Look at where he has led us to now. When the right candidate, when they did a primary election, then AD, it was this man that won, Williams. What's his first name? This Lagosian that was murdered. Funshaw Williams won. You know, and these people that we looked up to as elders, Bola Ige, Pade Banjo, they said, no, this man fought for democracy. He did this, he did that. And they knew that he had all this tainted record. And Gani Fayewumi came. You know, when I sit down and begin to think about our problems, Bola Ige was a revered Yoruba son, but you know, all of these mistakes, when somebody has done bad, let us call it out. It doesn't matter whether it's from our tribe, whether it belongs to somebody else's tribe. When good is good, bad is bad, let's call it out. I'm saying this with tears in my eyes right now. Look at where it has brought us. And this man means nothing for this country, nothing than to gather people with the same mind and objective to come and steal and mismanage the country and run the country dry. God help us in 2027. That's all I have to say. God help us all.
Thank you. And Righteous Man said something I found he knew he was saying something astonishing. That he realizes that the North is the one that has been sustaining the country with food. Even if the politicians are busy wasting most of the money, but the North was sustaining the country with their food. So that is very interesting point that the Righteous Man made there, because in the end, people need to eat. And now the farmers are not going there. I think, okay, Ferrari, you want to add something before Dragon goes?
Just saw the back and forth between you and Olumide there. I just wanted to say, in line with our deeper thinking, I want you all of us on this panel, to think about this. We start, it's 1 minute I'm going to use just another. Voice is suppressed. After voice was suppressed, actions were suppressed. After actions were suppressed, it leads to wrong actions. Wrong actions led to the foundation of what we now know as Nigeria. The bad foundation, the foundation results in bad effect. Then we repeat this over time for 60 years, and that becomes our culture. And now the culture is what has now produced our system. So, and we now want results for a change. Which one do you think we need to change? All of you just ponder on that. We might tackle that more tomorrow, but that's the way the sequence go. It started with voice suppression, action suppression, which led to wrong action. The wrong action led to a foundation, bad foundation. This was repeated over time, becomes the culture, then the culture becomes the system. Now you want to change. You have to ask yourself that question. What do you need to change?
That is quite accurate there. Jagon, welcome. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you, guys. Good afternoon, all. I've come on board. I've been taking a few calls, so I haven't listened to everybody the way I would have. But I've come on board largely because I see the heavy hitters are here early. People like Alaba, Pastor, Steph. You know, I greet you, my brother, righteously. Righteously. So forefathers, if you can, because I'm quite interested in the way things are happening at the moment, politically in Nigeria. And again, because it's Nigeria, it comes to me in a very complicated fashion. I'm not sure whether or not Tinubu is actually pushing. I don't know if I'm on subject, so forgive me for my words. I'm not sure whether Tinubu is actually pushing for a reversion to regional politics in Nigeria. But I have seen some time ago, well, not some time ago, about 2 weeks ago now, the utterances of one, I've forgotten the guy's name actually, and he's put forward a new map, a new regional map.
Elder Faponda.
That's him. That's the guy. And I saw that very early, and I looked at it and I thought, wow, this is similar to my own thinking as to how Nigeria should be. I've seen the map of the regions that he has proposed, and again, it's quite close to what I believe should be happening in Nigeria for Nigeria to reconstruct itself and emerge in a truer form of a political design that should bring forward at least economic and some level of political understanding. And I'm not sure. Again, as I said, it comes to me in a way that, yes, Mr. Fabunda is doing what he's doing, but is the government really doing what they're supposed to be doing? Now, between Tinubu and Shetima, what both have kind of iterated seems to oppose each other. So it comes to me as, are we being fooled again as to their earnestness of bringing forward a new Nigeria? Or is this just game playing as normal? It brings me to the point of understanding that we Nigerians, no matter where we are, those of us who are thinking about our growth and emancipation, we seem to want the same thing. Maybe it will come out slightly differently from each other, but generally we want a move from where we are right now. We want not to be where we are right now, politically, economically, culturally. We're in a really strange place. So I still have to underline the responsibilities of the individual to join the real race of changing that country. Changing it needs to change. And it seems to me that the changes have been spoken from every quota of the country, including the North. The North, who we may suspect as being people that are dragging their feet in one way or the other politically. They themselves are coming to the point that, you know what, regional government would help us. In the East, it seems regional government would help them in the East, which is a very troubled political zone. And we all know as Nigerians that the power of the East, if organized correctly, it would be the power of the country in many ways. I think in the West and the Midwest, I think there is a real understanding of what is missing and what they can be doing because they have memory of for argument's sake, a well-organized part of Nigeria from its beginnings. So they have memory of how things should be as opposed to how things are. So with all that's going on politically, I still call upon the individuals amongst us, not just on the panel, but individuals, to really understand that we cannot just watch the politicians and expect them to do the right thing. That is not going to be sufficient. We, as individuals, have to come together with all the contacts that we have to bring economic, political change to our nation that satisfies us, that is African led, that is Niger wise. We have to become Niger wise somehow. We can't just be doing this rubbish all day long. It's extremely irritating, frustrating, and it's not leading us everywhere. I must tell you, here in the UK, I think forefathers would agree to this. There are people who aren't Nigerian in this country who are looking at Nigerians to do something. I don't know whether or not we're really taking on our own responsibility. I'm talking about not even just Africans who are looking at Nigeria. I'm talking about Caribbean people. They're looking at Nigeria to do something. They want more than ever since I've been in this country, to Jamaicans, Barbadians, Brazilians that I come across. These people want to come to Nigeria. They want to come to Africa, yes, but more so than everything, they want to come to Nigeria. And I feel it is upon us to begin to strengthen ourselves in order to make change in our country. And I still see that we have a great opportunity, unless we wish to miss it again. We can easily miss all these opportunities that are before us again, because we are weak as individuals. As individuals, we don't even know what to believe in or how to believe. Now, if I'll just end on this, there was a conversation a couple of programs ago where we were speaking about the difference between faith and knowledge. And this is where it really comes in, because you can have all the knowledge you want right now, but unless you've got the faith to make moves, I don't believe we're going anywhere. You know, I speak to certain individuals on this very platform and I listen to them and I see that they have no faith in Nigeria. They can tell me the history from A to Z, but they don't believe in Nigeria. They don't believe in themselves where the Nigerian concept is. So I don't know how we're going to get there if we have no belief. I'll just end it there. Thank you.
Thank you for bringing that regional issue, and that's another thing. Anyone that feels like a topic we are not covering that happened during the week, they want to bring it up, I think that would be a good thing, because that regional one, I think it's 8 regions they were proposing. If I'm not mistaken,
and the FCT, yes.
Yeah, so this is a map, and it's very interesting. If they all have a resource control, I'm sure the South will be the happiest because they will just take all the crude oil money. But yeah, but whether Nigeria will agree to that is another thing. Now they will not find that funny. Let me pull this away again and then bring this back, and so we'll get back to order. Yeah, welcome, Man of Prestige. I think, was Man of Prestige here before Prof Data? Okay, Man of Prestige, thank you for joining us.
Greetings, everybody. Good afternoon, good morning, wherever you may be. Yeah, I don't really know what the topic, we are talking about today. We have to just chime. Is it about Tinubu stumble or the creation of state? Or you just want me to chime in with anything that's viable to me?
Yeah, anything that is viable to you, because we talked about, let me just reiterate that we talked about how the government Tinubu and President Tinubu and Akpabio were laughing at the workers. We talked about the cost of living, how some people were finding difficult to buy food stuff in Nigeria. There is the issue of power failure with Akpabio. There is Anioma, I think Peter Obi fights back. Peter Obi did fight back. I don't have any video about that in terms of him going on news and trying to dispute some of the things people say about him. And just what happened during the week. Whichever one you can go ahead with it.
Thank you very much. Let me start from the regional something you just portrayed here right now. Is it the right way to go? I mean, Nigeria is in a quagmire right now because there's nothing really working in Nigeria. Let's be realistic. Let's not come here and just start, say, okay, we are not progressing. I mean, we are regressing, in my own opinion. But having said that, this regional problem, I don't see it going nowhere because I'm not against the North, but they will not go for it. I mean, you see them, they're already, chartering the whole issue because it's gonna be on their own detriment, detrimental. So let's be very factual on that. That's not gonna happen. But if it is happened, it's good, it will be good, for us to have a regional government. I mean, you control your own resources. Maybe, I don't know how they're going to divide it, maybe 40 to the federal or 30 to the federal, because you have to give part of the resources in order for the federal. So that would have been a proper thing to do. But we can come here, speak all we want all day. It's not going to happen in that country because the Northerners, they are very influential when it comes to Nigerian politics. But I don't know what that is. Even in this population, everybody's talking about, they are more populated than that. I mean, when was the last census? The one that I can recollect that was close to be accurate, if it is not accurate. Was it 1996 or something? And the second one that was did, it was never, it was never utilized. We don't even know what our population is. The last population we have is 140. How did we balloon to 200 and something? So
how did the balloon to do? What do you think is going on?
We have from the North claiming their security. I mean,
you know how you can tell the census. You know how you can tell the census. Ask yourself how many of your people that you know, how many children do they have, and how many people that you know that are from the North, how many children do they have? That will give you an idea.
I mean, since I've been in this country, I've been in many censuses, and I was counted. They come to my door and everything. So I mean, you can't even ask any Nigerians, have you been counted? Nobody gonna raise their hand. I mean, very few. So it was just an imaginary census, an estimate. The last one supposedly to be an estimate, which was about 140 or something like that. That's an estimate. That's what they said. Because they said the election wasn't, they said the census, the data wasn't clear. So they just estimate we are 200 and something. So, but anyway, everything about Nigeria, I mean, I hate to come here and criticize my country. Some people had to come here, maybe, talk good about them, but we have to speak the fact. I mean, everything about the country when it comes to whatever we want to do is scam. Nothing is really functioning right. We just have people there, who after their own pocket and something like that. This is the problem we're having. But anyway, I don't want to dwell on that. If we come here and criticize, that's not
what do you think about Dangote looking to go into steel? Do you think it's a good idea?
Yeah, I think it's a good idea, but I have an issue. We have talked about, I think it was on that platform.
Yeah, we did.
About Dangote monopoly. I'm one of those people who are against it. I mean, you may say monopoly is good, but I look at his monopoly as a production investment. He's not innovative. People are comparing him to Samsung or those are innovative, Apple and everything. But he's just a productive. It's not helping. It's helping the few. How does that translate to I mean, they say okay, maybe the petroleum, where the price has gone down, but in what area does it translate to common people in terms of wage increase?
Yeah, because steel plants they do pay.
No, the steel plant is good. I'm not saying the steel is not good, but I'm just talking about in terms of monopoly.
The economy is going to enable.
Yeah, it's going to benefit the country. They're starting, but
what is your problem now?
People. I mean, it's going to benefit somebody like Innocent Motor. Let's say because they do import steel.
Yeah, bridge building, train building, rail tracks.
Yeah,
steel will have them now. All those things we can start building. We don't build anything.
Years? I mean, I hope it comes to fruition, but everything about Nigeria, I mean, I'm in support of that, but remember the Ajaokuta, since I was born, they've been talking about Ajaokuta steel mill. I mean,
that's true.
Where are we right now when the Ajaokuta steel mill, what standard are we right now? Nothing happened, but I'm not going to dwell on that. So let's just hope, something transpires in that area. What do you want to say, Ferrari?
I don't know. This talk about Dangote steel thing is quite annoying. The guy promised you guys oil. He's not yet produced that one. Now he wants to go into steel, and you all are. You see, that's Nigeria. You are so easy to confuse, and then you just go along with any garbage they give you. People like Dangote are part of that country's problem. You all have to understand. We have to think deeper than this. I'll just leave it at that. When we get to my turn, we'll talk. You know,
I think
that's our problem. People like him. You just
no, we
take
have to
him.
be
The
careful.
superhero is going to go into oil with our money. They gave him to build an oil industry.
We've had
He
you
hasn't
now.
produced. Now we want to give. Oh God, we get problems.
Before we start calling a potential hero, this thing, the one causing the problem, we have to know what he has caused. Because for all I can see, he's supplying Nigerians fertilizer, he's supplying cement, he's supplying which other thing? Now he's supplying diesel already.
And that is good for the economy. Monopoly is good for the economy, to develop the economy. In your own opinion.
I think that okay, finish your point. Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good development, you know, if you can properly utilize, you know, if the government don't borrow the whole of our money in order to support him. If you can do it independently, you know, yeah, I mean, as a capitalist, you know, that's what we need. But I believe the problem we have in Nigeria, you know, where person of Dangote start to come in, you know, the government, you know, I mean, the government will use our money to support him. And I mean, to a certain level, you have to subsidize. That do happen in America, subsidize, but there has to be a limit. And you let him carry on with his capitalism, you know, where he's going to benefit the country and otherwise. That's where I still say. But enough of that. Let me talk about the state. Of state or something like that. I mean, the state we have right now are not even viable. How many of them are viable in terms of state? I don't believe in the creation of state. If there has to be a state to be created in that Nigeria from Imo, they're talking about creating Orlu State or whatever, you know. If there has to be a state, in my own opinion, it has to be Southern Kaduna. Just because of the situation where they're feeling themselves with Muslim over there. That's the only state I can say may be viable. But some people from the East say, okay, I'm kind of delusional because and we need to have more state because of the represent, you know, in order for us to garner more representation. They can't just create Orlu State, and you don't expect other people to create other state from maybe from the north or whatever. It's not going to end there. Then you are defeating the people. You have more representative. Then another state, you know, going to create, you know, from the north, they're going to have more representatives. So what is the purpose of you trying to have more representatives?
But they are not proposing to create any state in the north. It's just in the southeast.
But how are you going to create in the southeast and what do you expect people from the north? You don't think that's going to end there?
It should. Because southeast is the only region that has 5 states. So they have similar populations. So why shouldn't they have an extra state?
I'm not against my region having more states, but what is the purpose? Is it going to be okay? Orlu State. Hold on, Imo State right now is a little bit viable, and you're going to create Orlu from which is the second biggest city in Imo, apart from where I'm from. You create Orlu State, which is part of Imo and part of Anambra State. What resources? How are they going to be viable if it is not for the greedy people who want to have a representative and governorship? You know what we have right now. You know, tell me what is the purpose?
I think based on our current democratic system, that states win, and you have areas where you get constituents like House of Assembly members, is disadvantaging the southeast. That is the point.
I agree to that, but I'm not. I want something that is viable. I mean, it has to be able to function as a state. How many states is functioning right now? You know, what's the population of Imo? Do you know the population of Imo? It's not even up to 5 million. I think it's 4 million plus.
Zamfara is less. Zamfara is barely a state. Is like all over the place right now.
Of what I know. I mean, if they want to create a plan, but I mean that's the least of our worry. I mean, I know a lot of people here in favor of that, you know, particularly people from the southeast. But I don't see the viable of creating any more states. You need to maintain what we have, you know. I don't see how that's going to benefit apart from the House of Representatives. That's the only benefit. Tell me how that's going to benefit, you know, the people from that area, Orlu and Anambra, apart from having more rep.
It spreads development. It spreads development when you make other areas capitals.
What do you have to develop that you can't develop right now?
No, it's true. Then you might as well say we should have 5 states and we can still develop. But you can see that when you spread the states, you know, it allows, for one, it doesn't disadvantage the southeast.
To Niger, that's not going to end that. That's the problem I have. You can't say let them create Orlu State, and you don't expect people to agitate for more states. Like what I just said, Kaduna State. which are being marginalized and being killed, not just marginalized economically, but they are being killed, because of the
I think the argument is about equity in terms of the distribution. That it's not about whether you are marginalized or not in terms of like they are treating you badly in your state. It's about the distribution. All the regions have about 666 or 7, even if I'm not mistaken. Only Southeast has 5.
Is it not based on population?
If it's based on population, Southeast has high population too. So why are they not? I'm just saying, if you look at the numbers, they should have more. It's just fair.
No, it's just my own personal opinion, but I mean, people from the start thinking about what is going to benefit them. I know we have a lot of them here right now, thinking it's beneficial to them. I don't see it that way. I mean, economically, I mean, it's just my own personal opinion. I don't have anything against, I don't have anything against it. I mean, that's the region I'm from. But
I think Pastor wants to add something.
Are they going to create Anioma State, which is if they want to put the ethnic, in the same group? Yeah, Anioma State is viable. You're going to create people from Asaba, Anioma, Ibuzo, those are Igbo-speaking area. So
those ones they will not agree. I think it's the other area they say they should create it within the current Southeast. Pastor wants to interject.
But the point I'm trying to make, that if you create that Orlu State, how you think other people not going to ask for more states? That's the point I'm trying to make.
No, they are not. I don't think they should.
It
should end there. It should end there because it's about repairing an inequity, and that's a kind of unfair distribution. It's an unfair distribution where only Southeast has 5 states. It doesn't seem right. Let me just allow Pastor to interject.
Yeah, go ahead. It doesn't open, but if they do it, good. I mean, just my own rationality. Whether it's good or bad, just me. But let them give follow from which is part of Imo State and Anambra. If that's what they want, I don't live there, but it's my homeland. But it's all good.
Yeah, please go ahead, Pastor.
Yeah, thank you. Jagun, actually, I wanted to weigh in on what Jagun said. I will disregard the other one. Jagun, you said some important things. So for the first thing that came to my mind is it appears you are in your holy temple, not in your devilish temple for speaking today. It's a sense of humor. so you said we've spoken about almost everything. About almost everything about Nigeria on every different platform. And honestly speaking, I agree with you 100%. I hate to agree with you on certain things, but I agree with you on everything you said. So, but these two, I finished with Jagun. These two new states they are creating, just another sense of humor to man of prestige. And man of prestige, first and foremost, are you on bed rest in hospital?
Am I what?
Are you on bed rest in the hospital?
What do you mean? Why you ask that?
Where did that one come from?
Where did that one come from?
No. It's dressing. It's your top looks like the gown like somebody who's in the hospital in a bed rest.
What's wrong with my top? What's wrong with my top?
Oh, okay. Now these two states, how will it affect the price of rice to come down or the price of tomato to come? It's not going to stop. It's just to satisfy some people. It ain't gonna stop. It ain't gonna change. It ain't gonna change the price of rice or bring it down, or the tomato, the video you played earlier for Father, and that of the okra that we saw that was shared it ain't gonna change it. That's the point. But like Ferreira said, it's gonna elevate the discussion. And we will see how far, hopefully, it will take us to that promised land. We're waiting till tomorrow. You have your time tomorrow. But this is one thing I really don't understand when what's his name? Man of Prestige was talking about Dangote, and you kind of oppose talking about Dangote or this and that. You may disagree with Dangote, which everybody disagree with his attitude of monopoly or whatever it is. Is the news out there, and people are going to talk about it. I can't dictate to man of prestige what to talk about. It's up to him to talk about it. It's up to me to challenge his argument. But we will talk about everything and anything, particularly in respect to the topic that was. Some people will come here, and some people have said it in the comment section that this topic is useless. What sort of topics is there in the comment section? Is this topic of is there? Some people have already highlighted it. So sometimes I keep asking myself, if people have better ideas, better than I have, than forefather have, than Jagun have, you bring your ideas. It's not a reason enough to condemn other people's ideas. And this is how we're going to get on or elevate ourselves and find a solution or act on a solution, because with proper solutions is for us to act on those solutions. So when we talk about Dangote, it will give room for some people who have even thought about it to say, oh, indeed, this man is trying to monopolize everything. There's nobody that doesn't know Dangote in Nigeria anyway. Dangote sugar, Dangote cement, everybody knows Dangote. It will push people also to say, you know what, maybe I should start to boycott this, but if there's an alternative cement, maybe on my own way of protesting is to boycott and not to buy his cement or buy his sugar or buy this and that. And that is how at times change comes into being. But to say not to even talk about it, or we come about it, talk about it or not talk about it. Well, like I said, we will wait till tomorrow. Tomorrow shall come. God keep us. We shall be here tomorrow. I yield the floor.
Thank you. Let's allow Prof. Data say something. Thank you for joining us. He doesn't come all the time, so we really appreciate you for joining us today.
Okay, hello, are you hearing me?
Loud and clear.
Okay, yeah, thank you. I think this is my first time coming to this show this year. Let me first of all speak on the area of, in short, I would like to talk about this matter of the state of the economy and this matter of state creation. I'm also in line with what Man of Prestige said. I am not in support of any state creation. The reason is simple. The states we have, what have we benefited from them that much? And I just see the state creation as just an avenue to create a room for a governor, to start embezzling money. I just see it as a means in which we contribute to a loss to the nation, because we all know, okay, allocations go to the state. The money going to the so-called states, it doesn't normally reach out to the people it's meant to reach. So if you go on creating states, it's also a means to create, what I call a shortage of funds. So that is to my own, benefit. Some people may not agree with me, but that's how I see it. But in the other area,
there's a lot of noise coming from the background.
For the people in the southeast. Yeah.
Yeah, there's a lot of noise coming from the background. Of course, enemies of progress are already happy. Sorry, go ahead. Yeah, the noise is gone now. That's
why I'm outside now.
Sorry for interjecting. If it's since he's joining from Nigeria, I don't know.
Do you know what? I don't call it enemies of progress, but justice. So that's it. I think the background must have stopped a bit. So that is my own stay on that matter. You understand? Because what's going on in the nation is just in, I call it, in total disarray, and I'm not pleased with what's going on there for that state. Then this matter of government, to me, I would have been in short, that is one area I have much more interest in, because what's going? Let me see.
No, you're fine. We can hear you. Okay, I think you see, Kenya has driven him. You see, Kenya has
my
been paid
hands
for
has
him to
been
leave.
up. My hands has
Yeah.
been up. I wanted to say
Okay.
something.
I will, more. Please go ahead. Then, but try to
Thank
keep
you.
it brief so that we'll go to Kenya.
Yes,
Was
I
he?
will. Yes, I will.
All right.
Yes, I will. You see, there is. I am for Biafra. That bottom line, you know my position already. I am for Biafra. But when you look at the current political system and the allocation and the representation, South is supposed to have a state. Because when you go to the National Assembly, there is what they call their voting power. How do you want a state with 5 states to have the same voting power with a region? I mean, how do you want a region with 5 states to have the same voting power in the National Assembly with a region that has 6 states? That is where the injustice started from. When they were creating those states, they didn't remember that South is supposed to be 6 or even 7 because they have population. I lived in the north. What is the population in the north? When you travel from Zaria to Kano, you see empty space, empty spaces. I lived there for 18 years. When you go there to enumerate, the thing the owner of the house comes out to tell you, if he tell you there are 100 people there, you don't argue him. You don't argue. How do you want to tell me that you have abundance of life in the desert than where the sea is? This falsehood is the reason why Nigeria is where it is today. You gave other people a certain number, knowing fully well that it is from that population that they share your resources. That falsehood they give you, that is how they share the resources. If you count the number of people just like the way you do it where you are, when a child is born, the data will show. But it is not like that in Nigeria, as big as Nigeria, a giant of Africa. You don't have data, you don't have reliable data. Everything is by assumption, estimate. What kind of nation is that? Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you, forefathers. You were talking about enemy of progress, right? I think the real enemy of progress here is Professor Data and Man of Prestige. They are the real enemy of progress here. Why I say this is because we're talking of equity. We're talking about doing things the right way. But when we see where we're supposed to actually advocate for equity, we tend to play politics, or we tend to sound what they call it, politically correct. By the way, I forget to greet our senior citizen, Dr. Alexander Gomez, and what is his name, Mr. Pansat. They are the 2 senior citizens we have here. I don't know if any other person has clocked 70. I don't think so. But this is it. The truth is, talking about creation of states, right, in Nigeria, we have to actually advocate for equity in that country if truly we want to move forward. Other states have 6 states. Other regions, individually has 6 states, right? So why is it that it is only Southeast that we have 5? Now, I was hearing that the South is advocating for 2 more states. This is where I would differ, right? I think 1 is okay. And the one that I'll actually advocate for is the Anioma State. Anioma is overdue to be given a state. These people, they fought for this state not today. I think they started it in early 60s or 70s. Yeah, early 70s. They started advocating for additional state. That is the Anioma State. Then Osadebe fought for it. And now we have this courageous man, what is his name? The one man with multiple wives is fighting for it now. I think it's something that Ned Nwoko is something that a well-meaning Nigeria should actually support, because these people are Igbos, right? And they are of the Southeast, and we know what happened, during the Biafran War, before or I think soon after the Biafran War, how they were carved out from the southeast and merged with the then Midwest, right? So the southeast deserved another additional state. Man of Precision was talking about population. What population are you talking about? Right? We have states in Nigeria that has less than 2 million population. The Anioma alone in Delta State is more than 2 million in population. The Anioma alone. So they deserve to be to be given the state. You and I know that there are countries.
But I don't
like
think they are
Vatican.
fighting for a state. I don't think they are fighting for a state, because if they fight for a state, one, they don't. Their area is not where the oil is, and they don't gain it from fighting for a state.
They are asking for additional state, not because of oil.
No, so the southeast is asking for more state, not south.
No, I'm talking about
the region we call southeast.
Yeah. Southeast is what I'm talking about, right? And forefathers, Anioma that is in Delta State is southeast, not south. I don't know where you're getting your south from. There is nothing like south ever in this world. So now the Anioma that we're talking about is the northeast of Delta State. Northeast of Delta State is southeast. What is south? For God's sake, even Delta itself is not south. You and I know that name south is political name.
I think Kogi, from what I gather, Kogi is not.
Why don't we have? It is only in Nigeria that we have south.
Hold on. Let me explain something to you. You see, Kogi in Nigeria is not classified as southwest, if I'm not mistaken. The reason why is because they are bordering states. They are bordering states. They have both sides in them.
Can I quickly interrupt just to say?
Kogi is towards the center.
Sorry,
when you look at the map. So Kogi
but most of the people are Yoruba there. There are quite a lot of people that are Yoruba there.
Now you come.
But
there are Yorubas in Kogi State. Kogi as a state territorially is in the middle belt, not in the north. So they are of the middle belt. However, when you come to the middle belt, you have the you have Yorubas there, you have the Igalas, right? You have different languages. So those Yorubas in Delta State are still Yorubas till tomorrow, till forever. They are Yorubas. Just as when you go to Delta State, you have Igbos. You have the Igbos of Eka, that is the Abo, and even up to Ibanka in Edo State. They are Igbos forever. You can't change it.
Let me explain to you something.
You understand?
Like in the Kogi area, because they are bordering, you always have that. Even like Somalis in Africa, you always have bordering states. So they have both cultures, some of them mixed in them. So they decide where they want to cut it, and you always have people say they should cut it deeper. Some people say cut it less.
Regardless, are they still Yorubas in Kogi?
It depends on how they identify themselves. Some of them
are they Yorubas? Forefathers, tell yourself the truth. Are they Yorubas or not?
No, not all of them. Not all of them.
Are there Yorubas in Kogi State? Indigenous Yorubas of Kogi State? Do they have it? Do we have it?
Some of them identify themselves as Yorubas. Yes.
Thank you. The same way, in the same vein, we have Igbos in Delta. We have Igbos in Edo. We have Igbos in River State. They are still Igbos. We have Igbos even in Akwa Ibom. They are Igbos in Cross River.
Some people
but that is not even what we're talking about.
In Delta State as Igbos.
Yes, they
just
do.
like in River State. Some people in River State actually identify themselves as Igbos too.
They do. And what is his name? Ndudi Elumelu, Tony Elumelu's brother. Ifeanyi Okowa, the former governor of Delta State, they have come up openly on the national TV and even in the house and declared that they are Igbos. You can't change it from them. They are Igbos.
Tony Elumelu did that. Where is it from?
His brother Ndudi Elumelu from Delta State.
But
the owner, the CEO, I mean the owner of AriseTV, what's his name? Is Igbo. You can't change it. They have identified to be Igbo, and I actually calling because of you, forefathers, because I know you are always against this idea of Igbos.
Because you like you like to force people to accept it, but you don't respect their identification.
It's not. I can't force you to accept the truth.
I know people from that area that use surnames that are Edo. At the same time, they use surnames that sound Igbo. So you have to be careful by telling them that
no,
they are
the question now would be what language do they speak? What is their mother tongue? What language do they speak? Because in Nigeria, you cannot say that you cannot claim that you don't have a language. You cannot have a mixed language. If your father is Fulani and your mother is Igbo, you are Fulani.
Okay, now let me say this.
Traditionally, culturally, that's how we believe. Right?
German language now, the German language you have now is very similar to the English language. Danke, like thank you, and so many words are the same, but yet they are different people.
Okay, now do you also know that the Igbo, the kind of Igbo that we write today wasn't the kind of Igbo our ancestors know 200 years ago? We have the Nsibidi, right? But today, that Nsibidi has been changed. What we are writing now is Igbo, like English Igbo mix up, because our alphabet today, the Abishidi, the Igbo Abishidi today, it is not our original Abishidi. Our original Abishidi, if you look at it, it looks like the Chinese language. You know, the Chinese sign.
Yeah, that's the Nsibidi language. Maybe you should come and present it now.
Yeah, does it still invalidate the fact that we are Igbos? That is the question. So in Delta State, you have the Anioma, you have the Ibuza people, you have the Seluku, Asaba, and even up to Ika Abo and Ibanka, back of Edo State. They are Igbos. You don't deny them their origin, their ancestral mother and father tongue.
You can say they are mixed. They are not exactly one-sided. Some of them they are kingship, like the kingship of one of them you refer to Agbo.
You cannot come to my land. You cannot come to Igbo land and say that you are mixed in Igbo land. You can't come to Yoruba land today and say that you are mixed. Let's use Lagos for example. Because of the fact that Igbos are highly populated in Lagos State, then tomorrow Igbos will wake up and say that Lagos is Igbo land. No, Lagos is Yoruba land. It belongs to the Yoruba people, right? So what we are talking about is whether or not to have additional states in the southeast. Yes, it is due to have that additional state. Between the Orlu State and the Anioma, which one do we think makes more sense? I think the Anioma makes better sense to me. I don't know what they call the Orlu State. They should stay the way they are. But the Anioma...
They are talking about the region that is actually southeast right now.
That is the region that we're talking about now. The Anioma is the region that we're talking about now. You don't just choose and pick. The Anioma is part of the southeast. Even Delta as a whole is southeast. Right? So forget about the political divisions. You know, they want to divide us from our people. You know what happened? Prophet, stay and say the truth now. You know what happened. And I actually want Jagun to add to this, because I think Jagun is making more sense today. Jagun and
let's allow
Falere and Max, my brother. I think Olumide, I'm forgetting Olumide. See, these are the real men here.
Calm down. See, I don't know how you're going to call people that have a throne that is from let's say the Edo Kingdom.
No, what throne are you talking about? See, if you want us to go into that history, right? Let's have a minute to go into that history.
I'm just saying. Calm down. Let's let some other person go.
It's like Nigeria today.
You know what? We can do that later on in the evening.
Can I quickly interject?
Yeah, a minute.
Father and Kenneth, please.
Okay.
All I want
go ahead, Jacob. Yes.
All I want to suggest to us is the way we look at regions, states, the way we look at geography, where Nigeria is concerned. Do we not think that we have inherited our geography from the British colonialists, who made the North so large? They included the Midwest in the North. Where Southeast is concerned, if we are talking of Igbos in the Southeast, where we look at it geographically, we can see what they used to call Midwest. The opposite of that would be Mideast. So the territories of the 5 states of the Igbo land, is this really the East? Because the East should really go to the border of Cameroon, but we call it we're calling it the East. It's not the East. You see, what needs to happen? We need to throw away everything. that we've inherited and practically start again. Because all this thing that we're using as table tennis, it's never going to make sense. Because we're, as far as I'm concerned, as a Yoruba man, I would want to say the whole of Kogi is Yoruba land, but it's not. It is not Yoruba land in its entirety. There are too many other ethnicities there that are, and I'm not even the Igala and Yoruba, these are Yoruboid languages at the end of the day. They are very close. What I am saying is that all of the geography where Nigeria is concerned is all rubbish. All of it. It's rubbish because of where we inherited it from. What we have to do is brand new. We have to brand new the place. All this cloak and dagger that we have, it is extremely frustrating. You see, where Yoruba and Igbo are concerned, for me, the power in these two areas, we can't really ignore each other. And I believe that there is politics having us ignore each other. If Yorubas, I really, really believe this, if Yorubas and Igbos could somehow bring their differences down and heighten their similarities, that Nigeria would be a completely different country. You don't know that it's we in the South, in that South, no matter what ethnicity we claim, it is we in that South that are all over the diaspora. It is we. It is we who are sending money back into that country by the billions. It is we who are doing that. What? This is our money. This is us. This is us. How are we using arguments only? Where is the persuasion that, look, guys, my brother, I have 50 billion. You have 100 billion. Let's put this thing together. Let's call the South ours. The South is ours. Once we appreciate that, those people in the North have to wake up real quick, because in the North, the only union they have is Islam. They have no union ethnicity wise. They do not. The only union they have is Islam. Once they find out that they practice Islam differently, they themselves would have a different take on their ethnicity. I'm just suggesting this. Our ethnicity is important to us. Those that like to wave the flag that we are tribalist in our nature. I don't want to take on that because I think it's another European trope that we use to separate ourselves. Yes, okay, we are tribes. Yes, okay, we are indigenous. But the matter of fact is the power base is ours. Ours. And when we understand this word, ours, the whole idea of Yoruba, Igbo, this one, that one, and the fourth, it begins to calm itself down. And we begin to understand that in this Africa of ours, we have over 2,500 different ethnicities, more in language, more so than anywhere else in the world. This tells us that we've got to teach the world a lesson about unity. What we argue too much is our disunity. And it's becoming perilous, especially at the time when we have our elite who are playing a completely different game than you and I. So I want us to, as proud as we are, I want us to somehow lessen our pride and really look at the demographic, geographical, political assuasions that we need to perform in order to press forward. We can't stay stuck in the mud. We cannot stay stuck in the mud. So all I want to put to all of us is that this geographical, political designs that we have are firstly European and are secondly taken on by the elite in order to manipulate all of us and manipulate our pockets at the end of the day out of our hands. It was Buhari himself who said he wants to tax the money that is coming into Nigeria from the diaspora, from remittances. This is money that there's no necessarily to say that the North are involved in those remittances that he wants to tax. It's pathetic. So I'm just asking us to just wake up a little to some of the things that we're speaking about. The East, in being less politicized or less politically viable, because they have 5 states, so they're voting is lessened towards the whole of the nation. This is a crime, I'm afraid.
Jagun, let me finish up because forefathers kept interrupting me, and then I gave you time to come in. Now, this is it, right? We've all agreed that it is very viable to give, for Anioma State to come up, right? Now, the question is, how are they going to achieve? Because I overheard someone saying that it is not possible.
What are you talking about?
No, those that are against. Oh, you see, you started interrupting me again. Those that are against it,
nobody agreed to.
No, hold on now. Those that are against it are of the minority, and they are the real enemy of progress. This was what I stated when before I started, saying what I was saying. Now, you see, we are to ignore those enemy of progress and go ahead and achieve this goal. How are we going to achieve it? Very simple. Now that we have somebody that is from, see, it's very difficult to even acknowledge the fact that Tinubu is the president now. However, yes, he's from the South region, right? Jagun is talking about having unity among the Southern politicians in order to achieve some certain goals. Now, it is not only affecting the Southeast when it comes to voting power, it is affecting the South entirely, right? Because the North, they have their balance, states that make up the regions there. But when you come to the South, we have one region shortened by a state. So if they have that, Anioma State, for example, it will balance out the number of representatives you have in the North and that of the South. Now we'll be left with the Mid-East or the Middle Belt, right? Now, but if you come to the Middle Belt as it is today, they are tired of whatever politics that is happening in the North. They don't want to be part of the North any longer. They want to have their own autonomy, like the Middle Belt. They don't want to be called North Central. What is North Central? I've never heard of that. Why not call them South Central? Why not call them West Central? Why not call them East Central? Now,
you are changing the
middle,
hold
the middle belt. I'm trying to help.
Hold on for a second. What I'm looking at here is about Orlu State. You are changing the whole conversation to something else.
No. Even the topic stated Orlu or Anioma. Yes. Orlu State or Anioma. That's the topic. Please check the topic. Orlu or Anioma.
The proposal.
The topic that Dr. Dameji shared. He said Orlu or Anioma.
Yes,
right?
He shared that, but the discussion is about this. I don't see any Anioma.
We are talking about the East now because even the person.
I don't know why. Hold on. I don't know why. I don't know why Dr. Dameji did that. He probably said that.
Okay, let me finish my nonsense then. Forefathers, let me finish my nonsense. Right? If it is nonsense, everybody will say. Yeah, let me finish my nonsense. The question is, even the person that sponsored the bill stated that Anioma of the Southeast. He did not say Anioma of the South or Southwest. He said Anioma of the Southeast. Even the sponsor of the bill, go and read it. So I don't know why you are trying to exclude Anioma from Southeast.
You can go ahead and do that now. You can go ahead and do that. Let's see how it works. Because I thought it was Orlu that they were talking about, but you can try and do that.
Yes. So what I'm saying, I'm urging our Southern political leaders, especially those in the House of Rep and the Senate, to come together this time and have the Anioma State achieved. When you have Anioma State achieved, it is of the advantage as well, right? I heard somebody saying that it will be to the detriment of Ndibo or the detriment of Southeast. How? Right? Now the thing is, are we able to put down our egos, our pride and nonsense political interests and achieve this common goal that will be beneficial for everybody? If we're able to do that, I bet you these northern political, I use my language, political criminals will be tired of this country. They will be the ones to even call for division of the country because now they are of an advantage.
What do you think that would change, though? It's not going to change much.
It's going to change a lot of things. It's going to change a lot of things. When there is an argument, when there is something to be debated upon in the House, there will be like more or less like equal voting, and there will be more scrutiny on that subject topic. It's not the it will not be the usual a system where those for I say hey and those for nay say huh. You know, that's nonsense like they say in the house. No, it will be very, very scrutinized. That is the advantage. One, and secondly, the advantage. You know, hold on now. The second advantage is derivation. What they call it, distribution of resources. Right? If the Northwest is having resources based on their number of states that they have, the South should also have the same resources as well. When you are generating a lot of revenue from the South and you are not giving them, you're distributing more in the North. That is injustice. But when
that
you
is not
have,
what is happening.
that is what is happening.
You're just making stuff up. You want me to show you the allocations? That's not what is happening.
Derivation, distribution, allocation of revenue, right? It's given by state. Each state every month they will go to Abuja, line up and collect their allocations, right? But 6 states will come from each region in the north. Only 5 states will come from the southeast. That is injustice. You are cheating us. We are being cheated.
I hear what you are saying,
right? But when states from northwest line up,
they allow people to talk. You know that Delta State has the highest allocation in the country.
Some region in the north
has the highest.
7 states, not 6, 7.
Exactly. You know, because of that, because of the fact that some region in the north. Sorry, thank you. I don't even know your name, but thank you for bringing this up. Because of the fact that some region in the north has 7 states, then I will also add the Orlu. Let there be Orlu and Anioma now in the southeast, so that it will be 7. So what we should be advocating for is additional 2 states for the southeast. Yes, additional 2 states. See, I don't even know what is wrong with the Southeast senators and House of Representatives in that Senate. If they are not ready to really work, they should back out. See, if you are debating with your fellow senators, you don't turn to Akamu. Be man enough and speak up. And see, I don't want to be angry. See, Southeast representatives should wake up. They should wake up.
Let's clarify something. Hold on. Let's clarify something. Okay, the regions. Sorry, hold on, man of prestige. The regions we have in the country, how many of them are 7 and how many of them are 6? There are 6 regions.
So father, it's my turn to talk. So father, it's my turn.
I think that is after Dexter. After Dexter.
With Ikenga.
Yeah, but what are we going to do now? People wanted to listen to him. So, but the point, I think he's raising.
No, Kene was being interrupted. My time was taken off from me.
Can I ask you a question, Kene?
Man of prestige, hold on. Man of prestige, hold on.
Let me ask you something.
Man of prestige, hold on.
Just give me a minute, Father.
You are not listening. I asked a question. How many states have got, how many regions have got 6 states? How many regions have got 7? Is the only one that has 7?
No, Northwest and North Central.
Okay, Northwest. So there are 2 of them. Then 4 of them, no, it means 3 of them have got 6 and 1 of them has got 5. And what they are trying to...
No. The other region in the have 6.
Okay, so, okay. No, I mean, because there are 6 regions.
Yeah.
If 2 have got 7 each.
Yes.
And it means that the remaining 4, they have to have 3, this in the 6, and only Southeast has 5.
Yes, that's correct.
So if you correct the Southeast one to get to 6, then you still have the other 2 that has 7.
Yes,
and if everybody wants to go to 7, then you're going to have a problem on your hand. Everybody will start breaking up states all over the place. And this could lead to problems, by the way. I don't know whether this is... If we start looking at this problem, look, hear the way Kene is talking now, you're going to have a big problem on your hand.
No, but
Kene wants 7 now.
Forefathers, why was it not a problem before that some have 7 and some have 6 and one region have 5? Why is it now that's going to be a problem?
Because I was thinking that they should make the Southeast 6. But if Kene is not arguing for 7, then you're going to have other people that are 6 now saying they too want 7. Then you have a problem.
Yes, actually, those that have 6 should also advocate for additional so that it will be balanced 7. If you want to have 7, let it be 7 equally. If you want to have 6, let it be 6 equally. By the way, forefathers, right? See, I'm from the South East, and I know our problem. I know what we are lacking in the Southeast, and I know how it affects us in the National Assembly, right? So that number that we are being shortened is affecting us. We are being cheated. Bunch of revenue, I mean, the bulk of the revenue is coming from the South. South is inclusive. At the end of the day, we'll get less distribution of the allocation, right? Revenue. South, I will ask you, forefathers, right? You now, I don't know if you're from the Northwest or Southwest. I don't know what is bothering you in your own region, but I know my own region. I know what we want. I know what is bothering me, and that is what I'm asking for. If you have 7 regions, 7 states that makes up a region in the north, you should also have 7 states in the southeast that should make up a region in the southeast. Don't just pick and choose for us. This is the country that we own together, right? So if you want equity, let's come with clean hands. For equity's sake, forefathers, you may choose not to advocate for your people. That is okay, but I'm advocating for my own people. I know what is good for us.
See,
and I know, I wish every well-meaning Southeasterner should support this idea of additional state in the Southeast. This is where equity will come.
Hold on. You could be an enemy of your own progress if you start saying, okay, they want to create 6 states because others have 6. At least 3 regions have 6 already. Others have 6, so they want to make Southeast 6 now. And you are now saying, no, 6 is not enough, you want 7. That if the argument starts, then you are going to torpedo the entire thing. That's what I'm worried about. What you're saying.
Forefathers. The fact is, we are only asking for additional state, and yet people like you are saying no, we are not deserving of additional state.
Did I say
but you are having 7, right? So because of the fact that you are even,
I said Southeast should have 1 more state. That's what I started with because others have 6 and Southeast
and I said among the South, among the 2 regions or the 2 states that the Southeast are putting on the table, the Orlu and Anioma, I said let it be given to Anioma, and you are now trying to push Anioma out of Southeast, claiming that Anioma is not part of Southeast. And I asked, what is your headache there?
Because the term Southeast is region in terms of Nigeria right now. They call it Southeast region, South, and
but the sponsor, the person that actually sponsored the bill is saying that Anioma is Southeast.
Can you allow me express myself?
Yeah.
So the regions are defined by region right now. So when they say they want to create a state in Southeast, not that you go and take another chunk out of South. That is not what I thought. I said they create 1 more state in the Southeast. If you say they start changing stuff, believe you me, where that is going to go, you're not going to like it.
Okay. So can you give me time to express myself as well? Now,
you've had enough time. Sorry. There's Dexter that is in line now.
That is not right. That is not correct. What you just said is not correct.
1 minute. Yeah, you can correct me in 1 minute.
So the correction here is this. The northeast of Delta State is part of Southeast. Matter of fact, Delta's Asaba itself is in Southeast. Delta as a whole, both Urobo, Ijo, they are all part of Southeast. That is the fact. But politically, in order to hurt the population of the Southeast, South was created. You and I know this. That is fine. That is fine. However, the Igbo-speaking part of this Delta say that no, they are of Southeast. Are you trying to tell them they are not? Is that what you're trying to tell them? That they don't know where they belong?
Don't worry. Before we know it, Borno will be Southeast. Dexter, please carry on.
Hello. Thank you, everybody. First of all, I'm going to ask Forefather, please, where is Rudolph? Where is Dr. Damages?
Dr. Damages is indisposed at this time, but he's going to be joining us very soon, and he wishes all his well wishers good tidings. Yes, he's fine. Okay. He's very, very fine.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you. Okay, I want to give
thank you for asking.
Yeah, no worries. Hats off to Jagun. Today everything you said is
Nigeria don't lie to us. So if they have kidnapped him, tell us that they have kidnapped him and render him somewhere, please.
No, it's in a dungeon somewhere. How can you believe what I said? It's a dungeon somewhere. I'm waiting serious questioning.
Yeah, so hats off to Jagun and his contribution. I've just been listening in the backstage. It's kind of a, I don't want to use the word a shame, but it's kind of, I'm perplexed about the discussions we're having and the arguments we're having. You know, sometimes when you have arguments on falsehood, when the foundation is faulty, they say, what can the righteous do? And we're having an argument that if you interrogate it deeply from the root, you find out that we're having a faulty argument that would never lead to the utopia that we desire. What do I mean? When Nigeria was crafted, the way we are cutting everything up now, we don't realize that this is divide and conquer. The place that forefathers is trying to say, oh, these people are, you must be southeast, then these people must be south. All those people lived as one before. All those people, they spoke different languages, but they have the same cultural tradition. The people that live from where you are calling southeast, even don't forget, you used to call it what you call Edo and Delta today, used to be Bendel State. They all share the same cultural tradition. Now, somebody comes and starts dividing them, not because of any good reason, but for resource gain. The reason why Nigeria was cannibalized, balkanized, is for resource gain. The strong center wants to take the resources. That is what is. There's a video I watched from on channels today. I will send it to you, forefather. There was a guy from the southwest that described what is happening in Nigeria and how it cannot work. And as long as we keep on all these things we are interpolating, it will not work. You see, and you can see how a bad foundation works. Forefather is bent on saying, oh, no, the southeast must be the southeast. Ikenga is there trying to say, oh, no, you don't even want the people to choose what they want. That is, we're even taking away the rights of the people to choose what they want. Why, which country is this one? Why can't people decide? I read what Ned Woko said. Ned Woko is a member of the Senate. He's the one writing a bill for Anioma. And they are saying Ika, all those places. Now, what is Ned Woko trying to do? Before the Nigerian Civil, if you can't read the history, before the Civil War happened in Nigeria, you always had this thing of the Igbos on the other side of the Niger, what you call the Southeast, always felt that their Igbo was more superior to the Igbos across. That's the Igbos after or in Asaba and onwards. But there was a committee that went around to try to say, no, there's no difference. All of us are one. They were all uniting. They had cultural festivals that were done to make them see that it is, your Igbos are not different. That is what was building. Now, after the Civil War, what happened is it is just divide and conquer, and it is normal conquest. When you win a war, what do? You try and anything that will give the people strength so they don't rise again. That is old tactics. That is the tactics of the 19th century. The tactics of the 20th century, which America adopted in Germany after the Second World War, was to develop the place. Unfortunately, Nigeria employed the 19th century tactics, which all of us here are arguing based on. We're not even seeing development. Let me ask you a question. I thought about something today. There was this thing in the northeast in Nigeria. Insurgent people say they don't want education. They are destroying themselves. They created Northwest Commission to be giving them money. In the Niger Delta, they balkanized. They said they want to destroy everything. They created NDDC to develop them. Now, Nigeria bundled some people, try to crush them. After trying to crush them, you say, okay, no victor, no vanquished. You did not create any commission for them. But what did you do? You took all their money. All the money they had, you said it is worth 20 pounds. So the person that had 1,000 pounds cost 20 pounds. The person that had 20,000 pounds, then they did not do anything for them. The people, which kind of country? Why are we? And we are arguing over it. It's a pity. There's no hope. If we are arguing over injustice, there's no hope. The problem with Nigeria is people see the reality, see the truth. They can't say it because lies have been put upon lies, and the bias is on our mind that we cannot even see the truth and say, look, we make no progress. Unfortunately, what people don't realize is this: the same people that initiated all these things now look at their regions. Are we not realizing that the thing is spreading everywhere? This whole thing is spreading. Oh, they are dividing these people. They are trying to make them feel small. There's no need. And what we should realize today in Nigeria is that If Nigeria wants to stay together, this whole idea of, okay, we are going to Abuja to, it's not going to work. The North is self-sufficient. The North can feed the whole of Africa. That is the truth. The North can feed the whole of Africa. Every region in Nigeria is sufficient enough to exist. But this whole idea of divide, we are still arguing on the faulty foundation. The Senate is still arguing on the and us here, they're supposed to be writing, coming up with ways that will make Nigeria progressive. We are arguing on that faulty foundation. Somebody is across the river, your brother. Look at the people in Oyibo, the place you call Oyibo, they've changed to Oyibo. The same people, they answer the same name. Some of them are in Abia State, some of them are in River. Oh, you've divided them. Tell them they are not brothers. These are relatives. When Nigeria was about to invade the Niger Republic, is it not the same northerners that say, no, they are our brothers across the line? Those are our brothers, don't go and fight them. But all of us here will be saying, oh, they're not my brother. Which kind of, well, look, I'm disappointed that the arguments we are having are baseless on injustice. We should have arguments on truth. And if we cannot go back and tell ourselves the reality, the truth, then look, there's no hope for Nigeria. Thank you.
Let me just share this link before we go to the next person. I'm sure it's a giant. He's going to say a lot. Righteous man, I will be coming to you so that you give your comment before AY goes. Let me just share this information so that we get a better idea of what we are talking about. Look at the allocations of in Nigeria. Delta has the highest by a long shot, and something tells me that it's mostly the river.
The highest what? Sorry, I can't see.
Allocation. Let me zoom in again. So they have the highest allocation in Nigeria by a long shot. Then you have River State, Akwa Ibom, and if you look at all these places, creating this in another state there. That's why I was asking.
Can you also share revenue derivation from each state?
Yes, I will share that. That's GDP.
So that we'll compare how much is being derived from the state, how much is being given to the state.
Yeah, GDP
and
per state.
What year figure is this, please?
I think 2023 figures. So these are it's quite a lot of them come from the south. The proportionate amount of them come from heavyweights, the south. Then before you start getting some northern states and all the rest, then you start getting southeast. Now look at the demographics of Nigeria. This is why the submission that Jagun made was a little bit not taking some people into account. Like these Ibibio people, for the life of me, I don't know why they are so silent in Nigeria. Nobody hears about them. Ibibio, they make up 3.5% of the population in Nigeria, and they are right there in the east. Next to River State, Imo State, and all the rest. They are right there. And you have the TIV, they're just above them. So the point I was trying to make is that when people say Southeast, they just assume it's only one people there. It's not only one people there. There are quite a lot of different people in that area, including Ijo and all kinds of different weird, like Urobo. Urobo is not Ijo. Urobo is not Igbo. They're just their own people. And there are quite many. I was surprised how many there are.
According to this ethnic population that you just shared now, did you actually believe that Fulani is much in number than Ibibio?
Yes, Fulani is 6%. Okay. Fulani is 6%. I don't know why.
You believe that, forefathers?
Go and see how. Have you checked their family sizes? Go and check.
If you believe it, you can believe anything.
Okay, I believe anything then. I see. You know, the thing about these numbers is that you can't. It's hard to hide from them because the data is there now. It's not. We keep saying there's no data. There's data.
Please, can you share revenue derivation from each state to the federal government?
Let me find that.
Please, revenue.
The data comes from, like right now. If I was in Nigeria, I don't worry too much about census. I would watch the bank accounts, watch the NIN numbers, watch the health numbers, watch all those things. You will know who is who. You will know from all those things.
Unfortunately, they wouldn't do that.
Who's Righteous Man?
Please help us share revenue derivation from each state.
Yeah, I'm looking for it. Righteous Man, please go ahead. Then AY can contribute.
Yeah, Ekene, you got good points, but you made some mistakes. Okay. There had never been a time Delta State, Asaba, was part of the Southeast. they were part of the Western region. I mean, Middle-Western region. At least my assistant in the office then when I was working is from Ogwashuku. I used to travel to Ogwashuku to eat pounded yam and the rest of it. So Asaba had never been part of the Southeastern region. It's Midwestern region, you know. So let me just correct it. It may be an oversight anyway.
But Asaba is Igbo, right?
Yeah, they are. We are not denying that. But in region, when you are partitioning, since the time of the colonial master, they have never put Asaba under the Southeastern region. It has always been Midwestern region, you know. So we have to put the history.
Righteous man, we're not talking about region now. We're talking about ethnicity. Igbo, Asaba is Igbo. Just the way if you go to Ebonyi State, there is this part of Ebonyi State that are not Igbo speaking, but they are in Ebonyi State. They are not Igbos, but they are in Ebonyi State.
Yes.
Being in Ebonyi State doesn't make them Igbo. They are not Igbos. Originally, they are not Igbos.
I'm in Nigeria and my identity is not hidden. I am from Imo State. I don't hide my identity because I'm not a criminal. So listen,
are you saying that those that hide their identities are criminals?
No, it's a personal opinion. I'm talking about myself.
Oh, okay.
I am just saying that if there is any person that should gratefully accept what you're saying, at least I should be one of them because I'm from Imo State. I'm not hiding where I'm coming from. Okay? I'm a born Imo indigene, a free citizen of Imo indigene, and a citizen of Nigeria. I have no criminal record and nobody is looking for me for any crime. Okay? So I support the creation of one additional state to the southeast. But to say Asaba was part of the eastern region, I say capital no, because I am a student of history. It has never been. Okay?
I agree with you. You overflowed that. I agreed already. It was a slip from my side. But
that's the beauty of Kene. When he knows he's wrong, he admits very quickly. So let me show you what you were asking for, Kene.
Father, I have not finished.
Oh, okay. I'm not finished. I wanted to show Kene what he was asking. Okay, let me take it back. Go ahead. Finish what you were saying. Sorry about that.
Yeah. Forefather, we know that you love argument. But for the sake of listeners and people who want to have this platform as a channel of education, you know, learning and contributing, we enjoy the way. I'm not saying you should be like Okija, but when Okija handled this platform moderated last time, it was so beautiful. Nobody wanted to leave the platform, you know. It was going like eating amala with a wedu. Please, can you reduce the time you use in interjecting, interrupting, and making people feel they don't know what they are talking about? Allow them to make their submission. At the end of the day, you can counter it or support it. But interjecting them,
and he interject only me. He cut me off all the time.
No, but sometimes righteous man, even you see what people don't notice is that when I checked it, Dr. Damages, he does interrupt people because they respect him. You don't respect me, that's why he don't like me interrupted. He does interrupt.
No, we don't like you. No. Forefather, we respect you, but try to listen to us. Okay, let's assume you are the president now. You must listen to the people that you are governing. You must listen to the people that are your subject and learn from them so that you can be a better leader. You know, we're not saying we don't respect you, but you overdo things and it's not okay. My people used to say, "Okenye no, ewu amanogu bu ajo okenye." Let me interpret it. An old man that is in the house and see a goat rope himself to a tree without losing it. That old man is a bad old man, you know. So at least with some of us have crossed 50 years of age, going to 60. We must be able at any time point out whatever that we see has not been a good thing, you know, in this platform. And I can tell you, we respect you, we love you, but your leadership when it comes to anchoring this program is not the best. It brings a drawback and makes it look as if we are not serious in this platform. You know, that's just by the way. You know, we love you. So,
okay, you're still making a point. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, please. Some people on the comment section have been saying, "Oh, righteous man, you look drained. Righteous man, you are feeling too big." Passat wrote, he said, "Take heart, please." See, when you are a father, you will feel for others. When you are a father, what touches another person touches you. Just like the children that are dying in Gaza. Anytime I see this on television screen, it bothers me. They don't need to be Christians. They don't need to be Jews. They need to live because they are humans. They have blood and water flowing in their body. Okay? So the condition of that little baby really touched my soul and my spirit today. And it really made me feel bad, because if Nigeria is working, General Hospital would have not turned them away. If Nigeria is working, private hospital wouldn't charge that humongous amount of money they are calling, knowing that this young boy and young girl just got married. They are not rich. They are not well-to-do. They are just struggling to make a living, you know, and their baby is almost giving up just because of surgery that they need to carry out. That is the reason why my face looked the way it looked. I am downcasted. I know if I'd been in that position I used to be before, is something I can close my eyes and feel the bill, which I was doing before, you know, and doing it without complaint, because I know things were working perfectly okay in Nigeria then. That is the reason why I am the way I am today. But so many people here have asked of the account of the baby or the parents. So many have asked of my phone number. I have displayed there, but if you need the account, I will send it to you. The mother's account of the baby in the hospital, I can send it to you. If you need clarification, you can send somebody to see them in the hospital where they are. You know, for those who wants to make any contribution, you are free. Whatever we do for humanity, we've done it for ourselves and for God. Jesus said in the Bible, I was sick and I came to you and you rejected me. I was hungry and when I came, you didn't feed me. And they were asking him, Master, when did you come to me? He said, that poor man that came to you was me. You know, I heard one Muslim sheikh preaching one day. He said, if Christians were living by the words of Jesus Christ, that this world would be a better place. And I agree with him totally, you know. So let's be human. Let's have the feeling of others. It may be well with us today. Look at your neighbor who is not feeling that goodness you're feeling, and also have a sympathy for him or her.
Forefathers, can I just chip something? You know, righteous man, you're my brother. We're all here.
Maska, we are waiting for forefathers to share a list of, you know, to show us how the revenue is being generated from each and every state in Nigeria. He shared the allocation. We want the revenue.
But that is okay, Kene. But I mean, I'm trying to talk about what righteous man, if you would allow me, forefathers. Righteous man, I think what you need to do, even before this show goes too far, maybe you need to confirm how much this surgery will cost in total. Put out some detail and the account number. 450,000.
Yes.
Which hospital is it?
In Lagos, I don't know the name of the hospital, but they are in one hospital.
No, so that's what I mean. A phone call, just get additional details so that people can quickly put together support, and then this issue would be dealt with. That's all I'm saying. Rather than us belaboring the issue, what is required is numbers now, the amount, the place, what will be the thing, so that people who are going to give their money, they have a clear understanding what they are giving out for. And when the 450 is reached, people can be told, okay, no, there's enough money. Thank you.
Has Dr. Damage been informed about this? Because it would have been best to run this through him first. I'm sure you have contact with him, righteous man, to run it through him, so that, because I think he did say something about the confusion that can come with money for him and money for this. Nobody needs financial wahala. So let's try to keep things clean and proper. That said, I think Kene is not going to let me rest until I share that detail.
That because you always talk about allocation. Please share.
It's an allocation you had, righteous man. You are making it a whole submission. Come on, let's be reasonable here.
So you spent 45 minutes with Ekene. You spent 45 minutes with Ekene. I was timing you.
I not me. It's Ekene. You put it on me.
No, you were interjecting Ekene. You caused it.
Thank you, righteous man.
I agree with you. That maybe that is true. But I will want to move to the next person. We'll come back.
No. You can't rob me. It is my turn. I waited patiently here.
You had your turn. You know you had your turn.
I have not my turn. For the cause of it.
See,
from what you just said now, right?
I didn't time you. Just hold on for a second. The first time you spoke, righteous man, I didn't time you. You finished talking. So just because some other person decided to talk longer, doesn't mean that you have to come back and take more turn. That they are now cheating you. Let's be reasonable.
That's correct. The forefathers, you shared the revenue sharing formula for 2023, and you are sharing the derivation for 2022. That is not.
So you want me to share the 2023 crazy one?
No, for the sake
crazy
of
one where the economy accounts crazy.
For the sake of argument,
yes,
you should synchronize.
The same year, please.
If you want to share 2022,
it's not easy to find this shit. It's not easy to find.
Okay, we can even make do with this one.
Yeah, you can have an idea of the shit.
Yeah, we can even make do with this one. So, Nigeria federal government use federal government money to build refinery in Kaduna, and that is why Kaduna is in number 7.
Okay, but
so
if you look at this list here,
now show me from number 1 to number 14. How many northern states did you see there?
14. Okay, let's see whether Kano is there.
Okay, so forefathers.
Yeah.
Can I say something to Eken?
Yes, Maska.
Okay, let me remove this so you can. Yeah, please go ahead. I think is we have to remember AY.
What's your point? What's your point, Eken, that there's no northern state there?
Yes, my point is northern states are parasites. There are the relationship between the southern and the northern state is a parasitic relationship. I will defend whatever I say.
It's okay, let him finish.
I will defend whatever I say. It's parasitic relationship, and for that, for being a parasite, you don't dictate for the owners of the item that you are enjoying, right? So if you are a parasite, you have to accord yourself some respect and allow others to thrive. Now, you having 7 states, you're having 6 states on each region, right? But you don't want the actual people that you are benefiting from to have equal state as you. That is the problem. So that mentality that they would dictate for everybody is what I'm kicking against. Yeah, it is okay. It is what it is. But you have 6 states, you have 7 states.
But so I take your point just to you. My response to you, Ekene, will be twofold. Okay.
Yes.
First, I think you are looking at things wrongly.
Okay.
The reality is that the whole country as a nation, if you look at the IGR, I can put it to you that it's not a function of the way the economy is that tells you what is generated. It's the function of the type of leadership in all these places. You can argue that. This is my own opinion also.
I can even argue that. I can even give you reasons why what you just said now is not correct. For example, in Enugu State, we have Nigerian brewer in Enugu State. So Nigeria derive revenue from Nigerian brewers. We have one in Anambra. I don't know. I think we have some in Lagos as well. So revenues are being generated from these brewers, right? Now, if you come to Kano, you dare not even sell alcohol, not talk of having brewer in Kano. Niger State, the same. Zamfara, same. And some other northern states, right? And the fact that this state, Kano, Niger State, Zamfara, is not just monolithic state. You have other ethnic groups. You have other religious groups there. You have Christians. Actually, in Niger State, the population of Christians are two-thirds of the Muslims, but they ban sales of
I think
alcohol, and
you are
Christians
muttering
drink
too many
alcohol.
things up.
Now,
So
you don't
take it
generate
easy.
revenue from those states,
slow down.
but you enjoy the revenues generated from other states. From the same alcohol is being distributed to you, and you enjoy it. But in your own state, oh, hold on, Chichi, have this girl, please. In other states, the revenue generated from other states is being allocated to you in the north, and you enjoy that. This from the same alcohol sales or production, right? That is the injustice that we shouldn't be allowing, and that is what we are kicking against. I don't have anything against the north. I'm a northern indigenous.
No, okay. So
let me even put it that way, right?
You are trying to convince me that it's simply because not as a region is a parasitic region. That's why internally generated revenues are not sufficient. But I hear what you're talking about is making a case where alcohol, you're making it sound as a dominant source of income. This is what I hear you argue.
No.
Because all your argument is about alcohol.
I just started an example with one out of many, right? Now, Maska, you're a Nigerian, a true northerner. Let's be frank, with each other here. On that list, we saw Katsina and Kano. Tell me the revenue being generated from Katsina and from what? Katsina, for example.
I don't know from Katsina, but I can tell you from Kano.
Nothing. Just to tell you that number you are seeing there is a falsified number. Katsina is not supposed to be there. There's nothing to be generated from Katsina. Nothing. If you say Sokoto, I will agree with you because Sokoto produce onions. They have companies in Sokoto few.
So this is my argument.
So what is the revenue being generated from Katsina?
Hold on, Kenny, hold on. You are just reconfirming my argument that the mentality is a warped mentality. Okay? When I was young, every single cattle is taxed. From cattle alone, if you tax cattle in Katsina, you should have enough money. My argument simply is that the leaders we put in place, they are not up to the task. The reality is that they simply sit down in their offices and wait for the time they go and collect allocations. And it's not a northern issue. You can deceive yourself, but southeastern governors are guilty of the same thing. If they put their thinking hat together and look at the economies that we have, even from palm oil alone, that region will be generating a lot of billions of dollars. Forget about the north. This argument is a warped argument.
No,
Master, that we are
I agree with you. I agree with you on this, right?
In 30 seconds, I will land
it. Yeah, we need to devise other ways of generating
just give
revenue.
Me 30 seconds so that I can land.
But from what we have at hand now, there is a lopsidedness there, right?
Allow him to land now.
Okay, go ahead. Sorry. I'm not that person that interject people. Go ahead.
Okay. So the point simply. The point I'm simply landing on, Ekene, is that we should try as much as possible to avoid what I call warped thinking. Because once you stop looking at the people in front of you, you start looking at other people, you fall into the same pitch. I am not happy with my state governor as Kano. I believe they can generate much more. The idea that they are generating more than Katsina is not enough for.
Okay.
No, from the list, actually, Katsina claimed to generate more than Kano.
Let me show you something. I think, Maska, you are not necessarily doing this argument. Look at the GDP per state, and if you look at their revenue, they don't correlate, do they?
No, I'm not trying to argue. I'm not trying to argue a point for fathers. All I'm trying to is to correct Ekene's thinking that the idea that these people are generating. The point is that the people that today are at the helm of affairs in all the states across the country, they are not doing a good work at generating income. That's all.
Okay, now let's look at this. If you look at Lagos, is by far the #1 GDP per capita. That's GDP in Nigeria. Rivers State, Akwa Ibom, Imo State, and Anambra State. You see, now these two states that appear amongst the top 10, from the southeast, they are disproportionately not donating enough to the Nigerian coffers. If you want to look at it from that point of view, Kene, what would you call it? They get more resources, but they don't donate as much to the Nigerian coffers. So there's a lot of wealth being generated there, but not enough in terms of IGR generated for the nation. So
okay, so I didn't actually no forefathers revenue derivation from this state to the federal government is what I asked. It is not internally generated revenue.
Yeah, but the
ones that are being donated, the one that is being given to the federal government is what I asked.
That is true. But you use that matrix to call the not parasites. When
yes,
in reality,
you know why I will call them parasites, unless you prove me otherwise here by showing us how much they contribute to the federal government. That is what we want to see, not how much they generate in their own state. How much do the federal government get from each and every state? That is what we want to see, because you shared allocation. You share allocation to each state. Now share contribution from each state to the federal government. That is where we will be making sense here.
I showed you that to you, and I showed you the allocation. And the allocation, they are not exactly getting that much allocation. Like, you're making it look like they don't donate a lot, but they get a lot of allocation. They don't look at it. Yes,
exactly. That is what it is.
Look at the list of allocation here. Just look at it again.
Just two states, Katsina and Kano, from the northern state.
I think this is IGR. Where's the allocation one? Again?
Fall on the list of top 20.
This one is IGR. This one is this thing. Where is that allocation, Wahala? Okay, I think this one is allocation. Okay, look at the allocation now. This is 6th. This thing. And now look at this in IGR for the distinct states. It's 9th. So it's not that displaced from its position.
Forefathers. Do you know the difference between IGR and federal contribution? I don't know the name they call it. Internally generated revenue is for the states.
Yes.
Then how much do these states give to the federal government, contribute to the federal government? So that is what we want to know.
Can I help you?
What do they call that? What do they call that?
Forefathers.
I don't even know. Economics should help us.
That's GDP. Then you can that on that GDP.
Okay, GDP, right?
Can somebody else talk?
So forefather, what Ekene is saying is, what Ekene is trying to find out is, in terms of what each state is contributing, we are a federal structure. Bayelsa has oil. This is what they are contributing to the federal coffers from the oil generated from Bayelsa. Delta State has oil. This is what they are contributing. Ondo State has bitumen. This is what they are contributing. Now, Zamfara has gold. How much of that gold is going into the federal coffers?
God bless you.
So, Katsina has cattle, like what Maska said. How much of that cattle is going into the federal coffers? That's what we're saying. That's what he's saying.
Okay, so you see, Olumide, thank you for that argument. Thank you. So, Kene, what I'm trying to draw your attention to is that if we engage each other on this argument at that level, we miss the point. And what is that point? The truth is that if Katsina has gold and is not contributing to the federal government, who do you think is enjoying this gold? You think it's the poor man in Zamfara?
The rich political elite.
Wait. You think Zamfara sit down and share that gold to the poor people?
So, Maska, that is fine. We don't need to fight over it. That is why we should
That's the point I'm making, that if you carry on this argument and put it on the table, you're missing the whole point.
Let's talk about the issue. If you don't talk about the issue,
Olumide Junior wants your attention.
Sorry?
I think your son was behind you a moment ago.
So what I'm trying to say is that let's deal with the issue. If you don't talk about the issue, it doesn't get dealt with. The fact that the man that is
and sorry, Olumide, let me add on top of the point I'm making. If you take the state that generates or gets even the highest IGR, let's say Lagos, for instance, a lot has been said about the quantum of this IGR that is going into private pockets. Are you okay with it? Just because Lagos is number one on the IGR list, you're not worried about what happens to the money? Is that the issue now?
Masca, which brings us to the question: let the people elect their leaders. When they elect who they want, the person that is there that is supposed to hand over to the next person will not force his protege on us just to cover things up. When things are laid bare in the open, we all see it. That is what is called a free and civil society. Let us not back wrongdoing.
No, I will totally agree with you, Olumide, on that point. I will totally agree with you. Where I will push back is an argument where we will engage in contrasting the North and the South. There's nothing like the North. There's nothing like the South.
So,
it's all figments of people's imagination.
Masca, as a matter of fact, Masca, the North may not contribute as much as the South contributes. Does not mean that the potential is not there. You understand? It doesn't mean that tomorrow they can overtake the South with what they have. You understand? Look at Japan, for instance. No natural resources. You understand? They are the third largest economy in the world. What do they sell? They sell intellect. They sell technology. You understand? They export their brains to the whole world. We have Toyota today, #1 car manufacturing company in the world. We have so many things. You understand? We can get there. It doesn't really matter. We can get there.
Yeah, but for us to get there, Olumide, for us to get there, we need to understand.
This way, right? Let me just add one thing.
We are all advocating for. We are all advocating for a broader.
See, I just want to inject something. You know, when he said the North can contribute, the North doesn't have to necessarily contribute more than the South. In the UK, the Romans developed the South of the UK. Until today, that divide has not ended.
No, forefathers, when the North, I agree with you, they must not necessarily contribute as much as the South. But when they are deliberately, right, shutting down ways of generating income or revenue from their state is something that we should be concerned about. For example, Baska told us that. Yeah, I will tell you. I'm loaded today. I will tell you. See, Baska told us that.
Let's hear the evidence that they are.
Hold on. Yes, I will show you the evidence. Mascas they told us here that that the cows or the cattle in the North pay tax to the state, right? Now we also have a way in the North and another avenue where they will be able to generate income, but they are shutting it down. For example, in the North, just as they are calling for building of ranches in the South for the Fulani cattle, as ever. In the North, any of the state governors encourage the rearing of pigs, give money to the people, I don't know what they call them, people that rear kids, right? And pigs, to build, what they call them?
Pens?
To build something like, you know, just as they have ranch for the pigs so that they will be able to produce these pigs in large quantity.
If you go
but they will never do that. You know why? Pig is haram, is forbidden according to Islam. Forgetting that the state is made up of both Muslim, Christians, non-traditional religious believers, traditional believers, and non-believers. So they are shutting it down. You dare not rear pigs in the North. They will actually, you know, dog like that. Dog will be a very good business in Cross River. Why not produce dogs in the North and then export it to the Cross River right area and sell it for good money?
You know how many
but they will not do
donkeys?
that. So they're trying to shut down ways that they will be able to generate income. Is a problem. But they turn around and enjoy income from, you know, revenue from other places. Why not encourage them to generate revenue in their own state and contribute to the government? That is the problem.
And the question I'm asking you, Kene, what state are you from?
Shutting down ways of generating income, but you are enjoying from others.
Okay, enough. See, I think let's people can talk before.
Kene, what state are you from?
Master, hold on. Before
my state?
Master comes for me.
Yes.
I am from Anioma Delta State.
You see that?
Okay, it's all right.
Anioma Southeast.
Stop it, Kenny. AY, please. I apologize for the kind of you know, these people is there. Whenever Kenny is here, he doesn't let people talk.
No problem.
He goes for 1 hour. Okay, please go ahead.
I'm actually surprised the amount of time you give to Kede. If you guys have spent 5 hours here, I think he spent 2 hours.
Oh yeah, please go ahead. Please go ahead. Leave him.
One of the things I wanted to correct, Righteous Man luckily has corrected that. I think recently, Kene has started watching Biafra radio too much. That is what is actually confusing him sometimes. I know he's a smart boy, but he just don't want to understand the history himself he's talking about. Righteous Man has corrected that. On the issue of state creation, I don't think Nigeria state were really created by geographical region, like geographical region, but not in terms of ethnicity, right? But I think it would be fair if the Southeast can have a state, genuinely, they should have it. But the other thing we need to look at is most of these states, they are not viable. The argument we make it here right now, this has been my position on things, it doesn't even make sense. Even the state you are calling, let me tell you, without the federal government allocation, go and check, close to 30 states of Nigeria cannot survive. We need to understand this issue. I remember
Then let's
like
shut
20...
Gombe down then.
Hey, don't interject me, Kenneth. Don't do that. You need to keep quiet. Don't interject me.
Please.
You need to know why I'm saying some of this argument we are making. We need to put our eyes on the ball. We actually missing a big point here. 20 years ago, when we were in university in Nigeria, there was this argument of, oh, ABU is the best school in Nigeria. AOU is the best school. Unibank is the best school. Uniport. I used to tell my class, these are nonsense talk. Nonsense. Not because I was not attending the best school in Nigeria, but what you call the best, you go to these schools, people are sitting in the lab, they don't have places to attend lectures. But you say calling it the best school. Yes. Why are you calling it the best school? They don't have labs. That's why we are where we are today. That is the same argument we are coming here to.
Which school do you attend in Nigeria?
Hold on. I attended the University of Benin. Hold on. So you need to know that. Hold on. So that is still the argument we are coming here to make, that my state is better. My state is producing demand. Listen, the solution to Nigeria problem, we need to draw a line. Peter Obi said it all. From consumption to production. Like what some people have alluded here is, most of the states, the reason why they are not performing, these governors will get into power, they will go and sit in Abuja, sit in Lagos and be taking state money, is because they go to Abuja every month to collect allocation. This nonsense needs to stop. By the time this will stop, restructure this whole system. Let each state produce what they are getting. Trust me, the governors will sit up. But instead of us to get into this kind of argument that will be productive, we're ending up, oh, the state from the north, the state from the east, state from the south. These states we are also talking about, the criminals are all over, stealing the resources of this state. But the argument again is about my tribe is better. If your governor are so rich, your state is so, why are your governors complaining? Why are you not holding them accountable? What are they doing for their state? How many governors in Nigeria from 1999 go and take a list that will be bold that said, I did my job diligently, I was able to raise the state revenue, I did my job, I was able to have even excess budget. But again, it's about the tribe. Now me fine pass.
Nobody is calling tribe.
Hold on, Olumide.
You haven't said anything different from what anybody has said here.
Hold on, Olumide. So we need to pay attention to the issues. The issues are very serious. The poor people, the common man are suffering across board in all these states. I understand, but look at us here. I can say all of us here, probably we are from different states as we are on this board. What are you benefiting from your state? How many of our family are working with the state? What are we benefiting? Most of us, the answer is no. So we need to look at the bigger issue. But when you say this, people say the way people are stealing gold in Zamfara, that is the way these criminals are stealing oil in the Niger Delta area. We need to understand this issue. If you know our oil that is good, we can't even meet OPEC quota. We need to understand this problem. The problem are so big. Who are the people? Even the Niger Delta military that were fighting. Oh, they fighting for Niger Delta people. They were fighting for their pocket. Most of them are billionaires. Poor people are still there. I just pray. My sincere prayer is we have a leader that will understand the issues we have in Nigeria, that will open his mind to look at this issue across board and work for the people. That is where we will know that we will not be coming here and be having all this kind of discussion. But the most important thing, Nigeria needs to be restructured very fast and stop this governor from going to Abuja to collect money. Let them take care of their resources. Thank you.
Can I ask
Otherwise, actually, I'm surprised that you went to school 20 years ago, because before now I was thinking that you are part of those Gen Zs that don't have respect for elders. You know, but
can I please
Can
can I
you?
ask this question?
Yeah, please. If not now.
Can I, if I boss you?
So fast at turn.
Oh my
You know, I
God.
mute him, and he's
Oh
so
my
fast
God.
at unmuting himself, and he doesn't move. How do you even do it? It's like he's testing on the unmute himself. Please go ahead if not now.
I'm really wondered why the Senate is actually having this conversation, and I think that it's deliberate because they see that the country is interested in a certain direction, and some of those things are just distraction. How do I know that it's distraction? I don't think there's any kind of debate they will have there that will eventually lead to creation of additional states. They're just throwing it out there. Because for all that we've identified as the problem, do you think that if the Senate started discussing or debating resource control, is there any region that will want to have more states created for them? Would there be benefit? I don't think there's going to be any incentive for you to ask for more states if we decide to do away with the sharing formula and begin to talk about resource control. Each state control your resources. Will a state like Zamfara allow criminals to steal their gold if there's resource control? I don't think it's going to happen. So we know the solution to a complex problem, but we lack the political will to, pronounce that solution and implement it. That is the problem with public good. When you remove the hand of the federal government in all those things, and the state become accountable and start looking for ways to be sustainable, they have to manage their resources. They have to make sure that there is no economic loss or sabotage in their state. Because the governors will declare people that are engaging in such activities as their public enemies. But today, the Zamfara State governor doesn't even really see that illegal mining of gold and stuff like that as economic sabotage that affects him personally. Because there is, like Maska said, there is always, I think most of them even live in Abuja to start with. So that's the problem.
Thank you. I'm not 100% convinced that just because you give them their own state, they are going to suddenly start producing this thing. Because we have something is wrong with our head.
I didn't say give them their state. I said the incentive why people are asking for more state is because of the sharing formula.
Okay.
That's the incentive.
Okay. But I would have thought that the sharing formula so far favors the states that produce most of the resources in Nigeria. They are giving to Delta.
No, there are states that don't produce anything.
Look at it.
And so,
if you create an Anioma State, for instance, today, and the people that are advocating for Anioma State know that if you are creating the state from today, or say Orlu State, from today, next month, for instance, they are not going to Abuja to look for money. Setting up the structure to run the state is going to be generated internally. Do you understand? The same thing applies to every other state. I'm just saying for the sake of argument. Do you think that they will be
But Steph,
If you do it that way,
what
that
I
is
want to
wickedness.
also draw our
If you
attention
give them
is we
state,
need
you
to
have
be
to
very
support
clear.
them to
I'm
structure
not
first.
saying no. That's that we are saying the same thing again. What I'm saying is that, assuming that what is in practice today, that the country is restructured, and government is not sharing resources every month, that the incentive to ask for more states will not really be there.
Exactly.
Yeah,
I think that is where AY makes sense today. AY is now coming back to what the Biafrans have been advocating for, which is in the autonomy of states.
Ekele, I'm not with you. I'm not with you on Biafra.
Leave him.
Keep your Biafra to
I think that the people in Anioma will lose money if Ikene is right that they are in the Delta North. That is not the region where the oil is coming from, so they will lose money because Delta is getting the highest allocation in the
But you see, Father, when we talk like this is where the problem comes from. Because the idea is that some people in the state, there's some sort of sharing formula for every citizen of a state. This money goes into the coffers of a couple of individuals. And we sit down here and we talk as if this money goes to people, goes to citizens.
Yeah.
Masca is not just the sharing formula.
Listening to this kind of logic.
Yeah, Masca is not just the sharing formula. Sharing formula is one among many other reasons why they are calling for additional state. For example, like I said it earlier, they are calling for additional state because they are being marginalized in the voting power too. If they go to the National Assembly, for example, they have they don't have voting power as much as the Northwest and Northeast.
Okay,
right?
so ask yourself, Kenny, what is it that the Southeast senators wanted to vote for? What is it that they wanted to vote for that they didn't get? But you forget one thing. Most of these
you are now being specific with Southeast. We're talking about South, for example. One thing that they want to be voted for is, for example, one that is still in the pipeline is regional system. You and I know that recently they're talking about regional system of governance in that country, and the northern politicians are kicking against it. If it comes to voting now, they are going to have more voting power than the South. So to balance this,
the point has been made. This thing. Let's move to the next person. John Abba, thank you for joining us. Let's try to tamp this thing down because I think Masca is right. Let's focus on what is going to actually give us something instead of arguing amongst ourselves. John Abba, please go ahead.
Let the next person continue because somebody is on the phone here. So let the person continue. So I don't.
Sikal Keller, you are one of the luckiest people to join the panel because the moment you came in, it's your turn somehow. I don't know whether you are a friend of Mahmoud or something. I don't know, but it's all right. Please go ahead.
Okay, you can hear me clearly?
Loud and clear.
Yes. Okay, greetings to everyone. Thank you for having me. I just want to contribute quickly to the brother who was talking about how the resources are not evenly distributed among the states. So I know very well there's something called VAT, the value added tax. So that's one of the way the federal government generate revenue from each state. So let's take Anambra State, for example, that have a breweries company that produces alcohol. So the federal government will take tax from that company that produces alcohol. But when the federal government is giving allocation, they will give some of that tax money to Zamfara. But Zamfara does not want alcohol. Zamfara ban alcohol. Zamfara will burn down alcohol, but the VAT collected from alcohol in Zamfara, from Anambra, Zamfara wants some of it. That's not correct. So let the northern states that want to work on religious law reject the VAT from alcohol companies, because you can reject that part of production and then still be collecting money from it. It's not fair to the people in the South. So that's one thing I wanted to point out. Now, to people who are saying this is not a North-South thing, we should just discuss the incompetence of leadership. That's true, but you must know every problem, there are different layers. There are different factors. There is a factor of incompetent leadership. There's also a factor of the very wrong arrangement of the structure of the country. That's another factor you must talk about. And until you fix that, the issue of Southeast wanting more states, all of you know the state you have now were created by military leader from the North. They did not create them based on justice. They created them based on their own agenda. So you shouldn't be complaining today if other people are saying we need more states because there are more northern representation in the assembly and certain law cannot be passed. So I think the different layers of problem must be discussed without suspicion. That's my submission.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sakal. Thank you.
Yeah, and if Janaba is not speaking,
Yeah,
okay,
I'm
go ahead,
available
Janaba.
now. All right. Thank you, fellow panelists and watchers and some of my people on the chat section. I came in because of some of statement that, in summary to all, I can say that we, the diasporans, are the problem that is facing Nigeria. We are almost like a terrorist to our mother's land. And that is very disappointing because every nation, if you watch, most people make a difference in their land from outside the country and push back by a good organization that mean well for all the people. Because their motive is to make sure there is fairness, equities, and justice for all. Do we accomplish it all the way? No, but there will be certain impact in that agenda to unite the people. Because the more united we are, the better we can share our resources, and the better we know ourselves, and first and foremost, by as a human being and of the same race, than this divisive rhetoric that often sound like we are against the certain people, we've been taken advantage, and all of those things can be a legitimate dialogue, but it cannot come from a few approach that almost a sentiment of division instead of sounding it like, okay, if I have my differences with you, it's okay as a family to come together and iron it. But when we are feeling without sitting down, it doesn't make us a better human being, and it doesn't make you a tough person. I've had so many, I've been listening, so I had all of the conversation. But end of the day, I was even hearing about Dangote issue and all of that. Nobody hold anybody if you think it's a monopoly. Of course, nobody wants certain thing, but in life is that what we should know is that if you know what to do and you know you mean it, whether for bad or for good, go ahead and do it. That's the measure of a man. Complaining and without strategy, without execution of the plan that you are agitating for, end of the day, you end up locked up. Now, as I summarize, those people for EndSars, I thank God for Shehu to speak about it on the 12th, which is the Democracy Day, according to them. Where are they today? How many people have heard about them since they get locked up? Because the organization was based on shallow, and that is what Black people normally do, most of us. We organize something temporarily without looking deep into it. If there was enough organization that would have money set aside, a lawyer to pursue the case, because we should know that in African space and Nigerian space, they will come after you regardless. And then we quickly get burned out and we get scared and we walk away because we don't have that resources and we're not that organized. If we're going to make a forward and not putting people against each other, then the next thing we, the diaspora, must have a common goal we are pursuing. Not every Saturday we come here and argue and antagonize each other. And as I summarize now, some people are asking for Rudolph Okonkwo. His elder brother Pansa sent him to hell. So I think when he come back, he will tell us how hell look like. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. Mazi Prince, thank you for joining us.
Yeah, forefathers, I don't even have much to say, and I'm just kind of like recovering. I'm okay. I'm just recovering, but I'm just taking some good rest. But what I will play with you is, Kenneth, thank you for all you said. I'm totally in support of what you've said. AY, you are not Anioma, so don't claim to be Anioma. Be on your lane and leave us alone. Okay, leave us alone. We want to join. We want to join Southeast. Yes, we want to join
I'm on
Southeast.
your mouth.
It's not. It's not. It's not about. It's not
Mazi
about.
Priest,
Right.
you are not the spokesman for Anioma.
Don't. I am, because I am
I
from
will
the
go mute
main.
the pig myself.
I am from the main place. I'm from the main place,
You are not
Asaba,
the
Oko
spokesman.
Asaba. So you not, if you are from Agbo, you can join Delta. You can join the Shekiris and the Urubus. Leave us alone. We want to join Southeast. You guys leave us alone. What is it? What is in there? Can we just have our own?
Thank
Not
you,
If
a
our
Prince.
people
senator.
were
Thank
You
you.
are not a rep.
if our people were killed, slaughtered, shot at, then why can't we join the people that they accuse us of being? Why can't we join them? Leave us alone, please. Enough bloodshed, enough said. It's not anybody. We don't care about the money. Okay, the robots and the Ishakiris can drink the oil money. We don't need that nonsense. Since Delta has created, what have they even been able to do? Even the Delta, what do you call it? The capital, Asaba. If not those from Anambra and from other states that came in there to develop it, what have the main Delta people, Urubos and all that, what have they been able to do? All they know how to do is to grab power. Right now, the governor is developing, he said his main concentration is to develop his own side. Because he knows that after him, that it will take forever for another person to come. And I bet you that another person that is going to come is not going to come from Asaba or environment. He's also going to come from their own side. Okawa that came, Okawa is not Asaba.
Mazi Priest, before you lose it completely, I have never mentioned anything Anioma and not Igbo or not Igbo. I didn't make mention of that. So you need to withdraw that statement. I thought you were joking.
About what?
The way you are talking, that's rude.
I said when you said no.
I never said anything about I never said anything. Everybody is here. I never
look at AY talking about being
what
rude.
you said. Listen to what you said. You said when they come here to talk about tribe, and I've never accused you. Listen, when Kenny was you talking about what Kenny said, and Kenny is talking about Anioma being a state.
You want to jump into the lagoon? It's not my business.
AY, stop interrupting him. Stop interjecting him. Behave like an adult, please.
You are taking it serious. I'm not interested in that discussion.
No,
I never said anything about Anioma, so you can't come here and talk nonsense and you want to go free.
Are you taking my time now?
AY, why are you being rude?
My time now or what? Are you taking my time now or what?
When AY, let him finish what he's saying.
Are you taking my time now or what?
But you called AY out. You called AY out. That's why he has.
When I called him out is when he said that why are we talking about tribe? That's when I called him out. Okay. So if you want to be a child, if you want to be a child and dabble into the dirty waters, then we could dabble into the dirty waters.
Mazi, where you are from in the Anioma equation is very, very close to Anambra, so I can understand the way you think. But
yes,
you also have to understand that there are people within that area that still have different opinions.
And that's right. No, forefathers. Those ones who really don't agree, those Okwani, which is almost close to Agbo and whatever it is, they can join the Urobos and the Shekiris. We don't have any problem with it.
Okay.
They can go.
Yeah, you're supposed to speak for yourself.
That's fine. And you know that some of your people that would think, we will leave this state and go to a state that doesn't get as much allocation, they may not opt for that.
No.
So even your own people will have difference of opinion.
Forefather, you keep interrupting. Even the revenue that is being given,
Where is it? Okay? And when I talk about Anioma, I'm talking about people from Ibuzo, I'm talking about Iseluku, I'm talking about for Washuku, I'm talking about Asaba, I'm talking about Oko, I'm talking about
Obiaruku.
Obanam.
Are you saying that you've not produced a governor?
No, we've not. I'm telling you what we're going through.
Marginalization, subjugation of these people because they are evil.
You have the capital. You have the capital.
And we've been marginalized.
I thought Okowa was from that region, no?
No. Okowa is from the what do you call it? Okowa is from the Agbo area.
Oh yeah, you're right.
And we still be marginalized.
Wow, I didn't think that the capital of the state will be calling themselves marginalized. But
I'm telling you,
Orobo is majority in that state.
I'm telling you, the
majority,
people,
that's why.
what you see in Asaba today is being brought by people from Anambra. It's the Igbo men, those men.
All that oil allocation don't have anything to do with it. Come on, don't be.
Most of the houses at Asaba today is owned by people from Anambra and Enugu. I'm telling you. What are you telling me? It's my state. It's my place. And I know it.
But it's the capital of the state.
That's what I'm saying. And we accept them. And that's why we want to belong to them too.
Forefather, because of his security, a lot of people from Anambra are building in Asaba. That's recently. Yeah, it's because of his security. You need to still make it clear. That is why most people are living there.
No, AY, that is not the reason. AY, you failed
it's
it.
The major reason.
No, that is not the major reason. It's not even among the list reasons. So I don't know what you're saying.
I just want to say to
Asaba is very close to Onisha, the nearness, right? Onisha is congested. Listen, I know this very, very well. Onisha is congested all the way to Mpo, Obosi, they're all congested. No space for anything. Down, they tend to move towards Asaba because Asaba is just very close, nearness to market, and Asaba is the state capital. At least there is light there already. There is development there, right? And knowing that they are the same people, so it's very easy to assimilate. So it's not about insecurity. Development started as long as I don't even know over 2-3 decades ago.
So Mazi, if let's say people from Asaba were producing governors, would you feel this strongly about it? About moving away?
Listen, even if we are producing governors, right, I will still feel the same way I feel. Why do I tell you that? Forefathers, when I joined this platform, I told you guys a story. And that is a story of my father. Okay? My father was posted to Benin while working and the war broke out. Now, at some point, he needed to come back. He could not come back through the regular channel. He had to go through rough areas to the extent that people were being, just for the fact that you are from my place, they will put you in a firing squad. Okay? Those things happen. Apart from that, we and Onitsha have, that is a number of traditions that are very similar. Okay? If you talk about our second burial and Onitsha second burial is the same. So why are we being separated? Why are we being separated? And my people, those ones who are in farming, okay, they farm in yams and okra and other stuff. And the closest place that they sell their things is at Onitsha. So it's kind of like you having twins and you separating them. Is that right? Not only Onitsha. Not only Onitsha. When you talk about
let me highlight something to him that a lot of people struggle with when they are living in bordering states. Like now, if that Aniocha goes, do you know the people that are going to be in the bordering region between the new Anioma, I think Anioma you call it, Anioma and the other side, they will be saying, they separated me and my brothers. They will still feel the same way.
No,
Every time there's
no.
separation,
Let's
you always
that's why
have
I
people.
said.
If you
That's
have
why
bordering people, you always have that.
forefathers, we are
It is
confusing
true.
ourselves. We are
Let
confusing
me help
ourselves.
forefathers here with this
I
question.
see it everywhere.
There is a community in Imo State, Ebema. Ebema was one Ebema before River State. So when River State was created, Ebema was divided into two. One part still in Imo State, the other part still in River State. Matter of fact, you may come to a family, let's say Okoye family in Ebema. Part of the family now is in River State, part in Imo State. Will you now say that they are not Igbos or they are not originally Imo people? The same thing happened on the other side, where you have Obibo.
Hold on.
Where you have
I'm not going to waste time with that. You are not even addressing the point that I made. You are just restating your own position. The point that I made was that when you have bordering people that are similar, you always have a situation whereby they will say, okay, we are similar, we need to join this side, or the other will say, we need to join that side. When you split them again, you generally find that the place you split them, they will still have people that are similar on both sides.
Forefathers, I've answered your question. You are talking about similarity now. We are talking about people being one people. You're talking about being similar. We are talking about one people. This is one people being divided. Originally, they are one people.
No, okay, yeah. When you're saying Donny people, but Anyocha people are different from Enugu people now, or Anambra people. Historically, they are
Prince made an instance with Onisha and Asaba. The only thing that physically divides Onisha and Asaba is just the river.
Historically, Asaba was not the same as Onitsha.
No, historically it was Ahaba, not Asaba, Ahaba.
Are you telling me my own history?
We know Onitsha for a very, very long time. Okay. And we know that Asaba, they even have their own Obi there. They are also different.
Have you ever read Chike Goes to the River? Have you ever read that?
No.
Eze Goes to River, right?
Is it? No, it's not Eze Goes. Eze goes to school and Chike goes to the river.
Eze goes to school.
Eze goes to school.
I think that
Eze goes to school.
There's Chike and the river.
Can I no agree read now? Don't mind him.
There is Chike and the river. There's Chike and the river, and there's Eze Goes to School. Also, there's even another book. I'm trying to remember the book being written by a man from my own village, by Macmillan. I'm trying to remember that book. If I remember it, I'll put it down. Go and read that book, and you will see the very similarly. Okay, even talk about Odekbe. Okay, talk about Odekbe. Odekbe. I have for some of my family members in Odekbe.
It's always like that. Even
Can I ask?
You don't seem to understand that bordering states always struggle with the Somalis in Africa today. Still struggle with the identity with the Yemenis and all the rest. It's the same thing everywhere. You get that point.
Forefathers, when you want to, forefathers, please, with all due respect, when you want to compare my state, don't compare my state with Somali. I have nothing to do with Somali. Please.
Forefathers, here is someone from this place, from Anioma, telling you who they are, and you are still arguing.
No, I'm not arguing with him. I'm saying that if he's saying that Asaba Kingdom or Asaba people are the same as Onitsha people, historically that has not been true. You know that. Like he's
from that place and he's telling you his history.
It's like saying that Onitsha people are the same as Imo people. They are not the same. You know
so
that.
Forefathers, you know his history more than him.
So for me, the lesson to draw from all this is the fact that you can't tell people not to identify with their
culture, I'm not telling him not to identify.
With their language, with their anytime.
That is not what I'm saying. Why do you keep making common arguments?
See, what unites a country as one is equity, fairness, and justice. Once people get that, they will proudly call themselves Nigerians. But you cannot tell them to identify with their culture, language, or their heritage.
Forget it.
Okay.
There's no point. I'm not going to bother. Let's not bother with that. I'm not saying he should not identify as himself, but I'm saying that he knows full well that the Asaba people are Asaba people. They are not
Forefathers,
Let me ask
forefathers,
question
can I
for
shock
Matt,
you?
please.
According to
Ekene,
Nigerian
you
pastors, can I
calm
shock you?
Calm down, Ekene. Let
If
me
you
ask
go to the just as in the south today, most of our people believe that when you go to the north, they are all Hausa people, right? A lot of our people have that perception.
There are people that
a lot
think
of our
like that,
people
yeah.
they have that perception. If you go to the north, most of them believe that those in the south, especially the southeast, south are all Igbos, including you, forefathers.
No, in the minor side south, my friend.
They do. No, it's true.
Do you understand? They have that belief.
I know.
Put him back there. Put him in the room.
They were saying that minus south. Minus south. They don't care. We're all Igbos. We all they care.
There are some Northerners that actually believe the whole of South are Igbos.
Yes. Some of them do that.
But
we most of us on this panel know that the North they've got a lot of different groups. The intellectuals in the North, in the South know that they have a lot of different groups.
People are getting education from this panel, to be honest. Some people didn't know that. Yeah, people are getting education from this panel.
As a matter of fact, I think on this panel, I discovered that the complexity in the North was greater than I actually gave it credit for. It seems like they are even more complicated in the North than the South.
Exactly.
Highly complicated.
You have more ethnic groups in the north than you have in the south.
I didn't know that before.
Yeah, you're correct with that.
I didn't know before. Here is where I learned that fact.
And they will be mad at you if you call them like those minorities. Let me use minority. If you refer to them as Hausas, they'll be very, very mad at you. You'll be surprised that even Maska is not Hausa. You'll be surprised.
No, Maska is Hausa.
From Kano? Is it a Kanuri?
No, it's not Kanuri.
Kanuris are not.
I have a Kanuri friend that would tell me his family, like, if you want to marry from the outside, hell no, they will never allow you.
Jago, whenever you want to talk, you can talk. I think he's been Jago's storm for a long time.
Jago is gentle today.
Jago has reserved this.
Always like this.
He wants to talk for straight 15 minutes. He's allowed to talk for straight 15 minutes. He has reserved this spot.
He doesn't like when the conversation is derailed. He doesn't like it.
No. I'm not even sure why people characterize me this way. I'm not sure at all because I have one persona. The only persona I have when I get rather aggressive is when I have to fight to make myself heard. That's the only one. Anyway, it's all interesting to me what people are saying, but at the same time, it feels to me that we are still carrying the agenda of our elites to a large extent, especially to do with geography. When growing up, I grew up when there was the Midwest, even slightly before, when the Western region was the Western region. When it became the Midwest, this is my area. Being from Orlu State, I only need to walk a couple of miles, and I'm in Edo, from my mother's area. From my father's area, I only need to walk a couple of miles. And in the Delta, the terrain of these areas is exactly the same. Much of the culture is very similar. You see, when I used to understand the Midwest at the time, I used to look at it at a real microcosm of what Nigeria is. We hear a lot of noise making. So the ones who make the most noise, we believe that's their territory. When it comes to the Delta or even Edo State, the influence of the Yorubas is very, very great. It's not a small thing, but we don't talk like that. We just don't talk like that.
I agree with Jago.
We can assume the Shekiri as Yorubas, and the Shekiri are a major influence in that area. We can assume them as ours, but we don't. We don't do that. We let those people be themselves if that's who they want to be. And I can't understand for the life of me the way we speak about other people in other terrain. When we talk about the history of that area, if we know it at all, we have to ask ourselves, even though there are Igbos in that area, even though there are Yorubas in that area, is that the land of those people? Or is it the land of the king? because the king at the time, who is the king of Benin, that was his enclave. That's his, all of it, without the Yorubas coming in to do anything. If the king wanted to create slaves, he created slaves. If the king wanted to kill, he killed. So those of us today in this world using all kind of language to amass area or to join in because we feel that we're oppressed, my brother, it's all rubbish. I'm afraid it's rubbish. If you put these things in all honesty, sometimes I wish Nigeria would just allow a real what do they call it, referendum in the East and in the Midwest, and let this referendum really underline who's who, what's what, and what people really believe. If they did that, I can almost guarantee you Biafra will be dead. It will be dead. The amount of people that I take note, I'm a person that takes a lot of note. The amount of people that believe in Biafra in my circles is minimal. In my circles. In my research now, around the people, no, I'm being as straight as I possibly can to do. In my research, when I look at the numbers of those who want to join Biafra, there are real hardcore numbers who people have hardcore belief in the whole Biafra entity. But I put it to you that if all of the Igbos were actually to vote for Biafra or no, I don't think they will vote for it, especially if they were given the criteria as to what this enclave would mean. I'll put it to that. Secondly, when we talk about Asaba, the history of that land, we don't talk about because we don't know the history, most of us. We can say, the Benin Empire was large. It was large. Yeah. And it had a lot of slave trading going on. We have to ask ourselves, who is who? Who was who in that empire? Once we get down to the nitty-gritty of who was who, and I'm not going to mention it, I'll let you go and research. Who was who in that empire? We will see if the land belongs to them. So, we are terrible as people. And we have a distinct way of not wanting to appreciate our weakness. We don't know how weak we are, that we are speaking into further weakness. Mm-hmm. This is the one that blows my mind. I've just been listening, and different opinions and struggle. I'm thinking, man, the area that you're speaking of is so underdeveloped for whatever reasons. And before the war, that Asaba, it was a great place before the war. After the war now, everyone is arguing. All I'm putting on this table is that, are we really looking to create peace, or are we looking to create division? And a lot of the times when I listen, it sounds divisive to me. Sounds very divisive. It doesn't sound like anything coming together. It doesn't sound like any passion or forward thinking. It sounds just like, let's break this thing. Let's break it. Let's break it. Let's break it. Break it into what? How many small pieces? Are you going to live on a strip, a shard, and say, this is mine? Are you going to live in a strip? I'm just asking questions. I'm not taking any sides. You people can say exactly what you want to say. I would always listen. But I will put it to you, that is not forward thinking. And I would also put it to you, a great place like Onitsha that is sprawling. If you see the size of Onitsha, the size is one thing. The disorganization of that area is a completely other thing. That place, it should be the crest of the Niger. There are many cities on the Niger. Many cities. There's Lokaja is there. Mercury is there. They are great places. But Onitsha, in terms of the energy of that place, I've been there a few times. I'm the like that I can walk anywhere in Nigeria. You know what they think? When I'm in Igbo land, they'll think I'm Igbo until I say my name. When I go to the north, they'll think I'm Hausa Fulani until I tell them my name. You understand? I walk anywhere in Nigeria. I don't give a damn. When I was in Onitsha, I saw the most beautiful women dressed in immaculate clothes, walking in mud. They were walking in mud. I see confusion. It was a while ago. I'm sure Onitsha has developed.
That was before P2B came in, right?
Indeed, it was.
Yeah, before P2B.
It was terrible.
Yeah.
Now,
it's not like that anymore.
The way I see Onitsha, it should be a second Lagos. Forget Lagos. It should be Onitsha for real. You know, I used to live in Spain for a good 10 years, and my girlfriend at the time was from Basque country in the north. And when I reached there and I told them that I was Nigerian, they started singing a song to me in Basque language. It went like this: Onitsha, Onitsha, the biggest market. I think, how do these people know about Onitsha? We don't even know how people see us. We have no idea of the power that we have together, and we are fracturing further and further away from the responsibility that Nigerians have to be Nigerians. Now, I tell anyone I'm a Yoruba man, but I understand what Nigeria is supposed to be, given the light of the way the world is at the moment. There is no power base outside of the Western homogeny, and then the Easterners being Russian and Chinese. The Africans have no voice. We are like some quiet sheep, and we're basically not ashamed. We're not ashamed. But I put it to you that that place that they call Nigeria, if it was to rise, there isn't. I'm not an economist, even though I studied economy. I studied PPE, and I keep these persuasions close to me because they make sense in terms of the way I see the world. Politics, economics, and philosophy. And in looking at these areas of discipline, I can see quite clearly how Nigeria can control West Africa, can control Francophone Africa, and emerge as the most powerful unit in this planet. But none of us look at that. I want my slice of the vision. I want to. It's pathetic when we hear it. I understand there's going to be arguments between ourselves, or I do perfectly understand that. But the fact of the matter is, where my mother is from, in Ifon, there is a village right next to it called Akure, and both of these, not Akure, Ikaro, Ifon and Ikaro are right next to each other. And then there we come across a river, a quiet terrain river, and then you're in Edo State. Now, these people are completely different from each other. I have family in both. They are completely different in culture, in the way they speak, everything. Yet they are close because they know themselves. They are close. There's never been an argument between them. Even though we are quite different, we intermarry, we interplay, and we know where is Ikaro, and we know where is Ifon. There's no argument about it. Yes, it's all in Ondo State, but that is not the point. The point is that these are two distinctly different peoples who know each other. They've built a relationship. I put it to everybody on this platform. I don't want to be tribalistic, if that's what it will come out like. But the way I look at the Yoruba people differently, we are not so territorial, so to speak, because I think we have a different confidence about who we are. And I think when it comes to...
I would differ on this.
Fair enough. When it comes to influence, however, we are influencers, and we would influence, and we can take on influences from outside of ourselves. And that's basically what the negotiation is. That's what the negotiation. You don't have to stamp on somebody's throat to tell them who you are and why you should and X, Y, Z. Whose throat are you stamping on? Who are you to stamp on my throat? I'm not a man of peace, or when it comes to this level, I'm not a man of peace. I'm a man that will take up arms. I'm a man that will back myself. So when people are speaking in such staunch ways, I find it crass. I find it below culture. I find it cultureless. Who are you? Are you more than another human being? Who are you, for God's sake, that you can speak in this authoritative way that you must have and you must be? My brother, the whole the whole aspect of the world that we're living in is called negotiation. And we, as a peoples, are not negotiating anything that benefits us. Because we've been stolen from in such a tough way that we are not appreciating that all of us have lost. They say, I want to grab this for myself. To me, bro, I must say, the way I've seen this conversation go, it's gone from a point of speaking about Pizza Obi and what this one and that one, and quite political, topical, the way we do this. And then it delved into an area that really, I feel, divides us deeply. And in the division, I can't see how we're going to build forward. I can't see the muscle, the energy that we need. Because Yoruba, Igbo, Ishekiri, Hausa, there's not one of us that's strong enough to take on the entity of the powers that actually be. None of us. Who are you? You're an arsehole, as far as I'm concerned. So what if you're Yoruba and you want to boast about being Yoruba? You're an arsehole.
Easy with your language, please. Yeah, there are people.
Okay, well, I beg your pardon. I just want to say that alone in that country, we might stand, but we aren't strong. And then,
Hold on. Hold on. We have to salute this long delivery by Jago. I think it's a masterpiece.
Masterpiece.
Apart from the a-hole, but it's a masterpiece. You have to commend it.
It's a huge elephant.
Just give me a minute. I just want to respond to some of the things. Just a minute. Jagun, you have some valid opinions, right? However, when it comes to the issue of
okay, let Kene finish, then I'll call on you.
When it comes to the issue of Nigerians not being territorial, I think you got it all wrong there. That identity is one thing you never take out from every Nigerian. And now it comes to the Yoruba that you started example with, is in record that the longest war in Nigeria, war that has lasted for up to 100 years, was from Yoruba land. So they have Yoruba groups fighting each other.
But it wasn't because of territory. It wasn't because of territory, that war. Those wars were because of the Oyo Empires, the breakdown of the Oyo Empire. The Oyo and had a lot to do with slavery.
So apart from that,
it was a pathetic war. It was another pathetic war that we could learn from.
Let me. There were many other sub wars, among the Yoruba subgroups, right? But this is it. I don't know how you've already conducted a referendum for the Southeasterners, right? I don't know how you did that, but the fact still remains that we, the Southeasterners, have been calling for referendum. So I think I will urge you now to support us, let your voice be heard, call for referendum in the Southeast. Let now test to see if the referendum that you did for us was actually accurate or not. That way,
I conducted a referendum. I plead with you. I plead with you to understand me well. I've not conducted a referendum. I'm just saying, in my opinion.
Yes.
There would be
opinionated
honestly,
referendum.
Let me add something that I think something Jago said. Don't worry, righteous man, I'm coming. Something Jago said I need to highlight. That I'm not sure whether he knew what he said, but I hope he did. He said something about the Europeans being influencers. You see, this thing that what he said there, I've noticed it in reality. And I've always been looking at the trends around, and not only in Nigeria, also outside Nigeria. Many of the people that they took outside Nigeria to the Americas and all the rest, if you look at the culture that tend to emerge the most, is Yorubas. It doesn't mean that they were the ones that were taken out the most, but they tend to have a way of making having their culture emerge, not because they fought anybody, but they tend to influence people to come on the outside. So I think there's some truth to what he said there. And he talked about Ondo, walk from Ondo to Edo State, how similar they are. You always have that. And I don't know why people that live in bordering states don't understand that this is the name of the game. You always turn between one side and the other. It's always like that. Please, the righteous man, go ahead.
Thank you very much. Jegu, I salute you. You look so handsome tonight. No, you've always been a very handsome guy, but you are you are standing tonight. You know.
Diago is always handsome, my friend.
I've not heard that before. Thank you.
I acknowledge it. I say he's always handsome, but he's standing tonight. You know, he's standing. Yeah. I agree with you, but not in all. You know. For example, somebody did make reference to Ebema. Now, after the war, I was born in Rivers State. My parents owned properties in Rivers State before the war. And after the war, they lost all. With the formation or declaration of what they call abandoned property. Okay? So my parents relocated to Imo State, precisely Ebema. Now, this Ebema is bordering a town called Awara, Asa, Obile, Obuti. Okay? Then, when oil was discovered in Ebema, there is a town in Ebema called Oba. Now, when oil was discovered in Ebema, the military junta that was creating state decided to balkanize the Igbo lands where oil had been discovered and ceded it to other states in order to reduce the economic power of the Igbos, referencing to what happened during the war. Because up to today, I ask myself a question. Why would my father lose his properties? He was not Ojukwu. He did not declare war. By virtue of his language and tribe and race, he has to lose what belongs to him. We're supposed to be my inheritance, my children inheritance. But we lost it because a war was fought between two brothers. And the war has ended. And you declare no victor, no vanquish. Then you set up what is called 3R, the construction, the integration, and I've forgotten the third R, which means reconstruction, reintegration. The third R, I've forgotten it. Now,
okay, go ahead.
Now, if these 3R were carried out, the aim of this policy was to bring the Igbos, the main core Igbos, not living outside the 5 states that we have now, reintegrated to be part of Nigeria fully. Now, but in enacting this policy,
So are you saying that Igbema was Igbo?
Hold on, let me finish. You ask me a question because that's where I attended my primary school after the war. So I can speak to you about Igbema in the whole of this section we are in. But let me I will get to answer you that question. Now, if these people have been accepted to be part of Nigeria again, why declaring their properties as abandoned property? Let me cite an example. There was a Berlin Wall that divided the East Germans and the West Germans. After the Second World War, the Americans took over the West Germans, and Russia was in charge of the East Germany. When that war collapsed, the Germans unified and became one. in their history, in the property owning or sharing of power, they don't make reference to that division that happened that time. So after the Biafran War, why is it that the government of Nigeria and sub-nations in Nigeria, like states, still activate the issue of abandoned property that made my father to lose all he made in life as a young man while he was growing up to the rivers indigenes? And today, those properties that my parents labored to build have been occupied and owned by those who never suffered for it. That's number one. Number two, the Egbema in question, Egbema is not Egbema, it's Egbema, Egbema. It is a full-fledged Igbo land. The oil was discovered. Hold on, I'm coming. The oil that was discovered in a town called Maho. Maho is in Egbema. Then, when they were balkanizing the states, they splitted Egbema into two. What we have now is Egbema 1, Egbema 2, just like we have Uguta 1, Uguta 2. And the Uguta 1, Uguta 2 is even understandable because there is a river, a lake, that they splitted the two villages. We now have Uguta 1, Uguta 2. But in the case of Egbema, the only thing that the military junta used in dividing this town is because of oil. Greater oil was discovered in Omaho side, where you have the burning gas up to today, and they ceded it to River State. Where they have lesser oil, in the same Egbema, they ceded it to Imo State. The same people, the same king, the same tradition before the discovering of oil. So you discover that there is an attempt by the state to reduce the influence of the Igbos economically, politically, and otherwise, as far as the Nigerian state is concerned, making reference to the Biafran War.
But can I ask you, do you think that other states don't have these features too?
As far as, hold on, I am.
No, he's not going to answer the question. Every other state has the same problem. Ijaw people were split into multiple states.
Hold on. I don't know whether you are Ijaw, then you can speak for your people.
No, I'm giving you
but
examples.
I'm telling you,
if you look at it, I'm giving you examples.
Hold on now. Godfather, can you allow me to finish? Let me finish, then you ask me a question. Okay. Now, the reason why it seems as Igbos are agitating for a separate state in Nigeria from Nigeria, it is because of this unwarranted marginalization that occurred. If the natural resources were not discovered in Egbema, where I grew up and had my primary education, there wouldn't have been the splitting of that town to two states. It would have still remained in Imo State. Then, when you talk of federal appointments, it is being done not on merit, which affects every region in Nigeria, accepted. Because if it is a country where merit is considered in appointments, most people today that are occupying one position or the other wouldn't have been there. It would have been on merit, that you are qualified based on the information that is available concerning you. But it is not done that way. And if with the area I agree with Jago is this: in the heart of every Igbo man, we want a bigger country where justice, equity, and fair play is recognized. But in a state or in a country where equity, justice, and fair play is not recognized, every average Igbo man will opt out, because we are Republicans in nature. We're egalitarian society in nature. We don't depend in others in order to stand in life. Every Igbo man believes that he can strive to be whom he wants to be without relying on you helping him out or thereabout.
So
that is
Righteous Man, quick question. Can you be specific?
Okay.
I need you to be specific. Can you state here, because of the public, during Obasanjo and Goodluck Jonathan, nobody marginalized the Southeast? Can you be specific, or you also stand on your point? Do you agree to that? That during Goodluck Jonathan and during Obasanjo, nobody sidelined the Southeast?
Did I allude to political marginalization or state marginalization?
I'm specific. During Obasanjo and Goodluck Jonathan,
AY.
No region. There is no region in Nigeria that was marginalized in terms of appointment. Can you agree?
AY. You are making reference to political appointments.
What appointment are you talking about?
You are making reference to political appointments, and that is not the area I'm going into.
But you said political appointment.
Hold on. Project OVU, Project Freedom. Please, what is the breaking news? You want to let us know, because you are putting breaking news. I don't know what's going on. Please let us know what the breaking news is, because see, this sounds like a double breaking news you are announcing here. I will be happy to hear it. OVU, Project Freedom.
Father, the only thing you guys are not discussing today, not on the agenda, the federal government, they just got loan of about $2.something billion from World Bank, right? So I was thinking, like, if they want to share the money, so I don't know how to collect my share, just divide it by Nigeria. So they got that money. So you guys need to discuss it, because I need my share, man. You guys need to share my share of the money. I don't need road again. May they share and may they send my money come.
Is that the breaking news?
So
I don't think so. No.
So
I don't know what the news though.
Back to the issue we're discussing. Why I made this statistics analysis?
Rubbish. No, don't worry. I think he's saying something that doesn't make sense. Nothing serious. See, OVU Project, what is this now? Yeah, I thought something serious was happening in the country. Please go ahead, Righteous Man.
So, why I have to take to the direction I took in trying to analyze what Jagu said was the people, the man who came from Anioma, Asaba, to said he wants to belong to where his brothers are. And the demand for a creation of one state. That is the area I'm coming from. Demand for a creation of one state. If you ask me, I wouldn't want it to come from the present 5 states. Rather, I would want it to come from the present Delta state. Because some of my friends that are from Orobo, I am telling you, and heaven is a witness. When we discuss, they will tell me, instead of the citing of the state capital instead of citing it in Warri, Mariam Babangida influenced it, and they now cited it in Asaba. That Asaba does not merit it. And because they are not happy that Asaba was declared the state capital of Delta State, there is no visible government project to elevate the status of Asaba compared to other state capitals. That my brother that spoke, he said that the buildings you are seeing there today was because the people from Anambra and Enugu came into Asaba to invest their money in building. If not, that place would have been bushy, because the government of Delta State is not actually working or doing anything substantial in that place, because they do not consider that area to be the state capital. The Orobo speaking people. Now, my friend that is an Orobo man always refer to Delta speaking Igbos as Igbos. I am telling you the gospel truth. He will tell me, say, those Ogwash Asaba, Iseluku Munede, Obiaruku, and the rest of it. He said they are Igbos. Whether they agree they are Igbos or not, that they from that tribe, Urobos, consider them as Igbos, and that is what they are. Remember when Buhari was the president, when the Igbos were complaining they were marginalized in appointment, the reference point that Buhari made was the former central bank governor, Emefiele. He said their son, Emefiele, have been appointed as central bank governor. So what do they want? He was referring to the Igbos. So if anybody from Igbo-speaking Delta says he is not Igbo or she's not Igbo, don't argue with that person. Don't fight with that person. That is the personal opinion. After all, some people have disowned being Nigerians, and they're taking citizenship and naturalization in other countries, and they are not considered as the citizen of those countries. Nobody goes against them. It is a personal choice. Anybody can choose to belong or choose not to belong. It's not a case. But if we, by what we profess, we want to say we are one, everything should be done with fair and justice being the focal point in whatever we are doing. In Nigeria as of today, the issue of justice is not there. What we are seeing in everyday political appointment is marginalization. Coming back to AY, during Obasanjo regime, Obasanjo was a former military man. Obasanjo was a former military commander-in-chief, president. Obasanjo knew the intricacies in Nigeria, and he understood it very well. Obasanjo was the one who negotiated the end of the civil war. When he took over the reins of Nigeria as president of Nigeria, Obasanjo had an agenda of bringing the whole Nigeria as one, unifying the whole country. So his political appointment based on PDP constitution was equal. No tribe will say they were robbed or they are cheated. This man came on board also, Jonathan, from South. And if you listen to Jonathan PDP rally in Onitsha, was it in Oka or Onitsha? The last time, 2015, before that election, he said that his largest supporters are people from the 5 states of the East. If you go to Google it, you will see it there. Because the Igbos saw it that this is the time power should shift to the South. And then, being from South, they are our neighbors, they are our brothers. And Igbo man through support to PDP. That is the reason why the Igbos are angry that when it is the time for South to support us, for Obi to emerge as the presidential candidate of PDP in last election, the Wike started playing that game that happened during the war. He started betraying his brother. He started sponsoring. That was the reason why when this information got to the people that are in PDP, the advice will be, including Obasanjo, for Obi to leave PDP and find a neutral party where he can contest and his people will support him. You remember that Wike was in Anambra State during the campaign, and what Wike said is, oh, don't waste your vote. You have only 5 states. There is no way you will ever win. You cannot win. Don't waste your vote. Oh, you cannot win. Only 5 states. And that is an abuse. That is an assault to the Igbo people. That is regarding us that we don't have political influence in Nigeria. And because we have 5 states, 5 states cannot give you presidency. Are you understanding what is happening? That is why there is a need to take some Igbo towns and Igbo villages in the present on Anambra State and Imo State and Delta State to carve Anioma State. I support it because it has the merit. And those who say that the Igbo-speaking Deltas do not have oil, please go and Google it. The Igbo-speaking Deltas have almost about 27 oil wells. Go and Google it. I have been in one of the towns where this oil is located. oil and gas.
Okay, now hold on. Let me just add something. You see, so there are certain things we have to get right. And I think just going to say this so that we understand certain things. Like Southwest, North, South, in short, not South, Southwest and Northern people, they are actually very different from the way the Igbo areas are structured. Now, in terms of strategically, like if you look at these areas, they have neighboring Igbo people next to the Yoruba people next to them here, and they have access to the sea. Clearly, they are not held bounded by any other group, no other major group holding them back. The same thing you can say by the north. The north, they border so many other these nations actually. So not, but if you look at the Igbo people, they are in just this area. If you give them almost the whole Edo area, look at that, that's where they are. And sometimes I feel like in Nigeria, because of population, we just think that okay, yeah, let's just have as much power as everybody else. When or even nature is even against you. You also have to understand that there are certain things that are working against Southwest and Southeasterners. It's not only just people being biased and all the rest. There are things working against them. They don't have the advantage that others have. I just thought I should highlight that. And if you say they own to something oil wells in the Delta, it's still not the majority of the oil wells in Delta State. Delta State had a whole load of oil coming from that area. That's why they get the highest allocation from Nigeria. So, but if they, like you said, if anybody decides that they want to be Igbo, they are allowed to be Igbo, and everybody should be able to self-identify. There's nobody should stop anybody from saying if they want to be Igbo, they should be Igbo. Nobody should say if they say they want to be part of Delta, they should be part of Delta. No, you cannot force people to be what they are not. I think that we are all in agreement on that one.
Forefather, please, can I interject you? Forefather, you said nature is against us? Can you withdraw that statement?
I'm not saying nature,
you are not God. No. Can you withdraw that statement, Mr. Man? Why would you use that statement? You said nature is against us. What do you mean by that?
Hold on. Let me talk.
I think
that is a wrong usage of word. You can't use that word.
If you don't let somebody talk, how are you supposed to let me talk? I get what you are saying. I withdraw it the way it came across to you. But the way I intended to put it was that there are things geopolitically, geographically that is working against Southeasterners. If let's say Southeasterners were bordering Cameroon and all those sort of things have access to the sea, it's very different. The dynamics will be different. You know that.
But there are Igbos in Cross River State that borders Cameroon. Are you aware?
Yeah, but
the man was interviewed. Forefather, listen. Can I have your phone? I will send you some documentaries. The man was interviewed last week. The man was interviewed last week. There are Igbos in Cross
River. Does not have access to the sea.
Hold on. Not only
does Northern Nigeria have access to the sea?
Hold on.
Why would you say that nature is against us?
One at a time.
Righteous man, he has withdrawn it. He has apologized.
I've already withdrawn it the way it came across because it looks like I was saying nature is against Igbo people. No, that's not what I'm saying.
Guys, sorry, if I can, because people have a lot to say. I would like to hear from Seku. In terms of, he said one question. Before we just get into, we love argument.
Yeah,
I would like somebody to kind of balance what we're saying. If we can allow people to speak.
Jago, hold on. I've taken your point into account. See, when you are talking about Igbos who being in Cameroon, there are Hausa people in this is Sudan too. It doesn't mean that they have a connection directly to like landmass, because there are, we know Ibibio people are there. The Akwa Ibom people, they are all there in the Cameroonian and the same border. So that it's not the same. What I'm saying is that if you look at it strategically, anybody that is looking from strategic mindset, they will say, okay, these are the things working against that region in terms of because they have the population. Let's make no mistake, the Southeast has the population, but they don't have the same gifts that the others have in terms of that strategic positioning. Even if the north, they don't have access to the sea, they are bordering other nations that are in the north. They are bordering a whole other. They are free. There's nothing holding them into any small territory. If they want to do anything, they can expand out. anywhere they want to expand into. But it is not the same easily for Igbo people. Igbo people have to expand into other areas. So they are constrained because of it. So that's my point. I'm not just trying to be mean or anything. Who else?
Let Seko speak.
Somebody wants to.
Yeah,
Pastor raise his hand. Then Seko will have his say.
Seko, please, please,
Seko, you know he's a man of God. Let him speak first.
If you like, call me man of heaven. That's already intimidates me. Leave that one there. We don't do this business. Father, a lot of people have accused you of being biased and unfair, which I have defended you, but you just did that to me just now.
How do you mean? You said I was getting married next weekend.
I put out a breaking news there. You put it out there, but you did not. I mean, why would you do such a thing? Can you please allow people to see the breaking news? I don't understand.
You said I'm getting married next weekend. Who am I getting married to? Let me look for the breaking news.
But how come you did not invite us now? Why are you behaving like this?
I'm getting married to ChatGPT. That I'm getting married to ChatGPT.
I saw the collateral comment.
No, don't mind them. I don't know where this one came from. Oh. Suddenly I'm getting married. Who is going to marry me when I'm coming online every day? You think women put up this rubbish?
A lot of women here. If you put in the advert, a lot of women apply on the comment section. Trust me.
Okay, let's.
Forefathers, you did not answer my question, no.
Sorry, what was the question? What was the question?
Is there do the northern part, the northern region, do they have access to the sea? Just the way you questioned if the southeast.
The point I was making
that the southeast doesn't have access to the sea.
They don't have any major. They are bordering nations. They can expand out.
So and then let's assume according to your opinion now, which is not true, that the southeast doesn't have access to the sea. If southeast happens to become Biafra today, we will border Nigeria. How about that? Just the way the northern Nigeria border Chad and Niger.
Border Nigeria because South is there.
No, it's okay. South wouldn't it be part of Nigeria? Let's assume that South is part of Nigeria. So what's the problem if we border Nigeria? South part of Nigeria.
No. What I mean by that is that I'm just trying to explain some of the inequities that appears to be like when somebody says a Southeasterner says the Yoruba people have an advantage or Northerners have an advantage. I'm trying to let you understand that.
We Southeast. See, I don't know. See, forefathers, I always questioned you, right? I always want to know your interest when it comes to the Southeast. What actually is the problem? Because we the Southeasterners say we want to have our own country.
Fine.
Just the way,
let's Sekao go.
You see, you won't even allow me to talk.
Sorry, let's allow Sekao go. You don't want to.
You do it professionally.
It's my own analysis. It's not by force. You don't have to.
You don't just mute me randomly like that. You do it professionally.
Okay, how do I do it professionally? Please, can I?
But I was still talking.
Well, he was the one that was supposed to be speaking instead of you.
Then you tell me that somebody wants to speak instead of just muting me randomly.
Somebody wants to speak. Okay, thank you.
Yeah,
Sekao, please go ahead.
Yeah, I want to make my last contribution before I go. But before I make my comment, I just want to disagree with you, forefather. The Southeast, I've been in your country, by the way, for 10 years. And I've traveled around. I know the Southwest. I've been some little part of the Southeast. The Southeast, it's a myth. When they say it's landlocked, it's actually a myth. And also, there are many territories of the Southeast that have been added to other places that were done by the military government purposely. But that part of the country is now an issue. Even if there's no sea, there are many countries in Africa, Mali and other places that don't have sea, but they are doing well. But I just, by the way, my main comment is going to be, I'm addressing a Jagun. Jagun made a very interesting submission, which it jumped over our head that we didn't hear it very well. He said, it doesn't matter you are Igbo or you are Yoruba, but when you look at the global competition, does your Igbo-ness able to compete with Chinese? Does your Hausa-ness is able, that's what he implied, I'm paraphrasing. Is it able to comply or compete with the global economy that we have? I think your Nigerianness carry more weight than your tribal identity. But unfortunately, what has happened to we Africans all over, including me and our country, I think we still hold on to our tribal identity. We still hold on to we pay allegiance to our kings, molding our citizenship. And I think what we should realize in 2024 is that we are citizens. And to be a citizen is actually, you are not subject to any kings and all the tribal thing. We need to really look at it in a very broad perspectives, that our tribal identity can only hold us back as a people, Black people. All other people on the planet had tribes and they overcame it. The Chinese are not united. They have different languages. People think China is one, but you have to go to China and realize every region in China has a language. But they came to a point where they have a common interest they need to fit. India have thousands of languages. In fact, their skin color is not the same. The Indians in the south, the Indians in the north, the phenotype is not the same. But they have one country called India. So I think Nigeria, we are the same race, you are the same race, same people, West Africans. And if our historians do justice and they go back 2,000-3,000 years, they will find out that there's more in common. We have more in common than actually what we think we have in difference. So that's why you see sometimes the languages in one region overlaps. The Ikwere man will say he's not Igbo, but when you trace his ancestors, they are all the same people. So I think we need to elevate the conversation and say, how do we detribalize? How do we detribalize the consciousness of the African to see himself as a citizen to contribute to a country? And for me, my solution to that, I say, every successful nation is built around either an idea or is built around a personality. For Nigeria, Nigeria is not built around a personality because every region have their hero. The North will say Amadou Bello is our hero. The South West will say it is Awolowo. The Southeast will say it's Nnamdi Azikiwe. So there is no Nigerian hero. So the Nigeria has to be born. It must be born with an idea. What is that idea? I think that's what we discussed the last time. The Nigeria has to define what idea should we unite around. Definitely not Islamic. Definitely not Christian. What is the Nigerian idea that we should unite around? That's where the question is.
Hold on, Kene, don't start talking. Nobody says you should talk. I'm doing it professionally now. I'm doing it professionally, Kene. Hold on, professionally. So no, let me give him his this in kudos. I like that. I don't like that you disagree with me, but I agree with the thrust of your argument. Go ahead, AY.
Himself and Jagu, they've actually makes very strong point today, to be honest. I don't know, Jagu, I think you slept very well yesterday. Your submission, I'm still thinking about it.
Stop this comedy of yours.
I love that topic, right?
Hey, why are you indicting Jagu? Are you indicting him?
No. Jagu is my brother. Don't worry yourself. So let me tell you this, Father. He made mention of something I want you show electricity. That's a topic. How do we detribalize? That's a topic. Let's have that discussion. It's a very strong. I know Ekene will not come that day. I know people like Ekene will not come. It's okay, but
look at Kene. Kene doesn't like that. Kene doesn't
like it.
You know, Kene, you do have a lot of gifts. You know, I don't know why you're. It's all right. I can't tell you what to do. It's all good.
No, tell me, or maybe I don't know what I'm supposed to do to help me.
That's a good one. Okay, Kene, go ahead.
Okay, the truth is, Sekau, I like your submission, but the truth you and I know is Nigeria, just as you set an example with China, we have different ethnicities, background, different way of thinking and reasoning and all that. And it is so in-depth that it is very difficult to remove from us, right? So the idea of detribalizing Nigeria, I will wish you good luck with that. Nigerians are very tribalistic people. You can't change it. It didn't start today. It has been in existence long ago. But the call for unity among Nigerians is something that we've tried. We've tried everything possible to create that unity, and it is not working. And in order for peace to reign among us, like in order for us to live like human beings that are supposed to look after one another, right? The best thing is for everybody to move to his house and take care of his own problem in his own house. And that is why some of us are calling for regional system of governance. But one part of Nigeria said, no, there shouldn't be anything like regional. We said, okay, can we play that true federal system that you guys say that you are practicing, whereby states, individual states, would take care of their business and then contribute a little to the federal government? They said no. So what kind of unity are you trying to build in a house that is filled with chaos, in a house that has no foundation? That house that has no foundation can never stand. Nigeria has no foundation at all. Nigeria, if it has a foundation, that foundation must be a faulty one, which I don't think it has one. So if we want to be peaceful in that country, we will be able to tell ourselves the truth. Is it not your fellow human being that stood up in the National Assembly and said that cows have more rights than human beings? So it is okay for one to rear his cow, have his cow encroach in another person's source of livelihood and destroy it so that the other person will go hungry. And then you have no solution for that. You don't call your people and say, if you want to rear cows, build a ranch for your cow, go and buy food for your cow. Just the way other people have poultry, they go and buy poultry feeds for their poultry. Just the way other people own goats and they go buy goat food, they go buy pig food for their pigs to rear their pigs and sell for profit. So if you want to rear cow, build a ranch for your cow, buy food for your cow, sell your cow for profit. It is a private business. But today, they are now telling us that federal government has to take the money that everybody that we own collectively to build ranches for them. Then how about my people that rear pigs? Why can't you come and build pig farms for my people? Why can't you come and build dog farms or poultry for my people with federal government money? So that is the injustice that we are talking about. Nigeria is filled with injustices. There is no way you can build unity in Nigeria. If you want to build unity in Nigeria, continue. Good luck with that. It will never happen.
See,
that is the point.
Regarding that pig one, I think the reason why they are thinking of building for like the Fulanis who herd their cow is because they are going to sacrifice their lifestyle. That is the difference.
No, we have lifestyles.
Can I say this?
In the Southeast, we have lifestyles. Yorubas have lifestyles.
But
you can't take your lifestyle to now use it to blackmail others so that you have your way. If you don't own the country. And these people, you're getting wrong. These people are not actually Nigerians. They are invaders. They are foreigners. If they are in Nigerians, then we can talk as Nigerians. We can sit down and talk. The real Nigerian Fulanis are not troublemakers. They don't encroach people's farm. Even if they encroach people's farm by mistake.
They are not foreigners, so they are Nigerians. The people that are carrying cows, most of them are Nigerians.
Most of these people that are encroaching into people's farm and killing people, raping women, are not Nigerians. They are Fulanis, but they are not of Nigerian origin.
I don't know. It's not a fact. They said Nigerians own the cows for one.
Let's not go back and forward.
No, it's a fact. The former governor of Kaduna State would disagree with you because he said that they rented them, they hired them to come to Nigeria and help them in the election. Now, these people refuse to go back. Rather, what they did is to go bring their brothers from Mauritania and all those Senegalese area. They go and bring their people and say, hey, we have free food here. People's farm
look at the
free
room.
food for their cows.
Look at the room. Don't just go back and forward. Look at the room.
It's true.
Well, all I want to say is really, it's Janaba, but let me say this very quickly, please. Can I say this very quickly, sir? I understand what Sekou has said, and I kind of disagree. I disagree because when we use this word tribalism or tribal, all these are not our language. They're not our language. We must stop using these people's language to try and conscientize ourselves. It doesn't conscientize me. I'm fully tribal, fully 100% Yoruba, and I'm not giving up for any single one of you people. You understand? You know that they massacred those people in the Americas. Some of them are called Chictaw. Some of them are Apache. Some of them are Crow. So without us knowing their specific origin of who these people are and how they're different from the other and how they are related to the other, we don't know that there was.
Making noise, right?
Wait, let me land. We do not
Or
have
maybe they
any
wouldn't
idea.
have been wiped out if they were united. Don't you think so?
No, wait a minute, bros. What I'm trying to put to you is that these people are largely wiped out. However,
because they were not united.
Please hold on. It's not an argument. I'm just trying to put forward an understanding of the way we use language and how it is corrupting to us. It's corrupting. Wait, let me just land, please. All I'm saying is that there are these people all over the world who have been exited from the planet. We don't even know who they are. They've been exited. Whatever gifts that they had to give to the world, Otiton, no more. Now, I put it to you like this, that tribalism isn't our real problem. Even though we squabble and we are being manipulated by the powers above, our issue is that we have no forward thinking. How are you going to, there's no way you can extricate Igbo from being African. You cannot pluck them out and throw them away and ask them to wash their head and come back as a what? What should they come back as? Something that has been given. No, look, my guys, we have to understand what is being played out in this planet. We also have to understand our heritage, our personal heritage is of strict importance. Because why? Because it goes back to somewhere. And that somewhere where it goes back to, we are not even properly attached to it. We have forgotten more than we know as to who we are and how we're supposed to conduct ourselves. I'm not sure if you understand that each day that goes on, the human polity gets worse, not better. It gets worse. If you think that the Western regions, because of the way that they've taken over the world, that, oh, they must be fantastic. Oh, let's follow them. I'm afraid that you are horribly mistaken. I live in the West like the rest of you who are here. Me, I've lived here for a long time. I understand white people better than any of you. Because I'm just listening to how you speak. You speak about them in full praise, that they've done everything right, and we're the ones who have done everything wrong. I'm sorry, I do not conduct that influence in my head. I know the wickedness that they have brought to our table. So all I'm putting to you people who want to use the word detribalize, I'm saying to you that that word doesn't belong in our vernacular. It really doesn't belong to us because it can't happen. We're too strong. We've gone on too long at this particular time. We've gone on too long. The thing that we've got to do is appreciate who we are. We are these people. We are these people. That's us. It's me. If you want to call my name, it's me. Yoruba man, I'm standing up. Are you with me? You want me to stand up for Nigeria before being Yoruba when Nigeria is not a country? Nigeria is not a country. The people that will put Nigeria together are those indigenous to that geographical space. That's when it has meaning. That's when Nigeria would have meaning. From when Nigeria has meaning, West Africa would have meaning. From when West Africa would have meaning, the whole of Africa would have meaning, the whole of Africans throughout the world. If you know, when I was growing up in this land, most of the Jamus and all these other people, they didn't want to be, it was only me in my class as a black person. When they used to ask me, where are you from? I would tell them I'm Nigerian. They would ask the Jamu people, where are you people from? They'll say, I'm from England. I was born in England, but my mum's Jamaican. I didn't have that kind of rubbish in my head. I didn't have it in my head because I knew who I was. There's so many people that don't know who they are. What do you expect them to do? Most of the Caribbean and American people are looking for leadership, and they're looking for that leadership from us who are African. How can we not call our name? I'm really wanting us to really grow up with the pettiness that we deal with. How can you say that you are not of no tribe? Tell me how you can say that you have no tribe. I have no tribe. What
I
kind
don't
of
think that's what
rubbish?
he said.
Oh,
I don't think
bro,
that's
I'm
what
sorry to
anybody said.
be. This thing
I have to
affects me.
respond very quickly to you, Jagun. So I will speak for just 1 minute, please.
Yeah, go ahead, Sekao.
So what I did say, I said we have to start thinking as citizens, and as citizens, we have to see people based on the content of their character, not what ethnic group. Because what the tribalism is different from belonging to a tribe. Tribalism is an ideology to say that my tribe first, my tribe is better. It is that toxic ideology that have made our country not to move
I would
forward.
agree with that.
Yeah, so let's give an example. What did Africa fall? Historians give two reasons. One, we were having petty tribal war among ourselves. That made the European to easily penetrate. Let's take Ghana, for example. The Ashanti were fighting the other groups. So what the British do is to give guns to the other group to attack the other one.
Fair enough. This can be said.
As long as we keep fighting among ourselves in this petty fight, then we can never be strong enough to stand.
I can tell you, bros, I can tell you that the Yorubas were even more petty. Because the Yorubas, wait, understand this.
Yeah,
so that we don't take it like we were fighting against another tribe. The Yorubas were fighting amongst themselves.
Right, that's what I'm
just
saying.
let him finish, because I think both of you are in the same position. It's just the way what it is. You are all in the same way.
We have to be challenging each other based on political ideology, not based on, because I didn't choose my tribe, you didn't choose your tribe. It's something you were born into. So now we have to elevate the conversation to do that, to detribalize our mind. An average Hausa man, to speak to Igbo, he said, Nyamiri, wana Nyamiri ne. He doesn't even know why he's calling an Igbo man Nyamiri, because that's what he's taught from childhood, and he judged an Igbo man as Nyamiri. So I'm saying
this is why, bros, if I may, I've understood you, but all I'm saying, you see, these words, these terminologies that we use, they're corrupted in themselves. Because by the time you ask somebody to de-tribalize, it's not asking them to enter into citizenship necessarily. It's asking them to forgo themselves as human beings. Yes, that language, I'm sorry, my brother. We have to be careful of the language that we inherit. This English language of ours that we use anyhow, bruh, I'm not sure all of us understand the depths of this English language. The English language is the thing that they use to prison us. Just language alone. They will put you in chains.
But for me, the only reason I use
Sekao, let me take this with
I will just finish, sir.
Since no, I know you're going to finish. Sekao, you're going to finish. Let me add to what Django is saying. What you are saying, this in Sekao, because you use the term detribalize, that is what is triggering Jagun. Oh. But in reality, Jagun is for, I like to think that he is for us manifesting our national identity to be able to achieve a goal and still have our own tribal identity. And I'm sure, Sekao, you are not saying that you should denounce your tribe. Is that what you're saying? Exactly. So you're not that far apart. It's just the language that triggered this in Jagun.
Right.
Truly.
Because one of the example I have, one of the longest empire in Africa that stayed longer was the ancient Egyptian empire. The pharaohs from the south, from Sudan, and the pharaohs in the north that you call Egypt today, they came together and built
the Kushites and the Kemet.
The Kushite and the Kemet. It lasted for 3,000 years. Why? They were different tribes. But the pharaohs united all of them under a culture, so that it is your tribe does not supersede your nationality. Your nationality comes first. Your tribe is just a ceremonial identity that you have, but it is defined within the larger context of your national identity. The pharaohs did it successfully. Their empire lasted 3,000 years. I'm saying we have to think towards that, so that we don't marginalize ourselves into little sections and groups, and that will never help us. That's what I'm saying.
Forefather was correct. Forefather was correct in terms of terminology. Oh, bros, I Seko, my brother, I always like when you come on the show. I think you've got a lot to offer us all. It's just that, you know, honestly, I'm here speaking to my brothers and sisters, Africans, that we have an urgent responsibility. And being in the West for as long as I've been in the West, my observations tell me that we are following these people too far up the anus. That the browning, the extra browning that we are giving ourselves is going ununderstood. And I'm saying that we have to remove our head from the yash and stand up as men. Because, bruh, these people aren't leading us anywhere. We have to wake up without putting the in. We have to wake up. All this language that we are speaking, you know, is true. You see, our heritage as Africans is that we basically birthed the whole planet. That we are that cradle. And if you want to divorce your mind from that fact, just understand that we have over, well, basically, there are more different ethnicities on the African continent than there are ethnicities in the rest of the world. Put that to mind and understand the job or what Africans have done. A lot of people would like to oppress us as, oh, we've not attributed anything to history. That's just a blatant lie, but that's the lie they've told us since our birth. And many of us have swallowed it, hook, line, and sinker, that we haven't contributed anything. And this is the poison that's inside of us. If me or, you know, the Yorubas, in terms of metallurgy, it goes back far. It goes back a long way. It can be traced. You understand how far it goes back. However, it's such, to my mind, that the Igbos were doing metallurgy just as long, if not longer. And it's there in their land. Am I going to deny that it came from them or they had a part in it? Why would we do that? Because when we come out of Nigeria now, we understand that people in Zimbabwe, people in South Africa, the oldest mine in the world, 43,000 years is what they're telling us. All these years, I'm not sure, but that's what they're telling us. They're telling us that gold in the rest of the world came out of Zimbabwe, and the Zimbabwe gold is the gold that initially built the value that we build into gold. We don't know these things. We don't even care about it. It was said that in Jamaica, the Africans that were taken there built the first engine or combustion engine that led us into the Industrial Revolution. Now, without historians, we have no idea. But when we think of the amount of inventions that have come out in the Americas from African people, we need to take a step back for a minute and understand that this isn't me as a Yoruba or you as Igbo. This is all of us as Africans. This is what we have contributed. And if we don't want to buy into that Afro-unicity, then I think we're lost. We're lost, and we're lost forever.
Thank you. Let Jonaba is Jonaba's turn, please. Jonaba, welcome. Thank you for your patience. I know it's not been easy. Please go ahead.
Thank you, forefathers. Can you guys hear me clearly, because my thing is going in and out?
Loud and clear.
Thank you so very much. My brother Jagun and the Seko are not different. It's just the uses of language. But I think they rectify it end of the day, because it was like the word tribalized is not what he really meant. He meant that we can let us embrace our differences and our tribes, but let's deal with the bigger issues, because you cannot tell me not to be who I am. But the only problem we have with Africa, we are so cheap that the outsider use that tribe to penetrate us and divide us. And that is what Seko is trying to say. And what my brother Jegun is saying is that, oh no, I am Yoruba, that's Yoruba, that is not an issue. So it's a choice of language. I think they're all in the same page. Meanwhile, I go further. And to those on the, normally been on this show for a long time, and I take my stand and I take responsibility to what I say, whether it's right or wrong. But the problem we are having again is those that misunderstood you or deliberately misunderstood you. Why I came back is that I do not say that the EndSars protesters are bad people or something wrong with them or blaming them. What I said that we do not follow up with them. There are still some of them in the prison, and it's lack of organization. Period. I stop right there, because what I have seen find out on this platform is that people, regardless of what you say from the pure spirit and for the bigger cause, they have their own narrow-minded interpretation to what you say to justify where they stand in life. There are people here who think change is easy and change is a cheap talk. It's not. It's not. Change is a process, and we all have that struggle today. The only thing that makes the difference between somebody else that embraces change, it depends on who is in their life that caution them and they listen to, or how they listen to their own inner world or the value they have raised them with. But the notions that Nigeria must be burned down, or Africa must be burned down for who we are, for who that burned down go to, that is the question. And to some of people who think change is easy, a man that lives in America for 30 good years, he have not changed. His lifestyle is the same thing as those that live under the bridge in Oshodi. But you want somebody else's life to change overnight because you can quote somebody else that never lived through you. We African people, nobody, no white man will come and solve our problem, or Asian, or Chinese, or Indian. We, the African people, have to decide our future. But if we live in this petty life of no self-value and the value of our culture that we enshrine as a black people, I'm not talking about tribe now, it's bigger than that, then we will be left behind and somebody else will inherit that space. It's a matter of time. But when we come here, we go after each other, and not even when fact prove that what of those things and statistics prove that what we are saying is not right or does not match, and we continue to emphasize on tribalism and bigotry. Some of you quote Bible. Yeah, God bless you the way you look at the Bible and how you think about it, if it helps you. I'm not here to debate Bible with you. We are talking about issues that is affecting us, displace the black people around the world. I believe every honest black man will be comfortable in their region. But for some reasons, we are all displaced. There's no problem with immigration. World revolves. But then we are losing it upright to every other color. When I mean color, I mean whether it's Asian, Indian, white, or whatever. But we, the black people, we are still struggling with tribal differences. We will always have difference. Even those of us that are twins among us, we will always have our differences. But for the respect of compromise to one another and understanding, we can always be one. And it's all about giving and take. But if we come here every Saturday and Sunday to fuel this, I'm sorry I take long, but I'm going to wrap up. Please, as a senior citizen who has spent time on this platform, I come here not because it's convenient, but I come here because I see that if there's no check and balance, whatever you are saying here and they didn't hear other people, it become norm, and other people, the platform will not be interested. That's why I log in sometimes, because I will choose to listen behind. But sometimes our voices here does not help an issue. And we should don't let politics motivate you or religion motivate you. Let mankind and bigger picture of black people motivate you, and let it more than even Africa, not more than Nigeria as a country, rather as a black and the suffering of the black people on earth. Thank you.
Thank you. And that is a very powerful point. I think that reminds me when you said something about twins, even being divided, they can be divided. And when the Igbo people came here, most of this tribe where everybody likes to maintain It's within the tribes that they divided them, not even from another tribe. Within that tribe, they, like the Yoruba people, they were fighting each other in Lagos when they came there. They were fighting for the throne, and then they use one against the other. This is how it works. And even inter-tribe, there are divisions, so it never ends. Sooner or later, we have to say this is where we draw the line. We have to exhibit. We have to try to harness our national identity. In other words, come together and do something, for crying out loud. I think if not now, thank you for joining us again. Thank you for coming back. You know, I'm sure Pansat is backstage with all the tribe talk. I think he couldn't take it anymore, and he's gonna he's gonna join us very soon. He's driving. He can't even wait to get to where he's going to. He's still driving. He's backstage. Pansat, we see you. So he just. Punching at me backstage. He's punching at me backstage. I can't bring you on stage now because you're driving. When you get to where you're going, okay, if not that, please go ahead. What do you think about what you've had so far?
I mean, I was here earlier in the morning. I don't really understand how we entered into tribe again today.
Kene came on now. That's what happened.
It's not easy.
Well, I think at this stage in our national life, there are certain things we cannot really run away from. You know, it's not worth talking about, but I think we cannot say we can't talk about it. Since it keeps coming up, we have to keep talking about it. And briefly, I want to say that there is nothing wrong with tribe or ethnicity. You know, it's part of our cultural heritage. You understand? And I think the problem is that Nigeria have not really given Nigerians the right of citizenship. And that's the reason why it's as if we are still clinging to our tribes. Because that's where we feel that identity and support. If the government can give Nigerians the right of citizenship, I think we'll begin to make progress and begin to have a national identity and national ideology to work towards. Take, for instance, I think that by now, and that's part of the mistake they made when we entered this last democratic experience, we are not able to forge that common ideology of maybe 50 years, 100 years plan that was bought into by all the political class. So that irrespective of your political ideology, we know, okay, this is the things that are uniting us. This is what all of us are working towards. So that whether it's Mr. A that came into power, Mr. B, they know that there are issues that everybody already have a consensus on. But over the years, they always tell us, don't talk about this, don't talk about that, don't talk. When you say people don't talk about something, it doesn't make that thing to stop existing. So I think it's high time this become a national conversation. Maybe it would be discussed once and for all and dusted and put in the place where it rightly belongs so that we can begin to move forward as a nation. That's what I think.
Thank you. I think what you said is quite powerful, actually. And a lot of people have made some strong, very powerful contributions. Nigeria has not given its people reason to be, attach their identity to the Nigerian state. They've not given them enough. They stand them down every time, even national anthem. They ignore the people and go and give it to 1960, 59.
Exactly.
Like they stand them down. Like Nigerians, don't say anything. You're just passengers here. Why wouldn't they hold on to what they know? That's a really powerful point. Owibo, thank you for joining us. I'm sure the cows, they are not citizens of Ghana. Is very obvious. And I'm just saying it. Welcome.
Thank you, my brother. I've been listening. The zeal of coming back, I cannot resist. It's coming back. You see, I will go through a different dimension. It is not Nigeria. Who make up Nigeria? Who are Nigerians? Who are Nigerians what is Nigeria that is going to give you, what the citizens want? Is there any Nigeria? And are there Nigerians? See, when they ask, is it a former governor of, is it Taraba State or so? He said he is Fulani first before Nigeria. If you ask my mother, who is a Biafran Igbo woman, she will tell you that she is Igbo before Nigeria. And you had your tribes big enough before Nigeria was imposed on you by a man. And we are proud to still answer that Nigeria today. If it was right, Kwame Nkrumah could have kept Gold Coast. He could have retained Gold Coast. He changed it, he literally changed it and sacked them out of Ghana within that period until they connived to overthrow him. They almost killed him. Kwame Nkrumah survived more than 10 assassination attempts. In fact, the last one almost killed him when they used a schoolgirl. This is what our people pass through. And I would like to, address our elders in Africa. If you are over 55 years, I am, with all due respect, you contributed to what your children are going through today. If you are over 55 years, you also contributed to the ill that your children and grandchildren are suffering today because you benefited so much. You benefited so much from the country. Most of you had scholarship to school abroad. But after finishing your studies, you will run back home because there were jobs readily available and houses, government houses readily available for you to take over. But within this period, you enjoy all those things and you refuse to provide same for the generation that came after you. Who do you blame? And I see most of you coming here to blame leaders and blame leadership. Look, let me tell you, based on the Lekki massacre, it was not poor organization. I am telling you the truth. I know the army and I know what they can do. There was nothing like poor organization. The youth organized themselves, and I'm proud to say it here that they really tried to do what was right. But what happened? Typical of the Nigerian government, they leveled barrels of gun and ammunition live, not even what do I call it, blank armor or water cannons. They did not. They leveled it at them and scattered them and create. Who will, if you were there, if you were those Lekki protesters, would you have stayed? When live munitions were raining on you, people's legs were broken, hands were broken, some of them died on the spot. And they came and cleaned it. But we will come out today and tell them that it was poor organization and whatever. If you are older than 55 years, you contributed to the suffering the youth are going through today. That is what I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you for that.
Father, please let me respond because he was referring to when he said poor organizations. And let me respond to him because this is how we mischaracterize ourselves and misunderstood ourselves. Let's put things in the context. I says that they should have a lawyer done today, since after that we have not heard about their pain and struggle in jail until former Senator Shehu came and mentioned it on Democracy Day, and we are picking up from there. That it should have been something we are following up since that time till today, and there's no reason why any SARS protester should be in prison till today. And that is what I'm saying, without them being heard of. So let us put things, I've never blamed them, I will never blame them. And I will say specifically,
They are heroes for standing up, but the people fail them for following up, and the people fail them for following up because if we know who is human rights activist, who is their lawyer, and that is to learn from there that even while we agitate henceforth, we should have those things in place because Nigeria or any the power that being will always crushes you whenever you make any attempt to take your basic human right to say you stand here. So let us put this in the right context. I'm not saying nor blaming them. I'm saying there should have been a better follow-up. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
To Nigeria, sorry. You see, this is the reason why there was the last time I appeared here, I made a comment. And immediately after I made that comment, my senior brother, uncle or father, because I am 49, I don't hide my age, also came and said what he said. And he also made mention as an elder. He used some certain phrase. If you feel that what I said affects you, continue to respond. That day, I chose not to respond. But you see how it is. When I call out the elders this night, when I call out the elders that stayed in the house, when a she-goat delivers in a teta, my uncle came out telling me that I mentioned him. I did not mention you. I made my comment
I
just
spoke
like the way
about
I made my comment that day.
I talk about EndSars issues, and not only from you. I've seen it.
I will not
I'm
argue
not
with you,
even
sir.
arguing
Look,
with
if
you.
you look
No,
at
brother, I'm not arguing with you, and it's okay for you to even mention my name. I have a thick skin. You should know I come from a different sentiment. So if I'm not prepared to come here mentally and otherwise, I will not come. So I don't have problem of you going and say anything, but I don't want you to or you or anybody else. What I'm trying to say that I never blame EndSars protesters. I believe they are heroes to Nigeria and to everything. I say that the organization have not followed up their case very well, and there's no reason for them to be in prison till today. Thank you.
Thank you.
I
Well
think it's my
done.
turn.
Yeah, I guess so. Welcome. I think all the tribe talk probably didn't let you rest. You had to come out. You had to come and have your say on this one. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you very much. Let me say hello to the panelists, everybody else that's participating here. By the way, I start off with Steph. Steph comes on this show with the lowest energy anybody could ever have. You know, if I
How
was
dare you?
out there
It's because
yapping to
it's
Yorubas,
because I have you.
That's a good one. That's I want to start with trouble already. No, he's gone. He's gone. He's gone. So yeah, I wanted to go to this Dangote business. Dangote is now talking about going into steel, and you know how important steel is in terms of industrialization. He has built a refinery in 6 years. He did, and that refinery is very, very important to Nigeria because it's not only about providing petrol; it's about providing Nigeria a kind of base for our petrochemical industry, where we can do a lot of things with petrochemical, from medicine to manufacturing polymers and all kinds of different other aspects, even on road this construction and different stuff. So he's done that, and now he wants to go into this in steel manufacturing, and he's talking about even looking to use that to build West Africa. So the idea, if people like Dangote, Oyema, I think they are the heroes of Nigeria today. The bankers, the GT Bank, Zenith Bank, these people are the ones flying the flag of Nigeria. Nollywood flying the flag of Nigeria, Afrobeats flying the flag of Nigeria everywhere. And what it dawned on me this week when we were having this conversation was that in capitalistic systems, the rich of their nations are often by these type of institutions. Like, you know how America has Apple, Google, YouTube that we have right now. China has TikTok, Alibaba, and a few others, and Huawei. These are in a capitalistic form. These are state actors. Let's not make a mistake. These are state actors. And what I find is that in the context of Nigeria, when Dangote does all this, people say it's monopoly and stuff like that. So I don't know what you think about it, because personally, the way I look at it is that better him than nothing, isn't it? So what do you think about it, Steph?
Yeah. I think you brought out this topic in the morning, and
Yeah.
some people it was a mixed reaction, but I seem to differ, and I am more aligned with your own reasoning. If I'm right with where I think you're also reasoning, I think there's nothing wrong in the economic interest of Dangote in Nigeria. It has helped a lot. No system is perfect, and a capitalist is a capitalist. So anybody that want to criticize his business model, the question I will ask: if you are the Dangote of today, what kind of business model will you adopt? You understand? It may be a monopoly, but not because it's not by design. What do I mean by that? Except in the military era when he was given a license to be the sole importer of some commodities? I don't think there is anybody who want to enter into any business he's doing today that the government will refuse license. So to that extent, you can't really claim there is a monopoly by design, because this is a capitalist society. Just like nothing in the East has a car manufacturing industry. For now, if he's the only, assuming that he's the only one doing it, you may still say the same thing. But if he's the only one doing it, it doesn't really necessarily qualify that you blame him for that monopoly. That's what I'm trying to say. Dangote's most of his business it looks like it's a monopoly, but do you really have enough reason to blame him for it? That's my question. You understand? So it is the duty of the government, because from economic theory, from basic economic theory, monopoly is not good, whether in the hand of the government or in the hand of individual. You understand? So it is the duty of the government to now put policies in place to make sure that the ills of the monopoly will not outweigh the benefits that Nigerians are supposed to derive from a free market economy. That's the point I'm trying to make. So if he can start a steel industry, let's focus more on the multiplier effect of such industry in Nigeria. If it takes off, it's going to help us to, launch the backbone of our economic base, because the effect of steel industry in the developed countries, without adequate steel supply, America will not be where it is today, China will not be where it is today, and any other developed country. So steel is something that you cannot really do without, and the government knew. That was why over the years they tried with Ajokuta and it didn't work out. So if it is a private citizen like Dangote can make it work out, if it's going to be a monopoly, I think it's better than not having it at all. That's my take on it.
So and that is true. And the idea, one of the bad thing about, sorry, John, but I'll come to you. One of the bad thing about monopoly is that the price goes up for things, isn't it? So, and we're having this discussion, so we thought we should check what is the cost of living around the world and compare that to what Nigeria has. And you see, is there no list? Nigeria, man, we are really a strange country. I tell you, people don't know how strange, unusual Nigeria is. Look at the cost of living index by city in the world. And now let's find Nigeria in this list. Sure, I just type Nigeria at the top. It's only one city appeared in Nigeria. In terms of the top ones. Look at how expensive, like Switzerland, Bermuda, Switzerland, so many states, United States, so many states in the United States, expensive. But look at the first state in Nigeria, and it's only one that appeared, Lagos, almost at the bottom. And then what that means is that the rest of the states are cheaper that they cannot even show up on this list. That's Nigeria. If you go by nation, let's go by nation. The cost of living in there by country. So you will see where Nigeria ranks. Look at Switzerland and Bermuda at the top again. They are the leading nations. Look at cost of living in Nigeria. Almost the bottom of the table itself. Let me zoom in so people can see. So it doesn't look like I'm doing a funny thing here. So that is Nigeria there at the bottom again. And what does that tell you? That's why sometimes I look at these Oyemas, the Dangotes. I look at them and I say, these people are trying in a hostile environment to do business, because where cost of living is so cheap and you have to buy your equipment practically from the same market. We don't make machineries. You have to buy it like all those countries where people pay for items more and do business in Nigeria and survive. It's quite a remarkable feat to be able to do that and survive in Nigeria. Hence, we should see these people for what they truly are. They are the only ones flying the Nigerian flag right now. And if you want to expand into other areas, expand. If you want to go and build a nuclear power plant, go ahead. If you want to go and start shipbuilding, start shipbuilding. There are so many monopolies you can start. If you are so worried about its own monopoly, start your own. Nigeria has so much space to expand into. And one thing you can say about this government, I don't know, other than their economic policy that is completely rubbish for business, but I think consciously they want to encourage business. If you have a business idea, I don't think they want to discourage you, even if the environment they've created for business is very bad. But in their mind, they believe they are very friendly to business, and maybe that is true too. Who else? Who wants to continue?
Let me come in, please.
Please, let's respect.
Let me come in,
Can you relax yourself?
You came in last.
Yourself. Relax.
He kicked me out.
My younger brother.
I didn't kick you out. Why would I kick you out?
I think I was driving then.
Oh yeah, you were driving. That's why.
Yeah.
Can you relax?
Jonathan, please go ahead. Jonathan, please go ahead.
Kene, I want you not to be like your senior brother Fasat. Please, I know you are my boy, and I know we have our differences. We will work it out, maybe in heaven, if there is heaven. But then, don't come from the back and jump to the front. Respect the rule of law. That's what damaged Nigeria. Thank you.
Is that all? Okay.
Now, you see, the sentiment on business. I've said there's anything motto. If Nigeria really want to make Nigeria move forward and not playing politics with themselves and Nigerian citizens, they really want to empower themselves, not only in the East, but the federal government should ask all Nigerian politicians to have it as official car. Because whether they assemble it in Nigeria, it's also a good thing. If you want to claim, oh, it's assembled in Nigeria, it's not a full manufacturer in Nigeria, but it's assembled in Nigeria. Let's give it to it. The fact is that the Dangote, when people hear it in their ear, they don't look at the employment. I was against Dangote when he sold the flour aspect of Dangote to South African company, and many people lost their pension because the way the people took over. But thank God, the people went bankrupt. He bought it back from them. But the point I'm trying to say is that let us be honest. In America here, the bigger company never want the smaller company to exist. They're always going to come up with something to deprive them. For instance, let's talk about motor vehicle, for instance. They will come up with something that make you go out of your way. For instance, let's say you buy a salvage car today. Before, state varies. So they will say, oh, now they are asking for receipt. Some states you cannot even drive it. You have to tow it for inspection, even for physical inspection. For you to be able to drive the car, somebody have to inspect it physically before you even inspect it. Some states you have to do the inspection before you do that. Some place you have to submit your reviewed paper and all of that. Before they were not asking for receipt. Some state they now ask for receipt. What am I trying to say? Everybody go after their own interest. It's left for the government to regulate and for the fairness of the people to say, you know what, if only these people have this power in their hand, it's going to rob ordinary people and we will lack job creation. So if Dangote is having a steel company and the government are regulating it and take the fair share, there's nothing wrong with it. And if you think it's not a good thing, in as much as you think it's open society, it's open for you to register a company. You may find it difficult in one way or the other, but you are not stopped by anybody. So go ahead. Many people are into import to Nigeria. They find it difficult in the way they are treated, but it still happen here. When they say small business in America, it can still be billions of dollars business, but they're always going to say, oh, it's a small business. For instance, Donald Trump benefited when World Trade Center was crushed because he claimed a small business, even though end of the day, he did not lose nothing. So this is what people do. But when the word Fulani man coming, he raises people's anger and bitterness. Dangote do not only employ.
Oh, Jonaba, why are you going to Fulani man again?
Please, I have to finish my submission. Be patient. Be patient. Be patient. No,
just a minute. I have my elder here.
Let's allow people to finish now.
That is, you see, this is what they do for distraction. They are doing it for distraction. There's nothing more. If you don't have time, don't even come here. You are not going to do us any good anyway. If you don't have time, you are over 70. You're not going to do us any good.
Sorry about
okay,
that.
now that is what their alarm is tribalism. They do not look at anything. Okay, if you want to criticize them, whether it's Tinubu or anybody, come with a constructive criticism and say, oh, this monopoly is not good for this and this and that.
But I'm riding on the main
but
back,
up front, what they hear is Asa Fulani is a rich man, and that is it. So please meet this man for me. You send your brother to hell, never come back. You are coming to me. Stay where you are. So that is the problem we have. We have to have open-minded to make sure that we, the people of Nigeria, if we want to criticize the government for what they are not doing right, it should not be tribal issue, whether to Dangote or to whatever the company in the East, a motor company. And
it's 15 minutes
what do you call it? Remind me, please. I just... Who is that? So that is it, and I'm going to end it for now. If I have
it's not.
Okay,
Come on,
no, relax. I'm going to end it. If you don't mind these people, these are the people that make this platform interesting. So I'm going to end it for now. I'm going to be listening. If Ferrari come, I will come in because Ferrari have choose to be on my case, and I will be on your case. I'll warn you out. I promise you.
It's too late. You've exhausted your time.
Papa, a minute, please.
Is
it
Ken, can you let me go first, please, Ken?
Yes. Alaba go first.
Hold on. By the way, everybody, you should come to tomorrow's show.
Is Dexter, were you here first? Who was here first? I know Weebo was here when
Let me speak.
It's me now.
Hold on now.
You pushed me out before.
Dexter, why are you quiet? Were you here first? Because I feel like you came in first.
Let him go. Let him go ahead first.
That's what you should say.
Go ahead. You started
who should go first, Kene or Ferrari?
Okay, let Alaba come.
Okay.
Alaba go.
Everybody come to
I will go after
tomorrow's
Alaba.
show except that man. Anyway, there's been a lot of misinformation on this platform about monopoly and capitalism.
Thank
And
you.
we have to set it straight. That's the only reason I came on, because I don't like coming on when John Abba is on, because I want him banned. Anyway, moving on. Let me leave John Abba for now, because he's going to upset me. Now I'm losing my thought because he keeps coming on. Anyway, monopoly in America that practice capitalism that the rest of us wants to copy. By law, they don't tolerate monopoly. And there's a reason for that. Because there's nothing democratic about monopoly. There's nothing. Be you who set up your own business, like Microsoft, like Apple, like all the big names. The American system will make sure by law that that company is broken down into smaller units so that the people can have access, because they know that monopoly is anti-capitalism and it's anti-democracy. Because whoever controls monopoly can influence their democracy. And that's the danger. They know that. These people are thinkers. They just don't set up a system and just let it loose. Other countries that allow one company to control are usually communist states, and that's a state-run company. You have to know the difference. One man importing everything in your country, it's related to the corruption in your country and the hardship your country is going through. If you don't get that, then you don't know economics. There's no correlation between monopoly and democracy. There's none. They break it down. So if the government wants to help companies, we have innocent motors there. They should help innocent motors, not be giving the taxpayers money to Dangote to run something they have failed to run. This is not a tribal issue or anti. This is a fact. If you love that country, anything Dangote, you want to go against it. If he doesn't put his business on the trade market for it to go public and destroy the monopoly, it shouldn't exist, because you're using state fund for one individual. Country don't work like, and that individual will be so powerful.
No,
that individual can topple your government.
Down again.
That individual can talk. So there's so much misinformation. Dangote is a hero. Dangote is this. Dangote is that. I don't like misinformation on medium like this, because there are young Nigerians listening, except when people like John is talking, and that one confuses young Nigerians. But all of you are educated people, and you help young Nigerians to educate them.
I have a question for you.
Go ahead.
Yes. Alaba, can I come in?
Yeah.
Let me ask Ferrari for clarification. Can I
okay.
answer it?
Yeah.
What forefather is the topic he raises? Say that Dangote want to enter into steel manufacturing. So if Dangote should start Dangote steel manufacturing industry, if you want to establish it, if government is not giving him money to do it,
how do you know? They gave him money for the oil. You don't know that. Would they come out and tell you that this corrupt government? Would they come out and tell? Did they tell you when they gave him money for the refinery? Did they tell you? I'm asking you that question. Did they come and ask you?
Not even answer the question that I'm asking you. Asking me again.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
What I'm saying is that, assuming that we're not talking about what we are not sure of yet, but we just heard that he wants to start steel industry. Is it wrong for government to stop him from establishing steel industry just because they feel that it's going to be a monopoly? Or is it the duty of the government to put policies in place to make sure that the steel company he's starting is not going to be a monopoly?
Did you see all of them gather when they wanted to open Dangote refinery, all the shareholders of Nigeria? Did you see all of them gather when they opened Dangote refinery? Those are the people that own your country. And those are the people that won't let your country have equity. You understand? The government's role is to provide law and order for all companies, for everybody to submit bid. You understand? Not to stop him. They can't stop him. But they would examine his bid, compare it to others, compare it to other companies, see which one is more likely. That's the government role. Government role is regulatory. But because we have a failed government and we have gullible followership, that they sell anything to us, we jump at it and we grab it. We are abdicating our role as citizens.
Is the government selling the Ajokute steel industry to him?
I think it's my turn now, please.
I don't know if they're selling it to him, but that idea alone, that the guy again wants to go into steel, should make you
everybody submitting bid.
You make you scared.
Alaba, if you have been some other person was doing it, nobody is looking to do it. He is doing it. If he says he wants to build a nuclear power plant now, you're going to complain that why is he doing it? Because it's him again. There is a lot of scope for businesses to expand into Nigeria.
Do you have data
Let
that
them
no other
expand.
person is doing it? You see,
no other person is doing it.
Do you have data?
We
are
not a major steel manufacturer.
Do you have data?
Even if others are doing it, why
let me come in, please.
And the truth, okay, let me show some. No, hold on. Let me just show him some monopolies around the world. Look at the monopolies around the world. They have monopolies everywhere. Look at the UK. Payment systems are a form of monopoly.
And how is the UK faring economically?
They are faring better than the UK, Nigeria. 1.4 trillion a year they spend on their economy. 1.4 trillion.
How much are they owing in debt?
They are not.
Their unemployment rate?
They still get more money than you. You want to compare yourself to them?
Because they steal from other countries. They steal from third world countries, right?
UK has only one
including
water
Nigeria.
company. Hold on. UK has only one water company. One.
Yeah, and they steal from other countries.
And they are releasing poo-poo water into the ocean. And yet they still have the rights to it. So
let me come in,
everywhere.
Yeah. See, Alaba, thank you very much. I think you put it better than I should have, right? The thing is, I have heard somebody talking about the capitalist system in government. I don't know in Nigeria. I don't know where that person learned or who taught the person that Nigeria run a capitalist government. Nigeria system. Nigeria doesn't. Nigeria run a confused system. You will not call it capitalist. You will not call it monopolistic. You will not call it mix. It's a confused system of governance that Nigeria run. For those that don't know the history a little bit, let me help us here. It started off with 1999 when we had Nitel. Nitel that was owned by the federal government, right? Nitel was sold by Atiku. Who bought Nitel? Who did they sell Nitel to? And what was the modalities? How did they even bid? Because this is a public company, so investors should bid. Before they, whomever that qualifies should buy it. So how did they go about the bidding and all that? How did they auction Nitel? Nitel was sold among them. The politicians bought it. Now we had cement, right? When Ibeto was producing cement, we have the Calago cement, and then Calago was intentionally crushed down, and Ibeto's own was crushed down, and Dangote was given a public fund to build his cement factory, the way he built it now. Public money, federal government money. Then Dangote, we have Nigerian refinery. The Nigerian refineries were intentionally crushed down so that they will invest in Dangote's refinery, because they are a bunch of lazy idiots that don't know how to make money. The only easy money they make is embezzlement of public fund. And for them, because they know one day they're going to retire, so they need where they will invest their money. And Dangote happens to be their hero. So Dangote is not my hero, please. Dangote is their hero. He's among the criminal gang in Nigeria that call themselves leaders. So they are using him as their boy now, errand boy. Invest our money in Dangote's refinery. Now, since they invested that money in Dangote's refinery, tell me 1 liter of petrol that has been gotten from Dangote refinery. Nothing till today. And now they're about to invest. You and I know that they've crushed Ajekuta steel industry. So they crushed Ajekuta in the steel industry because they have their boy. They have Dangote, that they now want to invest our money, federal government money, into Dangote's so-called refinery steel industry. And you are now referring to Dangote as a hero. Who's hero? Nigeria let's understand this. Nigeria is more of monopolistic system than even the confused system that I'm talking about right now, because they are doing it with deliberate action. Pardon me? Yeah, so they are doing it. If they were just confused, I might be lenient on them, but they are intentional with what they are doing, trying to run a monopolistic system by using Dangote to push that idea. So investing public fund into Dangote's refinery, investing public fund into Dangote's cement, sugar, and now steel industry is a show of criminality. Just as Alaba said, the day they commissioned the refinery, did you not see all of them there? They are the investors. No foreign investors. They are the investors in that company. And that is what they want to do with the steel industry. They are cleaners. If they want to run a capitalist system, they should have a free system. They should have a free market whereby anybody that wants to start up a business or start up a company must go through the requirement. Once you get the requirement, you'll be given a license to operate whatever you want to operate. In some cases, you may not even have all the requirement, but at least if you have some important requirement, the government will support you by giving you the license to start up, but maybe give you some years to get other requirements completed. So Nigeria is not running a system, a free system, a free market system, is not running a capitalist system, but Nigeria is running a monopolistic system. And that is not doing well. It's not doing well in our economy. They are looking for a way to build the economy or to revamp the economy that they are intentionally killing. They are killing the economy and then running back to tell us that they want to revamp. What are you revamping? You are killing it. Have a free system, then the economy will blossom. But you said no. All you're doing is to kill the economy, and you and I are here talking about, you see Nigeria, like somebody said, you can only be a Nigerian. I'm not. Sorry. Thank you.
You see, the truth is that you have a point that they are helping kill businesses. Dangote Sugar lost money because of the economic problem. MTN lost money. They are killing Nigerian businesses. But let me just respond to Fumi O here, that I'm lying as usual about this is UK having a monopoly in water. I think I made one error in my suggestion that the UK has only one water company. There are multiple, but they are regional. So let me explain what I was trying to say, so as she can get it before she accuse me of lying constantly. So it says the water industry in England and Wales was privatized in 1989. Most water and sewage companies are regional monopolies with dedicated pipe networks and water supply. This means that household customers cannot choose and switch their suppliers, and competition is limited. So this is what they call it, natural monopolies. So it's a monopoly, but the fact that I got wrong was the fact that it's only one company. It's not only one company, but it's regional. And what it depends on your region. If you have one company, you are stuck with it. You can't change to any other one. So that was the point. I just thought I should correct that. Like to keep things factual here, okay? It's not offensive to accuse me of lying.
I did something. I think you shared something about Nigeria running the list. I think you shared something about what they call it, the standard of living, right? Standard of living. Right?
Cost of living.
Yeah, that the cost of living in Nigeria's cost of living is so low. But you've also forgotten that in that same Nigeria, that we don't have a system to determine what exactly or what is the cost of living of Nigerians. For example, your income, your wage is $30,000, 30,000 naira or 35,000, right? Is your wage. At the end of the day, at the end of the month, 30 days, what you are paid is 35,000 naira. Out of that 35,000 naira, NEPA, the so-called NEPA electricity company that did not give you light up to 7 times in a month, will come with a bill of 21,000. Now, yes. mind you that Nigeria, the system does not provide water to the populace. You have to source for your own water. Right? Maybe you spent 5,000 on water for the month. Now 26,000 is gone. So how much are you left with to feed your family and take care of other things?
Make a statement.
And you're saying that our cost of living is low?
Okay, now let me just say
when
something
you
before
don't
I
pay,
go.
when you
I
don't
beg.
have money to pay for the
Sorry, Kenny.
electricity,
Sorry, Kenny. Pastor,
when
can
you
you
don't have
drive
money to
me?
pay for the
I need to
electricity,
go
they will
backstage.
chop off your cable. The cable they never bought. You were the one that bought the pole. You were the one that bought the cable and connect light in your house. But if you don't have money to pay for the electricity at the end of the month, they will cut the cable and take it as if it's theirs. I swear.
No, but the point is that you are not supposed to be taking electricity from the mains. That's the point.
No,
If you
because
were
they will
cut out
never
of
provide.
the system,
Forefathers, if you build a house in Nigeria today, nobody will even you advise yourself because they don't care. You advise yourself to go and buy the pole, buy the cables, and then call the NEPA to come and connect the electricity for you. It is up to you to do that. Do you do that in that UK that you are now comparing with Nigeria?
no, you don't do
Right?
that. I
Thank
see.
you. So now,
I'm not saying that there are no peculiarities in
Nigeria
Nigeria.
has the
But
worst,
still,
the
it's still
worst,
the low
worst
cost of
cost of
living. I
living.
don't know why you are still disputing the point. It still stands that Nigeria cost of living is extremely low. That is the problem, and that's why maybe our services are not even that good.
What's made up cost of living? What are those necessities, those basic
Cost
necessities that
to
you
get
need to live as a human being?
Cost to get food, cost to get housing, cost to
Thank you.
go to school, hospital, all
Thank you.
those things.
Among all these things that you just listed, which one do the government provide for the people?
I'm not. What does it matter? You can argue that the government provides all of them.
No, it matters because here where I live, the system provides constant electricity for me. One, the system actually have free education. If you are not capable of taking your children to private school, you can actually put them in public school for free, right?
Mm-hmm.
The system provide water. Each time I turn my tap, water is running. And the system also provides job opportunity for me to make money and to be able to pay for those utilities, right? So I am making the money, I am paying for the electricity. But is it same in Nigeria? No. The system made it difficult for you to even secure a job in Nigeria. If you're a beautiful lady, you must sell this thing before you must sleep with one useless idiot for you to secure a job, right? The system made it very difficult for you to even run a business. Now, at top of all these things, right? They don't even provide the water. They don't provide the electricity. They don't provide anything. At the end of the day, you will be expected to pay for electricity that they did not give you. They call it estimated billing. Thank God now they have the prepaid meter nonsense, right? They don't provide water for you. So you have to go and provide it for yourself. And it costs a lot for you to provide the water for yourself.
No, they take that into account when they are measuring cost of living. They take all that into account and they still think it's still lower.
Now,
Yes.
let's do the mathematics then. Let's do the mathematics. How much is the least electricity tariff in Nigeria? What is the tariff in Nigeria? How many?
The tariff is stupid cheap, like monthly for a house, like a whole 4-bedroom house, fenced around and everything. The amount is more than like
how much?
15th the amount you pay here.
Like how much in estimate? In your own estimation?
30,000 now. Before it was around even 12,000.
30,000 naira, right? 30,000 naira. And then what again? Water. Do they provide it?
Yeah.
They provide water? Government?
No. That's borehole now.
Borehole. Who provide the borehole?
No, it's not about government. It's about how much it costs you to do
now,
it.
You are okay. Let's go by the 62,000 naira minimum wage. You're paid 62,000 naira as a civil servant. Then you according to your own estimation of electricity, now you spend 30,000 naira for electricity. How much is left? 32,000. What are you going to do with it for the month?
See, it still doesn't change the cost of living. That's the figure. It's like you're trying to fight a number.
Electricity is one of the necessities of life, the basic needs of a man. They need electricity, right?
No, I'm not. That is not the argument. It's the cost it takes you to get those things in Nigeria. It's relatively cheaper compared to the West. I'm telling you now, like a 3-bedroom, or 4-bedroom house, you are paying about 30,000. 30,000 naira in the UK amounts to less than maybe 20,000, 20 pounds.
How much is the minimum wage in the UK?
For the same property in the UK, it's
no.
around
How much is your minimum wage in the UK that you are making the comparison with? How much is your minimum wage?
But that is not the argument. They are not doing that. They are just telling you this is the price. And now, if I go now and show you, okay, let me show another number that is going to give and shed light to what we're talking about. This one is tax information. That's the tax people take from their citizens and give to the government so that the government can use to do stuff. You look at the countries in the world. The highest taxed ones are like France, Denmark, all these other countries. And look at where Nigeria is again on the list here. You go down, or even African countries, Nigerians are below them. And where is Nigeria on this list again? Look at Nigeria here.
Are you still going on Wikipedia?
Oh my goodness.
So after everything that we advise you to leave Wikipedia, you're still using Wikipedia?
So you want to talk from your own mouth that because you are the professor of all knowledge. You won't respect.
We are talking about
went to school
the reality on ground. No, the reality, we're making reference to the reality on ground in Nigeria, not Wikipedia. I can go to.
I'm not saying all the things you are describing is false. It's true.
I can go on this Wikipedia and change whatever I want to change there.
No, you can't. They will check it and move it again. No, you can't. You can't change it, but you have to source your data, isn't it? You have to point it to somewhere that is reliable data. And
how many data did Tinubu source to be changing his age all the time on Wikipedia?
I'm not disagreeing with you that all this issue describe, all this experience you describe in Nigeria, it is true. But it's not has nothing to do with the numbers we are talking about. The numbers we are talking about is the reality of the world. You can't expect like the machines the car that they buy in Nigeria, is it made in Nigeria? You have to buy them from overseas where other people will spend more money on those things.
Now,
and Nigerians have to spend a little money they have.
Do you know today that it is cheaper for me to ship a car from Nigeria to the US than it is for me to ship car from US to Nigeria? Do you know that it's cheaper for me to import cars in US than it is?
Why do you think that is?
Useless government policy, irregularities in their policy.
Because you don't have scale. You don't have scale.
In the tariff.
You don't have scale. You know how business works. If you sell more, you can afford to bring the price down. We don't have scale. We don't manufacture anything. We don't export. We barely even import. The only thing we do is import petrol and all the rest and all the nonsense stuff we import into Nigeria that we don't need to import. See, all this issue you are saying is not a lie. We all know this is true. But these numbers, what it is telling is that there are other things you can do to fix it. You have to start raising revenue in your country. You have to start manufacturing. You have to start actually producing things so that you can actually increase the money in the hands of your people.
I agree with you. You have to start producing. You have to start exporting. So when you produce and export, you drive more revenue. You drive more taxation. You don't start with taxation first. You provide
all this logatruth. He's jealous.
You provide an environment where your citizens can go into production, can go into manufacturing, can go into exportation. So when you provide this environment, there will be more revenue flowing to the government through taxation, through taxes and all that, right? Mm-hmm. So people will be employed. As they get employed, they pay tax when they receive their salary, right, or wages. So, and again, you're providing job opportunity for the people. You're providing more tax to the system. You don't just start taxing people when there is no provision for job creation, when there's no provision for people to actually work and pay the tax to people. People pay tax from even the gift, the money you give to them, they pay tax on it.
Yeah,
but in this country, you don't pay tax on gift. You actually get some things from gift.
What we are saying is that as a business and as a country, the country doesn't do a lot of revenue generation compared to most nations. That number is what you are seeing there. Nigeria doesn't generate money. That's why everything is so cheap in Nigeria. Because everything has to be, otherwise people cannot afford it at all. Please go ahead.
Thank you, guys. You see, I've been listening.
I thought it was my turn to speak.
No, I'm just
to speak, you know.
You know, I
think it's an interjection. It's an interjection. Don't you just make an interjection and allow them to speak?
It is. I try to be as succinct as possible. On the matter of Dangote, I don't think we really understand who Dangote is. Now, from the time of importation of rice, sugar, and amenities like this, there was a great monopoly being done by the elite, I would say. What they did was to concentrate their issues into Dangote. Now, Dangote is not the richest black person in the world. What it is that a lot of the individuals who want to hide, they use Dangote as the front man of institutionalized corruption. So they have done this. The 16 billion that Dangote is supposed to own, he does not own that by himself. If you understand what Nigeria is about and the way monopolies were created in Nigeria. So if you take that as a forebear, a given, then you move forward into really, is Nigeria a functioning country? If we understand that everybody in the country basically has a noise-making electrification on an individual basis via what we call, what is it?
Make it an interjection.
Sorry, I just want to put this in that we understand what's going on. Some of the data that you pronounced, forefather, it really does need analysis. We cannot take the data on face value. The data has to be broken down so we understand what that data says. If Nigeria from the early 80s was actually functioning as a country, by now we'll have everything we need. For the fact that everybody has their own water supply, their own electricity supply, that is a gross waste of money, because we'll be paying a lot less if these things were nationalized somehow. So I wanted to put that in as an interjection so we understand that we are not on a level playing field where Nigeria is concerned. It's the rich and poor with no middle ground. Thank you. Sorry.
Thank you. We are going to go to try to understand the number better. Who is next? I think it's Dexter.
Next.
Dexter, please go ahead.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Speaking on the Dangote point, I think the idea of the free market, the problem with Nigeria, it's not that people can't import. I mean, America, they import. Every economy imports. America, they import cars from China. The point is that they make it, the government, where Nigeria has a problem is that they give one person a license and they don't give another person a license. If you want to run a free market economy, you allow anybody that has capacity to import, let the person import. But what happens in Nigeria is that you create a policy that allows just a specific number. And I think that's where the whole Dangote shenanigan comes in. And like Jagun said, Dangote is not the individual you see. Dangote is an entity, a conglomerate of the elites that use him to fleece the Nigerian people, But what Nigeria needs is a free market economy where anybody, if Ekene wants to import cement, he should be able to import cement and sell at the price he wants to sell. That's free market. That's what would make the country grow. If Nigeria continues in the system of and unfortunately, the thing about Nigeria is that Nigeria is fractured to the foundation. So all these things we are saying will not work because the people that have fractured this nation, the people that have held this nation captive since the 1970s are not going to let go, because they themselves, they are afraid. They don't want to let go of their interests. And that's why Nigeria is the way it is. Unfortunately, what's happening, Nigeria is expanding and their hands cannot hold on to it because it's expanding beyond their control. In the early 1970s, Nigeria was just a little above 100 million. Right now, the population has exploded to over 200 million. So their hands can't really hold it. But we must realize that the structure, the solution for Nigeria on the present structure will not work. It's completely unsustainable. It won't work. If you see the numbers, even this minimum wage they are talking about, do you know the effect of minimum wage? Even the 60,000, the 62,000 they are saying they are going to pay, they are thinking of paying. Do you know the effect to have on the economy? It's going to be catastrophic because the landlord is waiting to hear what the minimum wage is. What we don't understand about that minimum wage, we think the minimum wage is for civil service. It's not for civil servants. That is the minimum wage for a Nigerian worker. That means even in the person working in the pure water factory, the moment they say minimum wage is 62,000, he's legally entitled to earn 62,000. The guy that is working as a gate man, if you have a gate man or a driver in your house, the legal amount of money he must earn as a minimum will be 62,000. So it's going to rip the whole Nigerian economy apart. You don't just introduce measures like that. Unfortunately, they don't plan. Nigeria is not planned, unlike countries like the UK.
Sorry, are you saying you are against the increase in minimum wage?
I'm not saying against. I'm against it. What I'm telling you is that we don't know the impact. It is going to tear the Nigeria economy apart. Nigeria will literally fall in tatters. Even at that 62,000, Nigeria will fall in tatters. Look, they paid that 62,000 in less than 6 months. It is on record when they paid Udoji Award. 1 year after, they asked the people, were you better before you got this money or now? They said they were better before they got the money. You don't just increase money. You peg your increments based on growth. You don't just start increasing money. Like, I'm not saying I'm against it, but unfortunately, Nigeria is not structured to be progressive. Nigeria is balkanized, and finding a
do they
solution.
also peg the economy before they increase their own salary with 300% increase?
Yes, you are saying that's what Ekene was saying. The same thing. We're saying the same thing. So the way the foundation upon which Nigeria is running is not sustainable. It is running out of gas. In fact, Nigeria is out of gas. It's out of resources, and so all these things we are saying, Nigeria has to, if we want to solve the problem of Nigeria, it has to go down to the foundations, where before everybody was running at their own pace. The Western region they were investing in what they wanted to invest in. Before in Nigeria, what you earn in the Western region is nobody's business. Whatever the person is earning in the Western region is what the economy can pay. The people in the North, it was what the economy could pay. And then the Nigerian economy was doing very well. But this idea of everybody go to Abuja, that is Babiala. That is a beggar mentality. It means that's why the guy in Zamfara will not do anything. Will just be, I'm waiting. Do you know that most of these governors, the governor, is he Yari? Governor Yari was spending, he never lived in Zamfara. He was staying in Abuja throughout. You have some guys in Jigawa governor, they don't live there. Because what they do is they just get money. Then this present government has come inside, think that no country tax its way to prosperity. You don't tax your way to prosperity. Taxes does not make a country prosperous. When you want to make a country prosperous, look at the model in Taiwan. Look at the model in India. You create wealthy people among the middle class. You make it possible for the middle class to grow. You create SMEs that will be productive, that will be selling their products everywhere in the world. And for you to do that, you have to place subsidies on things like electricity, transportation. Example for Atedo Peter side, gave a very, very nice example of electricity. This Nigerian electricity is a scam. He said, look, for you to pay, to give subsidy on electricity, it's very easy. All you need to say, there's nothing like band A. This one of band A, band B is rubbish. All you need to tell people is that forefathers, they are living in the UK. I'm sure if you were here during the COVID time when they were giving household subsidies on electricity. All they will tell you is, look, every month, for people that every month everybody gets, let's say, 100 units of electricity free. 100 units. Of course, the person staying in a 3-bedroom flat that doesn't have an air conditioner might not be able to finish that 100 units in a month. The people that have money will finish their 100 units, and after they finish their 100 units, they will start paying for it. So you can't come and say, oh, you're band A, you pay more money. No, you give everybody. That is how it is done in developed economies. These things are templates everywhere in the world. We don't have to, but unfortunately, these things will not work because one, Nigeria is a fractured system. The injustice in Nigeria is so endemic. It is even among some of us. It is so endemic that we cannot even see that the scales are in front of us. We cannot see. It is so bad that the people that have taken over the country, they cannot see beyond their nose. They can't see beyond their nose. And we are building on top of it's just like you get a structure, the foundations where instead of them to put piles as steel piles as the foundation, they put bamboo as the in the piles where they were supposed to put iron rods, they put bamboo. Then you now want to come and build skyscraper on top of the bamboo. What are you doing? It will not work. Each time you build, it will be sinking. It will be sinking. And what is happening to Nigeria is that we try to build, it will sink. Oh, no, let's build some more. It is always going to sink. What we need to do is destroy everything. And when I mean destroy, I don't mean destroy the country. The people that make up Nigeria need to come together and decide the way, justify the way to make progress. On the issue of Ikenga, you were saying something on the issue of the headers. We must understand the complexity of this header situation. There are some elites, there are some Fulani elites who don't want. It is more like some people are in the house, then some people are outside. The people in the house don't want the people that are outside to come inside. I listened to Senator Alero. From what he was saying, the former governor of Kebbi State, from what I could deduce, there are some Fulanis that don't want the headers, the people that are headers, to leave their heading. They want those category of people to continue being pastoralists. They don't want to educate them. They want them to remain like that. You know, that's why they will tell you, if you leave that, they'll say, that is their business. How can your business be to be roaming around? In fact, when they roam around, the value chain of the cow is reduced. You don't get anything from the cow again. The milk you're supposed to get, you don't get. You know, so we must understand that complexity. It is not just a direct, let them do it. There is an elite class among the Fulani tribe that run a feudal system, whereby some people stay as oligarchs at the top, and they determine what happens at the base.
Hold on, Kenny.
So when we are addressing it, we must realize that if you just go out direct, in fact, the person that tried to address it technically was Goodluck Jonathan. Goodluck Jonathan was the person that tried to address it technically. The only way you can address this header stuff is one, you have to get those kids when they are kids and put them in school. That is the only way. The moment you can get them when they are children, in fact, you just say children between this age can never be headers. And you have schools for them where they must go to school. That way, you take the flames out of those oligarchs. You take it out, you take the sails off their wings. That is one of the ways to do it. Now, if you look at it, that is why when Buhari came inside, one of the things he did, he killed all those schools Jonathan did. Because Buhari is part of the syndicate. And he knew, because what happens in the northern part of Nigeria is that the oligarchs depend on the illiteracy of the population. So if you're trying to educate the population, if you're trying to educate the common man there, they will be very angry. They don't want the education there. That is why they say Boko Haram. It is war against book, war against Western culture, war against study. So you have to go and take, that is, for Nigeria to know peace, you have to do it technically. Take all those people off the streets, put them in schools, train them in vocational training. There was a man that gave an instance 50 years ago. Ghana wanted to take a direction. Ghana said their direction was that they were going to invest in education. Everybody in Ghana must speak Queen's English. And truly, a Ghanaian speaks English better than a Nigerian. A Ghanaian speaks English better than Nigerians. If you hear their intonation, they know the sound. However, Taiwan decided to take a direction. Taiwan said, look, what we are going to do is that we are going to invest in vocational training, which is technical schools for people. Is it not no wonder today Taiwan is the headquarters of semiconductors? That is why China wants to take over Taiwan. If Taiwan shuts down today, almost all the countries, all of us will shut down. Our computers, our phones, everything will shut down, because Taiwan is the headquarters of semiconductors now in the world. But Ghana, what is Ghana? Where does the English take you to? Nigeria must start investing in vocational schools, whereby people, when you graduate from secondary school, you don't have to go to university. It's useless. What are you going to university to do? Some children don't need to go to university. People can become welders, can become machinists, can become fitters, and they will earn good money, because the truth about it, that this university degree does not make us productive. It is people that are machinists, that are welders, fabricators. Those are the people that are making the economy grow. They make it boom. There is a large market in West Africa and Africa for us to meet. But until we start investing in the correct thing, all these ones they are talking of buying president, all those are just waste of money. But the truth about it, even us, we must realize the deceit in the system and not try to build on the faulty foundation. Because if we build on the faulty foundation, everything we do will still sink down and we go back to square one. Thank you.
I agree with you that the Northerners don't want their people to be educated
Calm down.
and enlightened.
Stop.
Just 30 seconds. 30 seconds.
Stop. No. No.
He called my name now. 30 seconds.
No. The point I was trying to make is that he summarized too many areas, and I know it's going to trigger you to come in. I don't want us to go
It's just
back to
30
that.
seconds.
I don't want us
I
to
agree
go
with
back to
him.
that conversation.
No, I agree with him completely.
No.
I just want
Yeah,
to add to
I
what he
agree.
just
You
said.
agree with him. So
Yeah.
let's move on to the topic we were
30
discussing.
seconds. What will it take out from you?
Okay, 30 seconds then.
So, my brother, I agree with you. They don't want their citizens to be educated and enlightened. They don't want their citizens to challenge them. They believe in feudal system, right? So that feudal system is what they are trying to bring down to the south, right? And we said no. And in order for peace to reign, let there be regional system. Let them live with their feudal system in their own region and do whatever they want to do with their feudalism, right? We want to operate democracy in the southeast, maybe south, right? So the feudal system should reign up there, and then we'll have their own. We'll have our own. But they said no, we must be one confused Nigerians. We said no. That is the problem. You can't force these people. They will never agree to educate their people. They will say they will kick against it.
Thank you,
have
Kenny.
higher voting power.
Thank you, Kenny. Yeah, so this is
think
about
it's my,
Dangote. Yeah. Wimbo, please go ahead.
it's my,
Regarding this
thank you.
Dangote thing, are you a big fan of Dangote becoming the hero of Nigeria like Oyema is?
I don't have no problem with Dangote becoming, a well-known business tycoon in Nigeria. But where I have problem is the process. Is Dangote's company, any of his company, listed in the Nigerian Stock Exchange to Niger?
I'm not sure, but I will bet.
They
I'm
will
sure that I
not.
will guess that it's probably listed. I don't know, but
It
it
is
should be.
not. It is not. It is not. Look, let me tell you.
Okay, so what is the point?
I would describe Dangote as a special purpose vehicle for all the generals in Nigeria while they were, still operating. And in 1999, during Obasanjo's time, he is and still remain their special purpose vehicle. Dangote is the man. Dangote is not the richest man. All the money that you see there is not his. It is people that looted your multiples of billions in tens. In fact, the amount that they are putting there is not even what is there. That is the problem. I have no problem. If the way the privilege Dangote has in Nigeria.
Let me you asked whether Dangote is listed in the stock exchange. It appears they are listed in the stock exchange. Dangote Cement PLC is listed in Nigerian Stock Exchange. I don't know what that means though, but it's listed.
Once you list, most of you that read economy to a higher degree would know that once a company is listed, then it is open for Nigerians to go in there and buy shares and own it.
Exactly.
So that is how it is. So the only thing, if it is listed, in Nigeria, is it not in Nigeria where pythons swallow money? You will see it there on paper, but it's not functional. It's not operational. That is the truth. It is, you people should know the country that you are living in, the country you call your own. Even if you, to Nigeria, if they give you the privilege Dangote has gotten from Nigeria, you will be multiple. In fact, you will make more billions of dollars than Dangote. He is not utilizing it very well. That is what I would say. For me, for the likes, when you go, it is an act for me. It is way off the mark for anybody to compare Nigerian minimum wage or the living standard as low, just like to Nigeria you are doing it. The first thing you should consider is the utility provisions to the people. How much is it costing them to pay for water in a month? How much is it costing them to pay for electricity? How much is it costing them to pay for refuse sanitation fee? How much is it costing them to pay, which other one? Electricity. How much is it costing them? What is their per capita? What is the minimum wage? In the UK, Your minimum wage over there is about 11 point something pounds per hour. Who in Nigeria is paid 11 point something pounds equivalent in naira per hour in Nigeria? Then how will you compare such person with the purchasing power of a British person? The inflation rate in the UK is less than 6%. But in Nigeria, it's 33 point something. I think Ghana is now 23 or 24. So you do not compare such things. This is just like comparing apple with orange. No, orange and apple, they are the same sizes, the same thing. Comparing orange with a banana. The Nigerian workers are suffering. They are mini government to themselves. The average Nigerian man produces electricity for himself. Average Nigerian man provide borehole for himself. Even sometimes in Abia State, Obingwa, the road that led to my mother's village in Obingwa, local government, was tarred by people like you that contributed money that live in the diaspora. The government didn't do it. So for me, I don't. If Nigeria is going to liberalize the market like they talk, you see it on paper, but it is not physically implemented. Open the economy. The Nigerian government is supposed to be a regulator that is going to regulate. If you are going to sell that, or maybe Dangote is showing interest in the steel industry, which is already there, is it a sole source a bidding or an open tender? If it is open tender, where everybody will come and compete, then that would be good. But if it is sole sourcing, something is wrong with Nigeria. Thank you so much. Uncle KG, Anna Mekelego.
Thank you. Pastor, thank you for joining us.
Yeah. Thank you, Father. Thank you. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Fafa, I don't. I'm trying to grasp your comparison of minimum wage in the UK and or cost of living in the UK and in Nigeria. So I don't know. I can't wrap my head around it. But my question is, what is the way forward? How do we salvage? What's the way forward? That's. I was probably on the phone talking to a few people. The same question I asked them: what is the way forward? Dexter, you said the foundation is wrong. We should start all over again, break the foundation. When we say the foundation is wrong, I try to wrap my head around it as to what do we mean by the foundation is wrong? Is it by I don't understand I'm being honest. I'm not trying to be smart here. I really don't understand when we say the foundation is wrong. Who was there when the foundation was being laid? What was used? Is it that they're supposed to use concrete and they use awebon? You real good. So what exactly is this foundation we are actually? And I'm being honest, and I'm not Desta. I am being honest.
Pastor, just 30 seconds. 30 seconds.
I'm not the moderator. Father is the moderator. I'm not. But it's
Okay.
not there. Go ahead.
He will permit
Go
me.
ahead.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
You see, the foundation they are talking about, we kept on hammering on this. I was a serving and active military soldier. I was a soldier.
Yeah, no, my brother is a retired. My brother is a retired naval officer. I
Ask
was from
him.
Liberia. My nephew is in Navy. My nephew is in Navy.
Ask him the people that prepared that 1999 constitution that has empowered these people to commit this, what I call crime against humanity.
Okay. So
towards Nigerians.
If I understand, you said the foundation is the 1999 constitution. Would that be correct? Dexter, do you agree with that? I'm not the moderator. I'm just trying to wrap my head.
I don't think the foundation is the 1999 constitution. The foundation is the foundation of Nigeria. Yeah, so for me, the 1999 constitution is just an accumulation. So the foundation of Nigeria starts from 1966. That was when the constitution was cannibalized. You know, so that's when I say the foundation. That is where the big mistake was made.
Not 1914. Not 1914. When amalgamation was done forcefully.
Well, we can argue for the 1914. You know, we can argue about that.
Okay, go ahead.
I beg to complain that it's when Odua decided to make Oyo in that location. He could have put it
No.
somewhere.
See, why we can't say the 1914? You see,
why do you keep looking for excuses to say why we are not functional?
No.
Other nations have worse foundation.
No, forefather. It's not other. You see, if you look at even the countries in Denmark is as diverse as we are. But the people
I hope
came
you guys
together.
Understand I see my flaw.
Yes, so sorry, Pastor, sorry.
You are asking questions now.
But what I want to tell Father, there are other diverse nations like Nigeria, but the difference is that the people came together and decided what we work for them, not what we work for a few. We must realize Nigeria is in state capture after 1966. Nigeria has been in state capture since.
Hold on, Dexter. Are you under any illusion that the founding of all nations is what works for the elites?
No. I didn't say so. I said some nations come together and decide, like places, like Norway. Norway, before the oil boom, Norway knew what they knew about. Norway was a very poor country. But they came together and said, this is what will work for us. And they created a system that works. Now, when oil came, Norway, they knew where they were coming from, how poor they were. So they created a trust fund and they started pumping their oil money into the trust fund. And Norway today is one of the most developed nations of the world. The problem is, like, imagine the statements a president of Nigeria said, that the problem of Nigeria is not money. The problem is that Nigeria does not know what to do with money. That shows that we are inept. How can somebody say that? Your leader comes out and says
because he doesn't have scope. Don't you understand? He's limited. His whole budget is around.
So imagine
spending
that
on side chicks and all the rest. That's why. What else does he need money for? He doesn't to build bridges.
Forefathers, that is the leader. Imagine that is the head of. If the head is rotting, what do you expect? That is so, Pastor. This is what I'm saying. The people that we bequeathed, that captured Nigeria after 1966 had no vision. Sir Ahmadu Bello took the loan to build the Kainji Dam that is still saving till today. Ask yourself, who these other guys? I mean, these guys had no vision for the country. They just captured the state. And when they captured the state, oil money came. And everybody had, look, a lot of people have put their trunk.
I'm taking back the floor. Just that.
Oh, yeah, sorry, Pastor. Back to
you. No, honestly speaking, Jago, you understand where I'm coming from. I mean, if we go to an architect now and say, listen, the foundation of this structure, it's bad. And I think either the architect or the surveyor, whoever it is, will give us advice as to, okay, no, this foundation is bad. They've built on it. So it's either we're going to dismantle. I mean, they will do an assessment. An assessment will be carried out, and they are going to tell us, okay, you know what? You're going to destroy the structure and destroy everything and raise it up back from the scratch again. Or, well, the structure is not that bad. It's not that heavy. The foundation can carry the structure, but the risks analysis will be carried out. So we've been talking about this foundation, and I keep asking again, and I'll continue to ask again, because it is what we need to do now. Like Jagun said earlier, which, like I said, I hate to always agree with him, but I do agree with him that we've spoken about everything. There's not on different platform. We've spoken about it. It's time for action. It's time for doing. It's time for
At least
Okay.
Dangote not a doing man.
They
Dangote
said
is
we
an
should not
action
talk
man.
about They said we should not talk about Dangote. So stop talking about
Why?
Dangote.
Who says we should not? It's not the,
Okay.
who
So
is deciding what
because
the
you're a
moderation.
moderator, you don't listen to people talking. You know, for
Of
that bang
course,
your
I
head
don't listen
against
to
the
them
wall.
now. I don't listen to them. Their opinions are all abrogated. Eh? Because the
I
talking
yield
Can
the
I just
is
say
floor.
about
it's
Thank you very
actually?
much.
Can I just say it's actually my turn after Pastor? If I can go.
Okay,
I'm
please go
done.
ahead.
It's 4 I'm done. So
Yeah,
thanks.
Jagun, please go ahead. Then
Thank you.
it will be
You see,
Righteous Man and KJ.
thank you. You see, Pastor, it's not that I want agreement or disagreement necessarily, but I think we have to come to the point of understanding and agreement. And I think that we cannot put the horse after the cart in order to move forward. And what I mean by
You're
that,
100% correct.
is timing is essential. And I don't think we can move forward without understanding. I think Nigeria is stuck. It's stuck because it is on rocky foundation. The foundations aren't secure. Forefather always likes to speak about military and the fact that the fact that we do not have security in the nation. That's number one to let you know that the foundations are rocky. Now, what I intend with my pursuit where Nigeria is concerned, as a businessman, I can't function properly in that country, and I've tried. I've met Dangote, and who I met in front of him before meeting him was Pakistanis and Oyimbos. There was not one Nigerian in his group, not one. And before I actually met him, I went through turbulence in arguing with an idiotic Pakistani telling me about Nigeria. I was so incensed, I wanted to cut his head off. But I had to take a step back and look at who was surrounding this man, Dangote. They weren't our people. They were all foreigners. The only people that are really with Dangote are those who are hidden, that are black. They don't need to be there. Now, all I'm saying is that indeed, from 1966, that is not a foundation. That is disturbing. That was the disturbing of the Nigerian foundation. The Nigerian foundation was built and worked under regionalism. By the time we came to states and all these divisive pursuits of building states, we became unfounded. Nigeria was working. You've got to remember, Nigeria was working. People like my father, my late father, he would reminisce as to Nigeria was far better with the Oyimbos. Now, whilst I didn't like that terminology, he's right. The place was working. The place was functioning. Now,
okay, go ahead.
if I can, before you come in, sir, I'd just like to put to you that it is now that we are not functioning as a nation in any way. Now, what I mean,
I'm not taking words from your mouth, Jagun. If you just confirm, even with your father, that things were working back in Nigeria then, that means the foundation is not the problem then.
No, that's not what it means. That means that since then, the foundation has been broken down and terrorized. That's what it means. That's how we're functioning today. We're not functioning like a country.
I'm just trying to understand you. Okay, the foundation was so prior to that, the foundation was good. Is that what you're saying?
What I'm saying is that prior to that, we were under colonial rule. During colonial rule, enough negotiation went on that the people who were under that colonialism were working. That every man knew his job. Every man wanted to build. You see, Nigeria is not that old a nation. Even under 1914, if you would take 1901, let's take it from there. From 1901 to today, it's not a long time ago. And in that time, we came from the grassroots, which is basically that we were all in our own disparate positions, farming mainly. That was the mainstay. Now, given that we came from farming to now cultivating all kinds of cash crops and using wood, rubber, all kinds of local materials to grow the economy. The people who really won in that were the colonialists. By the time they left, they set up an apparatus that was due to fall down, even though it stood up for a good 6 years before that time. Now, by 66, the breaking began. The breaking, the unstabilized nation that we have today begun. Now, it is our job in our generation to recognize how Nigeria is so dysfunctional, be it the economy, be it the culture, be it the people, be it the politics. It's
Okay,
all. Wait, I'm having my turn, sir, and I don't mind you coming in, but I'm just putting forward to you what I see as the reality of Nigeria's position today. If Nigeria was a functioning country, it would be the top 5 nation in the planet. No two ways about it. It would be the top 5 of the nations of the world. It would be like America, China, Germany, Japan, India, Nigeria. That would have been the course. But it is not that. It is far from that. We're not even 18th. I think we're something like 30 something in the world, which means that we're dwindling because we have everything in that country to perform as a nation, a powerful nation at that. Now, I don't know whether or not you're satisfied to say that Nigeria has foundation, and from that foundation, we are existing as normal beings. I can't see where you actually get that from. I don't understand you.
But no, you said during the time of your father things were good. And I agree with you on that.
Okay.
And I agree with you on that. So something went wrong along the way.
Yes.
And so, and I believe over time, because I'll give you the floor soon. And I believe over time, experts have diagnosed this problem. They've diagnosed it, they've seen it, and they prefer solution. Maybe the solution was not accepted. So I am now asking again. If you remember, I don't know that last year or last 2 years, I'm trying to remember the name of where this ship got stuck and it disrupted a lot of ship going in and coming out. I don't know if that's okay. Can somebody remind me the name?
In the Suez Canal.
The Suez Canal. I think it was for about a month. It disrupted going in and out. But every effort was put into it, including dredging, including allowing the tide to rise up, including pumping water into it. It was freed at the end of the day. So if we apply this analogy or this analysis to Nigerian situation, it's stuck, like you said. It is stuck. So something has to be done to free it. And that's what I'm asking. What is that thing that needs to be done to free it?
My brother, it's a fair question. If that's the real question, because you didn't surmise it like that in what you have to say.
Okay, I just did again.
No, hold on. The reason why I say that we can't go forward when we are stuck. You are almost saying, let's go forward regardless. We have to. No, it came across in that way, which is to say that the analogy that you gave. Wait.
I asked, what is the way forward, please?
Fair.
Don't misquote me.
No. It's not like that. We are having a conversation here. All I'm saying is that we have to recognize before we even go forward that it is stuck. That's what we have to recognize.
We already recognize
Wait, please.
Everybody recognizes that.
No, you got to wait. You got to. In order to answer your question, we have to recognize where we are now. If we just say,
hold on 1 second, Jago. Hold on.
No, it's unfair what you're doing to my time.
No. Hold on 1 second. I just want to. I'll give you the floor back. Desta, do you recognize that we are stuck? If not now, do you recognize that we are stuck?
We are stuck now. Of course, it's
I'm
evident to
asking
the
question,
blind.
please. If not now, do you recognize that Nigeria is stuck?
Yes, Nigeria
Okay,
is
so
stuck.
do you recognize that
For
Nigeria is
so
stuck?
many years.
Okay. KJ, do you? Just nod your head. Okay, I don't need to, I can answer for Kene. Kene recognize that Nigeria is stuck. So, Jagun, everyone recognize that Nigeria is stuck. What is the way forward again?
Okay, you've done your exercise. Well done. What I'm dealing with is in that recognition of stuckness. We know it's not stuck as the vessel in the Suez Canal alone, where we know there was not enough water, there was not enough space, there was a lot of traffic happening at the time. They were trying to organize 2 lanes. We can analyze that and prefer the solution. Where Nigeria is concerned in this stuckness, it's multifaceted at this time of languishing responsibilities. We have languished in the stuckness for the last, God knows, 40 years, let's say. 40 years of stuckness, 40 years of debt to ourselves.
What do we do? What do we do?
No. What we do is interesting, and it's what we discuss here. And in our discussions, we know what do we do is very difficult. Why is difficult? Because there are a million opinions about the way we move forward. And at the very top, there are those who are satisfied with the way things are. I, for one, am totally unsatisfied about the way things are in a country that has so much promise, not just to itself, but to the Black world in its entirety. Given this, I say that the problems that we have can be easily isolated. How do we do that? I say to you, sir, I say the stuckness is the system. And unless that system is broken, ain't no one moving nowhere.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
I beg your indulgence again, please. I'm going so I'll give you Jagun. How do we break the system?
Oh, fantastic. You see, my brother,
You have 2 minutes in this regard because your time. I'll give you 2
No
minutes.
worries, bro. No worries. You're asking me the question, get the answer.
Yeah.
I say to you that restructuring or indeed regionalization is the way forward. And this regionalization that I speak of is not necessarily tribal. If, for example, we had a Western region that encompassed to Kwara State, Kogi State, at least a good portion of Kogi State, the old Bendel states into our own clave, that would be a great beginning for that part of the world as a region. It's not just Yorubas amongst there. If the Ijaw people, not just because they're Ijaws, because there are many people again in that area, but if we took the Ijaw West, which is Bayelsa State, the Ijaw East, which is rivers, and probably some of the other states on that riverine area, I would suggest that this functioning would allow the people in those areas and regions a way of brotherhood at one level, and 2, a way of being competitive with other regions in that country. Now, we know, if I can just land on this, we know that every state or every area is not necessarily completely viable. However, because we have the FCT, and the FCT knows who are the regions that have the most economic difficulty, that they should be given priority. Without this sense of balance, there is no way forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ngozika, the floor is yours, please.
Why will you give it to Ngozika? I thought I was going to be the next person.
I'm giving her preference. I apologize. I'm
No,
giving her
you should have
preference
told me that.
Because she's an underrepresented minority. We need to allow
you
her.
just jump in and say you're giving her authority. Why? You
KJ, you know now, women have a say.
No, but I deserve to be asked. I am an authority myself. I deserve to be asked. Not that I have anything. I think that is.
You are aware of the rules now.
No. The rule doesn't have to be that you not tell me.
Okay, KJ. Okay, can we KJ,
go
can we
ahead,
follow
go
the
ahead.
rules?
Ngozi
Okay,
can
can
Yes,
we
hold on.
follow the
because
rules?
I can go ahead. God is my sister, so but you ask me, please. That's the right thing.
Emiloko
Yes,
KJ.
it's my turn. So you ask me. Because go ahead. Thank you. Good to see you.
Good evening, gentlemen.
Good evening,
I wish I
madam.
can follow you people and shine it, but I'm not feeling so affable this evening.
Wow.
Matter of fact, I'm pissed. I'm pissed. Really pissed. I, I was saying something in the comments. I said I was just going to come and rant. And since you gentlemen have always requested for solution, I give you a very simple solution to Nigeria's problem. So I just discovered recently that I've been very naive. Yeah, very, very naive. Look at me thinking Nigeria was redeemable. Very naive. And no, can I, before you start this spread, please wipe it off. I'm not in the mood for it, honestly. I am dealing with loss. And the last
No,
thing I
I'm
need
just
now is
being
a smirk
happy.
on
I'm just being
anybody's
happy
face. I
because
don't care.
you're waking up.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, you're happy and I'm not. So I'm not. So you can wipe the smirk off your face. I yeah. It took me this long to realize that Nigeria was, and not, I don't know if irredeemable is the word or far gone is the better word, because where do I even start from? For a couple of weeks now, I stayed away from this platform um, because of an unfortunate incident that worked in my favor because I'd been planning to take away from the platform. I'd been planning to take a break from the platform. Then something unfortunate happened that forced me to stay away. And then, but I used to watch you gentlemen sometimes when the show is over. And I think it was at that point I started realizing that, oh my God, we're gone. And living here, seeing people go through it, and I come online, I come on this our platform, and all I hear is rhetorics. No offense to anyone. And I'm pinching myself and I'm asking, are some of these people living in La La Land? Like, I have to continually remind myself that every single one here is a Nigerian. But somehow, I don't know how come, some of you are so detached from the reality here. I don't know if it's intentional. I don't know why. I don't know how. So back to when I realized that Nigeria was not going to be salvaged. Let me give you a short story about one of the losses. This one is the one that pained me. I had a friend bring to my notice the case of a child that was being abused. She sent me videos and pictures of the abused child, but she had a condition. She didn't know what to do, and she was caught up in the eye of the storm because she could not act for reasons I can't state here. So she wanted to know if there was something I could do or if there was a direction I could point her in. I was going through something that time. I was not in the right headspace, but hearing abuse and seeing the video of that child, I had to do something. So I reached out on WhatsApp first, a group I belong to ask for what could be done for the child. I didn't get very positive responses. Then I went on Twitter. I asked, and then somebody directed me to Wako, and then gave me their number and their address. I forwarded everything to this lady immediately, and I kept checking up on her. How far have you called them? Because she wanted, there was something going on at that time, so she couldn't immediately do anything drastic to remove the child from that environment. She needed what was going on at that time to be over before anything could be done. When I saw the video, I was like, please let it not be in the process of waiting for all these things to clear before you do something. Let this child not go and die. If only I knew. Till today, I have to live with that in my conscience. Before we could get help, that girl died. Before we could get help. And do you know the most painful part? We called we called Waco's landlines many times. For days, it was not going through. And being that I was where I was at that time mentally, I couldn't go to their office. And now for the rest of my life, I have to live with the knowledge that I could have done something to save this girl's life. And I didn't. I couldn't. People are talking about grazing routes. People are talking about Dangote. What? Do you think random people on the street care about the things, some of the things we talk about here? Do you think they care? They don't. They don't care about Dangote. They don't even give an F about Tinubu. They don't care about the Akpabio. Most of them don't even know who Akpabio is. They don't care. All they care about is that where they used to enter bus and go to before 400 naira, it's now 200, 250. All they care about is that instead of recharging lights 5,000 naira a month and it will last them for 30 days, it now lasts for a week and they have to look for another money and recharge lights. All they care about is that for people like me in Enugu, is that their governor said will give them water after 180 days. And before the 180 days elapsed, so that people would not drag him on social media, he went and commissioned a project that had not been completed. And now what you have, and his vuvuzelas are praising him, is old Enugu that had water are the only people that still have water. He's going around Enugu digging up holes, fixing whatever he says he's fixing. Finish one, let's see it. He's not. So you have to, if you are like me, we have to, so random people, normal people in the street are dealing with real life issues every day. Yet people come here and pontificate. People come here and speak grammar and listen to the sound of their own voice. Meanwhile, people, they die every day for this side. And I'm not just talking physical death. If it was physical death, maybe it should be better. Was it the voice note somebody sent me this evening and she was crying, said that the only thing that is preventing her from killing herself is her son. How old is the son? 3 months old. That is the only thing that is preventing her from killing herself. And if you see this person, you say she's better off, she's better than most Nigerians. Do you know what is frustrating her? Business. Doing business in Nigeria is what is frustrating her. So let me just save the details and just give you the solution. The solution to all these things in Nigeria is that we wake up and everything is burning. That's where I am mentally now. Let everything burn. Everything, let it burn. Let everything scatter. People are too comfortable. Maybe when things start burning, everybody now, hey, it's burning. Yeah, that's where I am at right now. Because diplomacy will no longer cut it. Rules and regulation will no longer cut it. Constitution amendment will not do anything. Electoral reform will not do anything. The only thing that will solve Nigeria's problem now is craze, total chaos, anarchy. And if you doubt me, go and listen to the voices in the streets. Go and hear people's pain. Know what it is to buy 4 pieces of tomato for 1,000 naira. You know what it is to buy a single onion, a single piece of tiny onion for 100 naira, 150. Know what it is to buy 1 kg of gas. The last time I filled my gas, 1 kg of gas for 1,100 naira at a gas station. Some people buy it 1,350 naira.
And the money is not there to buy more.
I remember last year around this time. Oh, thank you for even saying. I remember last year around this time when I went to get some food items at the market. I will show you people a piece of yam I bought. Any of you that was here that day or watched that show will remember some people laughing at themselves and not me, saying, "Hey, Ngozi have come again. She's coming to show food stuff." And I remember buying that yam for 450. That same size of yam as I speak to you now. If you get it for 1,005, they dash it to you. The same size of yam, very small, just like the length of this my hand. Very small, very slim. If you get it for 1,005, they dash it to you. You should be thanking the person. So my solution is let it burn. Oh. Me anyway, they say if I wake up tomorrow and there is anarchy, I'll like it. Because nothing is working anymore. You are sick, you go to the hospital, is either you are misdiagnosed, I don't know what is going on anymore, or they diagnose you and they don't have the right drugs to treat you, or they can't even diagnose you because either the specialist is no longer there as Jakpa, or they don't have the equipment, or one consultant has collaborated and got put it in his private hospital. And for people that like me that thought they had it a bit easy and we're doing I had health insurance from paying 3,005 monthly for my health insurance. Insurance company now sent me message. That blessing, no, because from July 1st, we are upping our insurance fee so that to provide better access for you. So instead of paying 3,005, I'll be paying 8,100 naira, over 100% increase. Over 100% increase, and there is no guarantee. The most crazy thing is I go to the hospital and there are still things that it won't cover because it is basic plan. Basic 8,100 naira. I do not have a primary dependent. Everything or anyone that is dependent on me is secondary. I can choose not to. But how can you? So imagine people that have primary dependents. Maybe imagine people that have 2, 3, 4 kids. Come here, talk about Akpabio, talk about the Senate president, you speak gram. You don't think they care? To buy bobo that their children will take and go to school, they won't see money to buy it. To even see transportation to put the children inside car and take them to school in the morning, they won't see. Children are not trekking to school. And you know the risk of that. Oh, I've said my piece. Burn the whole country, let everybody rest. Let there be anarchy, let there be chaos. Maybe people that feel they are comfortable now become a bit uncomfortable. And then when everything finish burning, maybe from the ashes, if they will be rebuilding, they'll be rebuilding. If not, Otilo will continue
My
like that.
sister,
Now we're done.
after the burning, it's still those people that you say we shouldn't talk about
It's my
that will come back.
It's my turn, no.
They are rebuilding it.
Hold on, Ferrari.
And
It's my turn, no.
Ferrari, hold on.
If the street is what you painted it to be now, I think we will know.
Yeah, see what she said just now, and that's when I was playing that video earlier on today. I felt like the way the president and Akpabi was laughing. That's the kind of stuff that drives people mad.
Exactly.
That's the kind of stuff that can lead to the kind of vision that Nkosika is painting here. You know, it's like it's like completely detached from reality. They don't seem to understand the damage they are causing to people's lives. I've never seen leaders that just do that to their people, just laugh at them publicly, even. But
the people have not shown
it's my turn, no.
Yeah, so
Can I speak?
It's my that will not work. That will not work.
Please, guys. Can I talk now? Can I talk now?
Alaba, my brother. Alaba, I need to call you. Alaba, my brother. I need to call your attention to your haste in having to speak. There is somebody in front of you, my brother. Please calm down.
I've been in the background waiting, Jagu.
It doesn't matter where you are. There's turns, and KJ is before you.
No,
if you're looking.
Yeah.
KJ spoke earlier.
Okay, thank you so much.
Yeah, I haven't said anything.
Anyway, you see, I didn't want to come into this discussion. I've been listening to, for more than 3 hours. I've been following you guys. I felt a bit, but somehow forefather is beginning to come around because Ngozi is a lady and her disposition probably have been able to turn him around. So he now have a second thinking, because this is some point you have been arguing all this while. we are telling you that people who are in this position, and you see, I don't agree also when people say Nigerian people are to blame. You can blame a man for as much as he has the ability to turn around a situation. You cannot blame me when all the apparatus of power is in your possession. The apparatus for violence is in your position. The apparatus to equally distribute the wealth is in your position. The apparatus to govern is in your position. I'm just a subject. And then you blame me for running down the economy. This is what I don't enjoy listening to at all. The Nigerian public has nothing or no part to play in where Nigeria has been led to. We were unwillingly being led to where we are. Even when ordinary people who were criticizing, some of them paid with their lives. They paid the ultimate price. And if you want to forget, some of us who are in the business of reporting news, we cannot forget in a hurry the Legiwas issue. These are people who have stood their ground and saying, you guys are leading us to a dead end. And nobody listened to them. He's not the only one. There are many other people who have stood their ground, say, look, where you are taking us.
They can also told them they caught him and today they are detaining him.
Yes. Now remember that when Babangida wanted to take the SAP program in 1983, 1985, the whole Nigeria said no. They took it to public. The public said we do not want any SAP, but they went ahead to take it. They went ahead to devalue the naira. They went ahead to devalue the naira. They went ahead to. That is the beginning of the free fall that Nigeria began. So now you come and you say, and especially those in government, they say, we should now tax ourselves. We did this to ourselves. No, you took us there. At least for once, accept responsibility for the leading crabs are taking us to, because they're leading us to a dead end that didn't mean anything. Is it because we didn't have the people capacity to understand what was going on? They refused to listen to those people. And now, the same Nigerian public that have constantly been suffering the brunt of their misgovernance since the beginning of the Nigerian independence are the same people that have been called to keep sacrificing. Okay? And then somebody tells me that giving them 62,000 naira or 100 or whatever is going to cause inflation. How, for crying out loud? How? Okay? How would that be? Anyway, let me stop for now because I don't know who is stopping me in my
Thank you, KJ. I think it's Ferrari that's next, isn't it? Ferrari, please go ahead.
Yes, it's hard to be patient. I have to learn patience. Oh God, I hope I can handle tomorrow with my impatience. That would be real fun. I can see Pastor Yikro laughing there. Anyway,
point of correction, I wasn't laughing. I was doing something else. Okay. And I'm glad you acknowledge that you'll be here tomorrow. We will see how you will handle it.
We will see. It will be interesting.
He is going to do fantastically. Man, worry.
Okay.
You should be there.
Those people clapping for you today, you will see them tomorrow.
I will.
We should be wishing him well, not looking for his downfall.
No,
Kulata has already promised me hell.
I wish you well.
End it there. End it there. Let it end there.
It's not easy. It's easy for you to be outside and be throwing the stone. And when you go inside and people are throwing the stone,
when you're on the hot seat, it's a different story. I'll be there.
I look forward to it. I wish you all the best.
You will enjoy it. I promise you, Pastor. You will enjoy it. I tend to avoid Nigerian discussion on personal stories. If you all noticed, I stay away from them. That's because two reasons. One, they are too many and they are too tragic. Even within my family, I stay away from them. They're too many and so tragic. So I tend not to come from. But I spoke with 5 Nigerians recently. You understand? One of them, we did a luta together with Dele when we were in Lasso. And I asked him, why are you quiet now? He didn't have anything sensible to tell me. I told him to come to this show. He expressed some views, which I've told him those views should be shared publicly, not most of which I disagree with. And then I asked him, what's your view of Dele Farotimi? He said, he's a nuisance. I weak. What's your view of Mayegun? He said, is another curse word. He's an asshole. I weak. What's your view of this? Are we? It just tells me where he's. That's one Nigeria. Second Nigeria, my best friend here in Chicago, Ayo Agunbiade. You know, he's the one who got me into this Nigerian election team. I didn't know who Obi was until like a month to the election. Be honest with all of you, I have written Nigerian out of my diary for a while, and then I said, "There's this movement, there's this group, there's." Said nothing would happen. Then I called my friend in London, Bashiru. There's a movement or something going to change. My Bashiru in his usual, my down low one need structure. They don't have structure. Okay. And so I started paying attention myself, doing Google, YouTube, and everything. And I saw the whole election played itself out, and the whole rigging announcement. And I told Bashiru that he was wrong. These people really do have a force, So that goes. So that's Ayo. Ayo said, I talked to Ayo. Olalaba, onimaje parotwe. Translation, we're going to chase each other around with cutlass. That's the second Nigerian. A third Nigerian, female, I sent him things from Dr. Damages. I sent her through WhatsApp. She replied, I think I wrote it down. But Leo, you are still doing this political stuff. That's her comment. She's been cut out from the Nigerian reality. She's not interested. But Leo, sympathizing with me. Then there are others. One was in my family. Similar story to what Ngozika just said. A child, involving a child, very tragic. How the child was died and the child was taken, police station, arrested. It was just something that shouldn't be happening in this in this century. How much more this world? Then there were other stories. People, anything. No, the usual Niger story. No, tragic. I stay away from private stories. They are too tragic. But I know my own personal story with our country. I'm a very lucky person. Could have been dead now when in Satellite Town. On the day I got admission into LASU, I was going to, what's that market called in Festac? I can't remember. I can't remember the name of the market in Festac.
Ladipo.
Is it Ladipo? No, not Ladipo. Agboju is in Festac, right in the middle of Festac back in those days. Anyway, I was going to Festac.
Agboju Alakeja.
I think it's Agboju. I can't remember. I think it's Agboju. So I was going to Festac, and this
Agboju market in Festac.
Yeah, in Festac, yeah. And this man was doing his kabu in Satellite Town. And while doing his kabu, Babak Balagba, struggling for his survival, he was looking back, collecting money, and then his car went off the road, hit me from the back, broke my both legs, both tibia and fibula of both legs. And I'm a very lucky human being. So as God will have it, my uncle is a doctor and also a colonel, a retired colonel. In fact, very popular back in those days because he also ran for presidency with Obasanjo during the 1999. Was just there to come give me money for school fees. And so he has an hospital, Ilupeju Medical Center. And that was how they took me down there. And that was how I'm able to walk today. I still have metal pins in my leg. So I'm a very lucky person. And then I got out 2 years after I got out of hospital, resumed school, finished LASU, did a lot of aluta in LASU with the likes of, I always say, Dele, Tony Olusonya, Wale Okuniyi is now the youth PRO for labor, youth something for labor, but top-notch Nigerians. Did a lot of aluta back then. In the days of Otedola, I was expelled from school. I was number 2 on the expulsion list. We were called the LASU 34. 2 years, the school was closed down. Those who know the story knows the story. Otedola called us back. I think Gani and Falana represented us. back in those days. So after the whole incident, I narrowly graduated from LASU. And then I said, I got to get out of this country. That was during the Babangida era. And they killed one of us back then. I can't remember the boy's name. They shot him in the eye. We did a lot of riot for them to take him abroad to the hospital, but they never did. The boy died. I can't remember his name. What's his name? Yeah, my memory fails me. So back then, so I got out. While I was preparing to get out of the country, there's no country I didn't write for admission. My co-friends in Lagos Island, the Bashiru I called him now in London and all the rest, and Ayo, that's here now, we're all into Lagos Island politics. Back then, Babangida was arranging some politics. The likes of Bola Ige stayed away from that politics then. They said, sit down, look, make her they look them. This is not a lead nowhere. And so they were into all those things. And I'm like, why would you young, intelligent boys join these people knowing fully well? Anyway, I kept planning. I got out. So since I got out, never partook in politics, never went back until that my same friend Ayo, both of us happen to be here in Chicago now, said something happening in Nigeria. And so that's how I pick up that banner again. And I saw that, 30 years, 25 to 30 years. Back then I ran because the water would cover our mouths. The seed has grown to a mighty Iroko tree and is far, far much more worse than now. So some people like me, 55 now, we have a sense of history. We went through the Babangida era. You know, I left in 97, the middle of Abacha. I was in Belgium when I heard Abacha died. I even heard before when I called home that we heard that Abacha is dead. My sister, Mama Sobe, that was how bad Abacha was. You know, Abacha died, and then, but in 1999, there was something I know that a lot of Nigerians found out last year, that we didn't have a democracy. What we had was a permanent coup d'etat by the ruling elite against the masses. And I don't understand how so many educated Nigerians will not know that, and I, who don't have any much education, just knew that until last year. And then the last year incident started showing Nigerians, started sensitizing some of them. But damage has been already done. The decay has run deep. The gangrene is too deep. This morning when we were talking, I told you about, it all started in 1966. No, 63 actually. It's an old Nigerian problem. Before I was born, the voices were suppressed. After voices were suppressed, action were suppressed. After action were suppressed, it led to wrong action. And talking about wrong action, tomorrow I will highlight the roles of one man in Nigerian history that most people don't talk about. And his recent interview to Channel, he did talk a little bit about the Nigerian Civil War and why that war happened. He said it happens because of two men, one intelligent, one non. Between two men, that was why Nigerian war. I said I'm talking about General Ishola Williams. I'll bring his screen up for you tomorrow to view. That man was a great man, although never acknowledged. It was him, according to Tell and Newswatch back in those days when I was young, that stood up in Dodam Barrack when Babangida gathered all the military officers to tell them he has annulled June 12 and will be continuing. That man stood up. He says, sir, all we know is that on June 12, the military would leave for the barracks. And he sat down. But then and then, Babangida knew that water has finished behind the fish. That was why Babangida stepped aside. That was why Obasanjo called him. He has never seen somebody who is greedy and fearful. Get yourself acquainted with Nigerian history. You will know that in Koti War Latibere, things have gone wrong from the beginning. Electricity, earlier you were talking about the canal and a ship stuck in the canal. The Nigerian issue is not a ship stuck in the canal. No. It's a decayed gangrene. It's worse than a ship stuck in the canal. I keep telling you, one time, forefather, I don't know if you remember, when I would tell you guys, to solve Nigerian problem peacefully would take 50 to 100 years. Forefather will attack me and say, no. yesterday or today you played the script of that pastor who was talking when the masses will react. Remember that pastor you played his script that was talking about people earning 1 million, still arguing that people should not get 60,000. Remember that clip? It's on the list of my clip. In fact, when you played it first this morning, I was driving before Rudolph called me. I said, oh my God, did forefather steal my script? But that's not the point. So the man saying, key point he was saying that you're not paying attention. So he said Nigeria is practicing an apartheid. And I told you all the Nigerian problem a while back is worse than apartheid. Apartheid has distinctive features. It's black, it's white, it's visible. The Nigerian problem is not visible. It's a virulent cancer that is deep. You understand? The man said Nigeria is practicing apartheid, but this time it's not apartheid. It's not based on race or color. It is based on economy, class economic apartheid. And that is the truth. And the sad truth that he did not have, that I would have loved to have, was that 90% of Nigerians have still not realized that we are practicing apartheid. They still think Tinubu is the problem. They still think Apabio, the laughing stock, is the problem. Yeah, there are symptoms of the problem, but the problem is way deeper than that. If your problem is apartheid and 90% of your crew don't know it's apartheid, boy, you are in deep shit. So it's not a ship stuck in the canal. It's a ship that is being swallowed off by a sea wave that is going deep and is still digging itself deep to the mantle, way to the core of the earth, for those of us who did science. I don't like to be so philosophical, but that's why I fight here sometimes. The level of discourse. Let me stop there so others can speak.
Thank you. We are going to be rounding up soon. Yeah, you can interject. Righteous man speak, Augustine speak, then we round up and go backstage.
Electricity,
please go ahead. Electricity.
Thank you.
Yeah, please, electricity, go ahead.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
No, electricity. Righteous man is your turn, but electricity wants to interject for briefly. So
I won't be long. Righteous man. Alaba, when I use that analogy of a sheep, is preferring solution. I was a seaman. Okay, let me also give you a little bit of background. And we've experienced difficulty out in the ship to an extent that the ship would have sank, and we have to walk on the pump that pumps, the beach pump that pumps water out. What I'm trying to say is, no matter how bad the situation is, no matter how terrible the situation is, there is a solution. That is my point. So
I totally agree with you. I totally agree that there's a solution.
There is a solution. And
I agree with you. I totally agree.
Even what, hold on one second, please. Even what Ngozi said also is equally a solution. But is it the best solution?
What we do here is part of the solution, but there's a solution. We just have to connect the dots.
Just accept something. I did not interject to you.
No, it's not in the bad light. I'm supporting you.
Okay. Let's just leave it like that. Papa, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, righteous man, please go ahead. Righteous man, this. Okay.
Yeah, thank you very much, Alaba. Thank you very much, Ngozika. Thank you, my sister. Just find a way to let the pain, go off from your mind.
Sorry to interrupt you. Sorry, Mr. Righteous Man. You know, when you used to tell them how things are going, they used to mock themselves. How are things on that end?
Yeah, they mock. My sister, it's terrible in Lagos right now. It's terrible in Lagos. 3 balls of tomato is 500. Small one, not big one. Three pieces like this. Three.
Yeah, small
500.
1,000. And
Then
those
big one,
medium-sized ones.
yeah. Then big one is 1,000. In Lagos
See,
here, a pint of Gary is 4,000. As at last week, this week is 4,005. A pint of Gary.
sure.
So, last year when I was saying it in this platform, people would be mocking themselves, not me, and calling themselves name. I just look at
Sorry,
them, I
sorry,
say, these people have,
sorry, righteous man. I want to get your
yes,
background. When you mean a paint of Gary, is it a 20-liter bucket paint?
That custard bucket,
that
that
pint
custard
bucket,
bucket.
that custard bucket, the custard, yeah. So, Oga forefathers, I chatted you up in this platform today concerning the state of that little baby. And I asked you and I told you that my phone crashed. Most of the platform members here that I had their numbers, I lost it. And I told you, forward me please, or make it available on the chat here, Dr. Damage's number, so that I can discuss with him. And you deliberately refuse. And look at that touching story that Ngozika shared with us here. Almost the same thing with this little baby that is gasping for help. And there is somebody who wants to help. You blocked it. But well, the future will tell. Whatever a man soweth, he will reap. And I know by tomorrow being Sunday, I will be able to get Dr. Rudolph's number and get across to him. But when we have opportunity to do good and do with it not, and whatever that happens, wherever we are, one way or the other, nature has a way of paying back of the things we fail to do. It will happen directly or indirectly. Because the story of Nigerians, what Nigerians are passing through today, that any Nigeria that have good heart in diaspora will hear of it, and then they try to play politics in it. How can somebody of my age, going to 60 years, I have grandchildren, then I will come to this platform to tell lies or to do what? What will it be gain? What will I gain from it? You think maybe I don't understand some mentality of people. Some of you that are in diaspora, when I got to Germany, most of you are in Nigeria. And you don't take the privilege because you're there now. You think every other person in Nigeria is a fool or he doesn't know what he's doing. I narrated the story, the pain a little child under 1 year plus is going through. And somebody is writing rubbish. Some other people are saying, no, don't do. Oh, come on. It's quite unfortunate, honestly. Sometimes I wonder how the literate ones will behave like illiterate people. It's too painful, honestly. Too painful. See, Nigeria has gone out of hand. If the Bible says, if the foundation be destroyed, what can the righteous do? The pastor asked a question about the foundation. Listen, the 40 foundation that Nigeria is built on was that the colonial masters, the British, the Germans, the Portuguese, those who have been into this country, exploited our resources, used it to develop their place. When finally they were trying to let Nigeria be as a nation, it was not properly done. And that is the problem we are facing today. The Nigerian foundation was not properly handled. And that is why the weak and the criminals are the one leading this country. The Nigerian state is a hijacked state. It has been hijacked. And there is nothing ordinary Nigerians can do to redeem it. If anybody is expecting ordinary Nigerians to do anything to redeem this country, it can't happen. Not today, not tomorrow, not next tomorrow. Because we are handicapped. There's nothing we can do. We don't have food to eat. There is no light. You see what I'm using to make sure that I'm part of this program today? You see it? How many Nigerians will be able to risk the little cash in their hand to make sure that their voices are heard? If you go outside to protest, even during the military era, during Abacha time, I was one of those people detained. I spent close to 2 months in detention where I was protesting concerning the annulment of June 12th election. I have paid the price. My family did not see me for 2 months plus. I was being dragged from one side to the other, being removed from one place to the other. And tomorrow, when you are trying to share the pain people are going through here, in this platform, people will be talking as if they are gods. It's not about speaking grammar. No matter how fluent you are, just pray that one day you do not meet what is bad in life. And let your people not meet it. The foundation of Nigeria is faulty. It was not built on righteousness. It was not built on equity. It was not built on fair play and justice. It was not built on merriment. It was built on falsehood, deception. It was built on divide and rule system. What the British built as Nigeria is the worst thing that can happen to any country in the world. Because they know if they have laid a proper foundation about concerning this country, today Nigeria will be competing with the first world. Will be outstanding in every aspect of human life. Because the caliber of people that make up Nigeria are not easily to be found in any part of the world. So they saw this light and they decided to make sure that this light do not shine. And then those Nigerians who took over from them could not go back to the drawing board to make sure that issue of this country is rectified. They built on it and it collapsed through military intervention. Now, which way forward? Before I drop, because I'm about to go to bed, tomorrow is Sunday. Which way forward? Number one, there is something, the Bible, the people say, can anything good come out from Nazareth? There is something that is going to come out from Tinubu regime that will surprise everybody. Mark my word. Finally, there will be a referendum in Nigeria because they're going to tinker with the constitution. And once they tinker the constitution, they will subject it to referendum. And once it's subjected to referendum, you will see that in the future, any part of this country or the country at whole can go out for referendum in deciding what the future of a certain people or Nigeria's soul will be. So that is because from the look of things now they are sponsoring regionalism, and there is no way you will bring back the issue of regional governance without subjecting it to referendum. And this referendum has been what people have been running away from. So that once you talk about it, they say you want to split Nigeria. It's not about splitting Nigeria. It's about making Nigeria work and work for everybody. Nobody will be happy to see himself or herself suffering. Myself, I don't like suffering. And that's why when I come to the platform, I'm able to echo it out and shout it out that, look, things are not working out well. Never, it's not working out well. We are not living life here. How can a man of my age be using torchlight at this time in order to communicate so that you can see my face? Nigeria at 60-something years, we have nothing to boast of. Not good road, not hospital, not security, not work. Graduate within my household, there is no work. Still feeding under me. And you think I should be happy? No, it's not possible. So I just do that submission. Hope is coming, but that hope will be something that nobody saw when it will happen. Thank you.
Righteous man, you are using torchlight to read. Last week, a sitting governor also used torchlight to read his own address. So
that's Umahi, isn't it? You have to do that.
Hope was Adema.
Yeah, about what he was saying about me not sharing number. I didn't see your second message. All I knew was that you had Dr. Damage's number, and it's unedifying to come out openly here and start maligning me like that because I'm not your boy to be doing your bidding. And even then, I didn't see the information. Once I saw that you said your phone crashed, then I sought permission from Dr. Damage and he granted it. It's not come. You don't even give me the benefit of it. That you start lambasting me like I'm just. I'm also moderating. Try to understand. All right. Who? I think your Augustine is next, isn't it? Oh. Okay. Who? Everybody.
Like
You are
seriously,
free
what do
to
you mean?
interject
I'm
anytime.
being quiet.
Because
Yeah,
the
yeah,
guy is.
just
Because the guy is free to interject at any time.
oh God, oh please, my sister, please go ahead.
He's gentleman all around. Please
Father,
go ahead.
thank you. Also, so two things. I want to correct two things. Then I want to say two things. Then I'll have to go to bed. It's daybreak here. Happy Father's Day, gentlemen. May you reap the fruits of your labors. Because I'm
For good
assuming
fathers,
that.
though.
Huh?
For good fathers,
No,
not
Father's Day,
irresponsible
whether
fathers.
you're a good father or bad father, that is between you and your children. I'm not your child, so I can wish you happy Father's Day. You guys settle with your children. So, first thing I wanted to correct was somebody in the comments was alluding the story I shared about the girl. I It's very difficult for me to share very personal stories here, but I have to because you have to give life to some of these things so that you don't say they say they say. You can now say Ngozi shared her experience. So the story it was not. I know I used the abused, and some people are thinking it's sexual abuse. No, it was. It's a worse form. I'm talking starvation. I'm talking physical abuse. It's worse than that. And we couldn't get help to her on time. And for the rest of my life, I'm going to have to live with that on my conscience. Everybody has been telling me it's not my fault, that I did the best I could, but I know I could have done more. But Nigeria did not let me do more. And for the rest of my life, I have to live with that. Then the second one, this is the second time I'm calling out somebody on the comment section. The last time I did that was last year. I want to call out somebody on the comments, Mr. Efosa. He said that Southern youths are using being killed in the farm as an excuse not to go to the farm. No go better for you, Efosa. On a normal, e no suppose better for you. For that thing where you talk, on a normal, e no suppose better for you. Some of you, I don't know. I keep saying it. I hope that if for some of these opinions you hold, I hope you are paid for it. And I
It
hope you are
also
paid
has
good
mental
money for
problem
it.
now.
I hope you are paid good money for it. And if you're not paid, then it is a waste of wickedness. First, I'm from Enugu State. I am from Enugu State. There is hardly a fortnight that goes by that people are not killed in Ozuwani. Go and ask. I have people from there. You come on the internet and you say people's lived experiences are made up. How dare you? How dare you? Even in my own place, there are, I sorry, I'm not going to translate this. Most of you know that if you are Igbo, ịma na enwere ubi nwa agụ. There are agụ ndị be anyị anaghịzị aga because of these headers. They are scared. They have not been attacked yet, though, but they are scared because they go there and they see these headers. These are women. These are old women. These are older women. These are older men. And you tell me they are lazy. They are using it as an excuse. People are losing their lives and limbs. And you're saying they are using it as an excuse not to farm. Well, I hope you are paid for this, your wickedness. So I hope you are paid because, by God, it will be a waste of wickedness not to be paid for this kind of God-forsaken opinion you hold. That is by that. And I wanted to say that my earlier suggestion, I wanted to give you small weight about anarchy so that people like taking things out of context. Let me reiterate. I want anarchy. The kind of anarchy I want is that people will stop being comfortable. People are too comfortable. With the way things are going on in Nigeria, you would think you wake up to everybody saying, kill us or do the right thing. But no. Even sometimes when I get into an argument with them on Twitter, if you see the way they look at me, the last time we had the governor on a space, on a Twitter space, and before he came on the Twitter space, the person that was going to host it made a post that the governor was going to call on the Twitter space to discuss his 1 year in office. And I asked them, when the governor comes on this Twitter space, Shebi people will let us ask him questions. You not go and carry his vuvuzelas and give them mic, and they will now be licking his backside. And the people, dissenters like us, cannot speak. They said, no, you have the opportunity to speak. Governor came on space. Of course, the usual backside licking, the usual ego massaging, and everything was going on. And people that asked him pressing question, people here know my opinion about Enugu State government, not governor, Enugu State government. In the last election, my opinion was my stand was very clear. I said I did not care about any of the candidates, that they are all the same. I said it here and I still stand by it. I said it and I still stand by it. They are all the same. So when I criticize from a place of clear conscience. I have no malice. I keep saying it. I have more stake in Enugu than most people talking about Enugu. I'm a full-blooded Enugu woman. Nobody can take it away from me. Full-blooded, not half. So when I speak for Enugu, I speak as a resident and as a native. I am from Enugu, living in Enugu. You know, it doesn't get any better than that. So he comes on the space. I kept asking for Mike because my opinions are loud. When you that is what it means not to have your hand in the cookie jar. You speak without having water in your mouth. You speak without looking. If I say this now, maybe they'll collect my alawi, or my next paycheck will not come. But for some people like Efosa, they can't do that. He came and people like me were not allowed to ask him questions. They say people that wanted to ask questions were plenty, but the ones that were able to ask him questions, that managed to ask him probing questions that people in this comment section are calling excuse not to go to the farm, he answered it. That they are doing everything to make sure that these attacks stops. So for the second time this night, Efosa, you know, suppose better for you. For coming on here to say that people are using excuse of being killed in their farms not to go and farm, you know, suppose better for you. I don't say you know go better for you, but I say you know suppose better for you. And if truly people are being killed when they go to the farm, then everything you touch will not work. It will not work. People will mock your pain because that is exactly what you're doing. I'm saying it again because when you allow the lie to thrive for a long time, it begins to sound like the truth. Imagine if we had like 100 Efosas. Imagine if we had like 100 Efosas running amok with this kind of narrative. How will anybody believe what is going on? Nobody will believe it. So this is why I'm still repeating that it you know suppose better for Efosa. And finally, the comfortability. Let me give the final solution to remove the comfortability and declare anarchy. Most of you have relatives in Nigeria, and by virtue of diaspora remittance, you wield some sort of influence on them. Please, I'm begging you, start using that influence. You might not know how far. This might sound a bit cynic, but I can't think of a better time to use that influence because now there's hunger in the land. So anybody that depends on you for some sort of assistance will have to listen to you. Start telling them some of the things we come here to discuss. Start discussing it with them. We discussing it here does not help them in any way. Start discussing it with them because believe you me, when you start discussing it with them, let me tell you how it will happen. You discuss Akpabio and the inflated budget of the National Assembly with your relative who's, let's say, is in his 40s. Yeah, he discusses it with like 4 of his age mates who have Gen Z children that do not care about what is happening in Nigeria. The Gen Z children will go and use it and do content on TikTok. And then their fellow age mates that do not care about Nigeria will be forced to watch it because it is content. And that is how you disseminate information. effortlessly. And being that it is coming from you, it is foolproof. It is foolproof. They will believe it. And what better if this one is not even made up, you have evidence to back it up. That is one way to make people uncomfortable. Once these things we discuss here starts reaching the ears of the people it's supposed to hear, there's something about reinforced repetitiveness. They keep hearing it every single time. There's something that happens to the psyche. Gradually, rebellion will start. And it's not the kind of rebellion. It's the kind of rebellion that somebody will be looking at a gun and be like, what will happen? You shoot me. Did somebody die 2 times? That is the point we need to get to, where people will be able to stand and look at a gun and say, you shoot me. After shooting me, what else do you want to do? Will I know what else you are doing? But you will leave having shot me. And I've just told you, gentlemen, how to do that. Till next time when we meet, I'm still trying to let me even give you people something to laugh about. I know some people are going to use it to mock me, but it's none of my business. So about a month plus ago, I lost my phone, and then in the middle of the shock of what happened, they pointed me to a police officer to go and report what happened. And I tell this officer, I was crying because like half of my work is on the phone. Currently, I'm doing just know that half of what I do for a living is done on that phone. So imagine having lost it. I go and meet this officer, and he says to me, for you to know how bad things are in Nigeria, the officer says to me, hey, yeah, and phone is very expensive now, no, and you lost your phone. That's very sad. You know what will happen? This thing happened in the mall. That you know what will happen? I'm the IPO, they used to call them at waiting, that is in charge of that station there. He mentioned his name. My name is so person. Take my number. I say, officer, how will I collect your number now? They keep my phone. He say, that's true. That's true. Oh yeah, look for paper. Let me write my number for you. My friend that was with me, she just, I don't know where she collected carton from and brought out pen from. We collected officer number. Now, this is the interesting part that I wanted to share with you people. Officer now says, tomorrow, he wrote his number. When you come to the station tomorrow, just tell them you're looking for officer so person. They will bring you to me. I'm the one in charge. Sorry. This economy, you lost your phone. But get ready to pay. You will pay so that will help you and track it. I said, He said, you will pay so that will help you and track the phone. To go and be buying phone in this economy. I just lost my phone. You are telling me phone is expensive. And you're telling me I should come to the station and pay so that you will track it for me. Gentlemen, that is Nigeria for you. I'm signing out. Good night.
Good night.
Thank you.
Thank you for coming over.
Something you said about when you said the only thing you can do is shoot me and what else can happen. I think the essential ingredient is the lack of fear of death and clarity. And when people get to that point, they can transform, they can do anything. Most of the nations that are built by people like that. You have to get to that point. We never did. Even through our independence, we never did get to that point. Okay, so Augustine is the only one that hasn't spoken. So he will speak, then we'll close out and go backstage and do our gathering backstage as normal. And so Augustine, what do you thank you for joining us. You joined late.
Wow.
Tomorrow is going to be interesting. We're going to be discussing more, more intellectual kind of topic like Bible school or something. I do enjoy those actually. I'm beginning to enjoy those quite a lot. So it will be interesting for us to gather for that. But what do you think about what you've had today so far?
Man, it has been an interesting day, but I just want to begin with realizing why people are against religion. Because within the course of this week, I have discovered a bigot. That's where I want to begin. I have discovered one bigot, and this bigot is Doyin Okube. He's a bigot in the sense that he started with religion. He was quoting Bible. And when he went into politics, he's a bigot because he told us that Tinubu is better than Obi, and he went and supported Obi just because of tribe. What a shameful attitude is that? Any politician doing that is a fool. If you listen to from my day, the first day I came to this platform, I said, if you bring a cousin of mine who is stupid, I would never support him. I will support somebody who is from anywhere that is better. That for you to say, because it is the turn of Igbos, you support somebody whom you know that is not as fit as your brother. That is stupidity. And go back to the platform, go to Twitter and see the mess that man is making. He has moved it now to the people, 80% of people criticizing him are Igbos. Why would a man in that age be behaving like that? That's one thing I want to say. The second point I want to make here is, when we talk about leadership, for those of us living in the Western world, don't just go to work and go home. Study your environment. On Wednesday, I went to watch Brazil United States match in Orlando. 60,000, 16 people were at the stadium, paying $100 to $200, paying $70 for a car space. Imagine the money these guys ripped off from people. And all of us were happy spending this money. And look at leadership. You see, everything was well organized. If you come into the stadium, you will feel at home. Because people took time, structured it, and came up with something. Why am I saying this? When I was talking about Omahe, that Omahe is not a leader. People were like, go to Abakaleke, he has built everything. Look at airport, he spent 36 billion to build. 3 years down the line, no plane has dropped there. Look at that money being wasted. And nobody is saying anything about it. Now he has gone to coastal land. You've not maintained a dry land. You want to maintain coastal land that one flood will come and wash it away. So when people say this, they say that you don't like progress. You are just complaining. Now, my last point, forefather, you were saying something about cost of living. I live in Florida. I was in Texas. Florida, you buy fuel, you buy gas, $3 plus. In Texas, you buy $2 plus. So I was discussing with my brother, oh, gas is cheap here. He said, this is Orlu State. They produce oil. But I have never bought gas in the United States and feel sad of buying gas. But somebody in Nigeria who is level 14 officer, civil servant, will buy gas and be crying. So that is the difference. The difference is that it's someone that cleans your office in the Western world is comfortable. But a palm sec who is not stealing cannot sustain himself. Now, if you move this 62,000 as minimum wage, do you know that anybody being paid 62,000, both civil and private, will not pay tax? Because you are earning below minimum wage, you will not pay tax. But at the end of the year, government will give you money because you didn't meet the normal amount you're supposed to meet. Does that happen in Nigeria? No. Now, if you say people earning 61,000 down not to pay tax, how many people will pay tax in Nigeria?
Okay. You see the point about cost of living. They didn't say based on your salary. It's based on how much it costs to buy things to live, to survive in that country.
Which year did that come on?
2022 year is what they use, if I'm not mistaken. So they use the amount it costs to buy things that you need to survive. That's what they call cost of living. They will check, okay, how much does it cost to survive in Nigeria? How much does it cost to survive in UK?
So
Stuff like that.
any calculation of cost of living from that point is a myopic way of seeing things. The way of calculating cost of living is how much you earn and how much you spend on your living. In the United States, let me come. In United States, where I live, people that don't, there's what we call low income houses. They are low income houses doesn't mean that they are less quality houses. No, but they are houses that governments are subsidizing for people that don't have good job. So where you're paying $1,800 a month, somebody is paying $150. And that person pays $150. Government gives him $600 every 2 weeks.
Yeah, I think it's a form of relative income, isn't it? Because if you look at many of us having iPhone,
no, so look at how that calculation is. Look at how they did it. Gas in America is $3 in Florida. And when we talk about this gas, the quality of gas in Nigeria are not the same. So gas in Nigeria in Florida is $3.39. So they will calculate it. It's 4 liters. So they divide it direct with Nigeria and tell you, oh, it is expensive in America than in Nigeria.
Yes, they will say how much does it cost to buy the same things that people buy in America. How much does it cost? Like an example, like that gas you talk about in Nigeria is cheaper. The housing, is it more expensive in America than in Nigeria? No, it's cheaper in Nigeria. It's the same blocks that you are building with, or maybe slightly different, but house is house, and it's more expensive. It's cheaper. It's cheaper in Nigeria. So they put all those things together.
So that is the problem. See why it's not cheaper. The house in Nigeria, most of them might have mold. Most of them don't have water. Most of them don't have good toilet. The house in the United States, I'm not going to clean my sock away. The moment I'm flushing it, it's going to the city. The city is taking care of it. The city pipe gas to my house. I'm not buying gas. I'm getting gas at 2 a.m. I on my gas, I will get gas.
But that is a minimal cost to the actual house. The land and the building of the property is where most of the cost of housing goes. And if in Nigeria you have a whole building, good quality in Abuja, and you compare that with good quality housing in New York or Texas, anyway, the Texas one is about 10 times more.
So look at the challenge.
Sorry.
Sorry, just a moment. I'll just finish this line. Then I'll finish this line. You going? The house where my colleague was living got burnt. Insurance came and built a replica of the same house. If your house in Ikoyi gets burnt, who will take care of it?
You know they do have some insurance in Nigeria.
Where?
That's another conversation.
Yeah, that is a different goalpost. You see how he's moving the goalpost.
Okay.
No, I'm not moving. Accept that Nigeria is
because you know why I wanted to comment.
Nigeria is cheaper to live in.
You are discussing now was actually what brought me into this discussion today. I didn't want to come in. Because forefather is always comparing oranges and apples.
Yeah.
It doesn't work. Okay. Look, let just like Augustine was talking about. Anytime you put on your hot water tap, it gives you that hot water. Anytime your electricity is running, whether it is cold or hot, your room is warm or the temperature is maintained. Now, you go outside, you don't see potholes, and they don't have any time the governors are coming to commission them. The roads are constantly being maintained. The street lights are constantly being. The other day I was telling a friend of mine, do you know that the rails they put by the roadside can actually at a 60 kilometer, 80 kilometer, that rail can hold your car from falling off. So it's not just putting it by the side. They're actually making sure it guards you from falling off into the ditch.
But what are they going to do with cost of living?
I'm coming. Those are the different standards of things that are being put here. And so when we juxtapose it with Nigeria, and I'm going there so that you know the different cost of living, you do not have 24 hours electricity, yet you pay for 1 month of light. You do not have constant water, yet you pay for 1 month of constant water. You do not have good roads, yet you pay tax on roads. You do not have government providing you any amenities, yet you pay for it. So how then do you take it? And then again, the cost of the value of the two currency are not the same.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I keep saying it. I don't know how many times I can repeat it. It's like saying cost to buy 1 bottle of water in Nigeria and cost to buy 1 bottle of water in this thing. That's what they are comparing. They don't care about
What is
currency. They don't care about
to
anything.
Niger? To
So that
Niger, what is
comparison,
their earning
that comparison
capacity?
should,
What
yes,
is
that
the
comparison
salary
should
they
even
pay
be there.
them?
Pardon?
What is the salary? What is the what
It's
is the
not about
salary?
salary. They don't care about that. They are saying how much does it cost
Okay.
this side
Okay, can I
to
get
buy this thing? How much does it cost this
can I,
other side to buy the same thing?
can I give you a better perspective? You guys are just misunderstanding what the figure. Let me not say what Fafada is saying, but Fafada is just
Quoting a figure.
explaining. No, he's just explaining the statistics that he showed earlier. But you guys are reading another interpretation to it. That statistics is just telling you, like Fafada said now, what does it cost to live in this place, not what you are making. Do you understand? So that is the reason why some places, some developed countries, some places, when they retire, they move to a different country to go and live. It doesn't mean that they would have earned much money when they are living in that country, working in their working life, but because it costs them less to maintain their life. You understand? When they live in that country, you understand what I'm trying to say? So it does not necessarily mean that Nigerians are earning more money when they say the cost of living is lesser in Nigeria. If you understand, I don't know if I'm making points.
So I'm seeing where you're going. I'm trying to understand it, but the conversation doesn't come where Fafada brings it. That's what I'm trying to say.
No, I think it's the same thing Fafada is saying. The data he shared with us showing that the cost of living in Nigeria is way. You could also look at it the other way around, maybe because Nigerians are poor. So
That
So
data,
you are
that
coming to
statistics, that statistic is not telling you the
not telling us
true nature on the ground. It's not.
No, it's just
It's
telling
not a
you.
reflection.
Listen,
That data is not a
sorry.
reflection of what Nigerians are
As at
passing through.
2022,
Let's say
as at
there's a basket.
2022, as at 2022, Fafada is quoting. That might be correct.
Let's say there's a basket, and inside this basket is the food you eat in a month. How much you pay for your rent, how much it costs you on energy, how much it costs you to go to hospital. You understand? How much is it? Maybe it's like 80,000 or 100,000 naira. You understand? So the people that prepare the statistics just compare the same thing. Okay, if you're in Brazil, what does it cost you to do? If you're in America, in this particular city in America, what does it cost you? You understand? So they just check it using a common denominator. It does not
That is a hope. That is a hope analysis. When you want to compare that with what is going on in Nigeria, it's a hope analysis. Honestly speaking,
They are not telling you that Nigerians they also say that Nigeria is poor.
If not now,
don't understand. They still think that they are saying that Nigeria is
now,
If I say this program, America versus two Niger,
no,
America versus two Niger in London. Only
you are
the
comparing.
is not saying that Nigerians are living well.
Now you see what I'm saying. So you get my point. That Fafada is bringing it from the point that Nigerians are living well. That is how I heard
No. That's not what I'm saying.
He never said that. He never said that.
No, I said that's what I heard when I heard him making that argument. Because the other people that were from the other side were telling you that over here we spend this money and we are more comfortable than those back home spending cheap money.
Okay, let me ask
that
you.
was the argument that I heard that time. That was why I picked it up.
Let me ask you, Augustine.
Yes.
If you retire today in America and you have like $50,000 as raw savings, you have cash. Forget about the security problem in Nigeria. Don't you think you're going to have a better living standard if you come to Nigeria to live in your village, for instance?
So if you calculate it well, I might not. Let me tell you why. I will give you analysis. Like where I live, I know what you're saying. People calculate that everything is available here, but there are certain taxes that this city don't charge. Now, because of those taxes, like people move to Mexico when they retire in America. People move to lower cities that don't pay tax.
Exactly.
But they have everything provided.
And things are cheaper in those cities with their own currency.
Yes. Things are cheaper there because they don't pay city tax.
Not only tax, it's also the fact that things are cheaper.
No, it affects. That is the only
housing
difference.
Is cheaper. You see, it doesn't want to admit that housing is cheaper in Mexico. Housing is cheaper in Mexico. You know that.
Housing is cheaper in Nigeria too.
Exactly. That's what we are saying.
Housing as a building is cheaper in Nigeria, but to maintain your house in Nigeria. So if you are asking me this question 2 years ago, I would have moved to Nigeria because you will buy fuel at what rate? Buy gas. But now, if you calculate that,
even at that,
no. Run a diesel for 1 week.
Cheaper.
Run a diesel for 1 week.
In the UK.
So, and remember that. So if not now, remember, because you pay this money, the peace of mind you have that every week you spend $200.
If it was better, why is Guinness going away? Why are all the foreign nationals leaving the country? If it was better, why are they relocating to other places? I bet let's move on to something Nigerian.
There is a little conversation.
It's not easier to make the money in Nigeria.
And it's easier to make money in America, Abi. It's easier to make money in America. Is that easy?
It's easier to make a minimum amount in America than Nigeria.
Listen, you guys, all of us in America know how it goes. Let's look at what's going on the main street. We are all foreigners. We work hard every day to make the money. But some people doesn't have opportunity. They don't see. For that one, the portal, our passion, our portal way for this road where they pass now. Assuming he said, Gaji said, there's no porthole. There's no porthole. If I put water here, I think go through away. So let's not.
Okay.
What do you say? See, let's tell the truth. Let's tell the truth. Now, Paco, all of us there here. See, Paco, all the hands in apply will they build them. That's why they can carry everything. They go remain.
Even at
so make we tell the truth. Even at that, they are strong. My argument is my hold of all. Do not just hold me an apology. I was listening to it today. He looked me finish. He looked at he say he thought he looked me finish. Me no go krikri. Look at he say nature. No, nature only waiting.
Don't start now.
You know say me they come for you. He say even if they come, we go talk about. If they don't come, I'll go back to that topic. He must apologize to. I will bring that back because the thing offend me now. If I don't take it from my mind, I don't go rest. I don't go rest now.
Let me ask you based on the same house.
Yeah, I know you.
How much is it going to cost you to build the same house in the US? How much?
That's a smart.
Which house? I work in Nigeria. If I have to build the kind of house, listen. If I have to build the kind of house I have in Nigeria, built in US, you know, going to cost me less than $1 million to build it.
So what are we talking about? So if we,
you understand my point? If I'm doing the same house with brick, with a brick I have in Nigeria, do the same thing here. You're not talking about $1 million to build it.
So what are we saying? We are saying the same thing because cost is cheap. The cost of living is lesser in Nigeria. That's why you're able to do it.
Exactly.
Because I'm in America able to do it. And some people in Nigeria are going to discuss a house because of kind of thing they are doing. No average man would build such a house ordinary.
I think we are saying the same thing. We are just misunderstanding.
It's like the moment you say that, they are assuming that you are saying that Nigeria is better off. But the only area what makes Nigeria better off.
So Father, that's the point. The moment you bring that argument, the moment you bring the argument, people will be hearing that you're saying that Nigeria is better off.
No, it's not. They are not.
No, we are not. We all know that. All of us let's not tell the truth. Let's tell the truth. If the governments are good, all of us will try to Nigeria to go and live in better off. We all know that. If our governments are good, in terms of everything, we all know that now. If you can't tell any lies, say the governments are good, none of us will be here struggling Monday to Saturday going to work making money.
If Nigeria has security, Nigeria is a good place to earn a living. I will be in Nigeria right now.
Exactly.
Yeah, I will be in Nigeria now.
If the living standard is as good as you are portraying it, it's low all over the world, the Nigerian living standard. What makes you people not to relocate to Nigeria and face the same reality?
Okay.
No,
let me tell you the problem. Let me tell you the problem in Nigeria. Let me tell you the problem in Nigeria is that if I can give me the light, I will pay in Nigeria. That's the problem. But I will pay for the light, I will not get the light. That's the scariest part of it. Give me the water, I will pay. You pay for the water, you're not going to get the water. That's the problem. All right? Not paying it is the problem, but can I have it when I pay for it? You can't get it when you pay for it. Here, if I pay for my water, I'll get my water. Get my light, I get my light. In short, my internet cut off. My wife called them. You know they pay.
Also, your question is, how will you be paying for water in Nigeria and be paying for water in America?
No, I pay for water. For water, I go pay for my water. I pay for my water. I pay for that one. I can pay for my water. This one enter. I save this one enter. This one enter. I accept that. But what I mean that if I pay for water here, I go get my water. If you don't give me the water, all right. In short, I go call them that month. I know they'll give me discount for that month. I pay for internet. Like Nigeria, you pay for internet for 1 month. After 2 weeks, you won't get internet again. Here, even though any mistake, I lost. Even we lost power like 5 days. All right. I got they say I supposed to have internet for 2 months. I pay for it. They find that I was like, it's not a disaster. They give me discounts instantly. That's how it works. So that's the problem with you.
Is your car moving?
No. I park. I know the rule now. I know the break rule.
Thank you.
Nigeria.
I know the rule. I park.
How will you park and still have the seat belt?
Why will I park? Because I'm driving. That show you that I'm driving. I already my seat belt up. But we'll say it in this program. Always say
No wonder you jump.
You show that I have my seat belt on.
But do you know the good thing about having a low cost of living? If Nigerian government was good, it would have been the most attractive place to attract businesses to come and invest. Because if you have cheap labor, cheap cost of cost of living, businesses can move in and invest and grow there because the output will be cheaper than most places.
So, forefather, this.
Let me say something. In America, you make much money. That's on house, good houses. You can pay for it. They will not like to live there. You make lesser money. They will allow you to live in better houses that make a good money. You see some houses, someone that don't make good money will leave. You that make good money cannot live there. That's how they take care of their citizens. Somebody that don't have good money will live a better house. You that make good money will go and live something more cheaper, more low quality of everything, but very high. And someone that don't make good money will live in a very good apartment, good. So that's how it is. All right? So we know how it is. So you can't compare.
Yes.
Don't compare orange and the apple for Canada. But Tunaja, you still hold me apology. My
apology for stating the fact the wrong way. I hope you're happy now. Also, I hope you're happy now.
That can never be a fact that was stated in the right way. Never.
He said that he would have served as an incentive.
Okay, he has to bring 2 kola nuts, and 2 alligator pepper, and 1 loaf.
Righteous man.
I just want to. If you will permit me, let me just say this, then I go.
And you're still doing this traditional stuff.
Tunaja, if you permit me, let me just make this solution, then I go.
Wimbo wanted to make a submission, but before that, please, I think if not now, I wanted to say something about my pronouncement about cost of living.
Okay.
I said that the argument you made that because the cost of living in Nigeria is low from that statistics, is supposed to serve an incentive for companies to come here and invest, right?
Yes.
It does not necessarily hold water.
How?
Because the position of Nigeria in that your statistics is actually almost to the bottom. And what does it show? It shows you that there is no much economic activity in the country. So, for instance, now the one you shared about the cities first, which has California being almost at the top, and some other cities. So if you look at America here, those states or cities that have the lowest cost of living, they are not usually better economically. They don't usually attract much economic investment activities. People seem to gravitate towards those cities that have higher standard of living because they make more money there, or those that are kind of average.
I think that argument is like what I'm talking about is like China.
International,
So
what I'm talking about, international interest. It would have attracted international interest to come and use the cheap labor.
Yeah, to
manufacture. But it's more than cost of living being low. The driver of that one is a different economic indices that drive that one. Not necessarily.
I think the reason why ours is low is because a badly run business environment, insecurity, rule of law, and corruption. All those things is discouraging people from coming into the country to come.
So you just call it by name: accountability, lack of accountability.
Yeah, that is insecurity is a big one because if people don't feel the country has a future, they don't want to be there.
Yeah,
people want to invest in somewhere they have peace of mind.
So you call it you know why I call it accountability? Because when you talk about the insecurity, the military people, because of their involvement in politics, they are not accountable to the security. So they themselves are part of the insecurity. It's not like the governor or the president is the one stopping the military or the police to be responsible. But because all of them, imagine when the military people are involved in bunkering, when they are involved in so many other atrocities in the country.
Okay, okay, can you check the law and the other indices?
Law and the other indices.
No, he won't go there. He won't go there.
Why would I go there now? Why would I go there? You think I'm shy of the truth? The truth is important now. Law and other. That's interesting. Do they have an index?
I think they have index. Law and the other,
yeah. While you are checking, let me just make my final submission.
Yes, please.
You see, the only thing that I would like to say here, I listened to Ngozika while she was talking. Then I feel for Nigerian people. You see, the Igbo people had a proverb. They said Okpana ntiburu Okpana onwuburu ntiburu ya. The grasshopper that dies, it is the ear or problem of hearing that kills it. Most often, we've been talking about all these things, but most Nigerians feel that Nigeria is going to be better. They tell you to hope for a new Nigeria. Continue to hope for a new Nigeria. I was in the military in 1999, still serving, when democracy returned. When General Abu Salami handed over the scepter of authority and leadership to Obasanjo. From 1999 till now, I think it's about, if my arithmetic is right, it's about 23 years. A 23 or 24 years old person is no longer a child. That person is an adult. In some countries, that person should be a graduate, a first degree holder, or even working. But before this time, these same Nigerians, this same elitist group were telling you, oh, it's a nascent democracy, nascent democracy, nascent democracy. Look at where it has brought you people to. Look at the conditions Nigerians are facing. Look at the influx of Nigerians into countries that they don't even supposed to go to, especially within Africa. Nigeria should be the heaven for other African countries to come in there and seek for greener pasture because you are rich. But the wealth of Nigeria is, circulated among few people. And it's as if Nigerians have been captured. As if it be juju, just like in the words of Asari Dokubo. No be juju be that. They have captured Nigeria in such a manner that even you don't even have the vim to come out and challenge the people you claim you voted into power. What does that tell you?
Forefather, sorry, they actually call it a law and order index. Rule of law,
Yeah,
rule of
I'm looking
law
at
index. Rule of law
okay.
index.
I thought I was looking at crime
Okay.
index. Okay.
Okay.
Mm,
So
mm.
now to Niger, what these people have succeeded in doing is to groom their words. They have groomed their words and they are surreptitiously planting them in positions of authority. Some of their children are judges, appointed judges today. Some are politicians. They are coming to replicate what their fathers and what their parents have done. How do you going to get out of it if you don't destroy that system that is giving them such powers? I support Ngozika, solution. Mazen Nnamdi Kanu spoke about all these things. Hate him or like him, he spoke about them. He started with restructuring. They said no. On the street of London, these people said no, they will not. And when it got bad, he said, okay, let my people go. The same thing Ojukwu came to my own country here in Eburi to agree upon regionalization, regional system of government, that the rest of Nigerians said, no, they will not agree to. Is it not the same thing now that they are trying to bring in? Is it not the same thing? That thing that caused war, that made the Biafran to lose over 3 to 4 or 5 million people. Is it not the same thing that they are bringing now? Penny wise, pound foolish. That is what Nigeria is undergoing, is going through. A time will come. Nobody will tell them. Nobody will tell them. When the python has finally crawled into your bedrooms in Nigeria, then you will wake up. You will rise up to fight for what belongs to you. And that time it will be too late. And I just pray that it will not affect the innocent people or the weak, especially women and children. Because what Nigeria has created upon itself is going to consume a lot of people. And before that time, instead of you, the elderlies that are here today, to continue to hope for a new Nigeria, please channel the energy to destroy that country that has made these people so powerful. Destroy it. Let everybody go and answer their father's name. Because answering the diversity of Nigeria has not yielded any positive result to the people that are within that entity. Thank you so much. And may God bless you.
Thank you. Let me see. Thank you very much for your submission. Let me see if I can share this rule of law index. Let's see if I can zoom in. I can see better. Yeah, I think it's by this thing. So let's say, well, how does this even work? This in absolute change, relative change. Okay, this is the index, isn't it? Okay, Denmark is at the top. Let's go from the bottom down. All the losers. I'm surprised Nigeria is not on the top of the page there. Hey, Nigeria has survived the top of the page. Let's go the next page. Let's see what's happening down there. It's not going to be far.
Nigeria is about 120 or so.
It's not going to be far on this list. I'm sure it's going to pop up soon. Wow, Nigeria is better ruled than Zimbabwe. How did that happen? That cannot be possible. But there are a lot of African countries there. You notice that?
Surprisingly, see, America is even at 14 or so.
Look at Nigeria here. Nigeria is better governed than China. Are you serious? That can't be right. This is a crap. This is a crap table. I thought the rule of law.
When was this indices? When was it done? Is
I'm
it
using
now?
2013. 2013.
Uh-huh.
Check what I sent to you. 2023.
Okay,
Just
let
see
me
it on
get
the
the link.
chart.
Yeah, let me get the link. Yeah, because I'm not sure I'm using a proper one. Yeah, I was on this link earlier, but I just didn't make heads or tail of what they were saying. It's opening. Okay, doing Shakara. All right. Okay, so where do I see it? Through here?
Go down. You're seeing it from here now.
Is this rule of law? Because they are talking about countries searched by overall score. Okay, by overall score. Okay, Denmark is at the top, isn't it?
Yeah.
And I wish we can reverse the order so that we will see how far Nigeria is from the bottom.
Go down about 120 or so.
120. 120? 120. Okay, amongst 140. That's quite bad.
Yeah, but
Let's see.
the interesting thing is that US didn't even make up to the first 20. US is about 26.
Oh yeah, US is not exactly a clean country now. Look at that country with 47,000 people dying from gun violence. It cannot be that clean. So Nigeria is at the bottom. Okay, let's see the countries we are better than: Mali, Congo, Zimbabwe, Gabon, Uganda, Iran. That is ridiculous. Bangladesh. This is rigged, man.
Ethiopia,
Bangladesh, Mozambique, Ethiopia, Pakistan,
Bolivia,
Bolivia, Sudan,
Mauritania, Cameroon.
Mauritania, Cameroon,
I think it's right. I think it's
Myanmar,
fair. It's fair.
Egypt. Oh, come on, man. I think this stuff is rigged. It's quite rigged. To an extent, there's a bit
I
of
think
rigging
it's
going
fair.
on.
I don't think so. They can't rig it in favor of Nigeria.
Nigeria is better governed than Egypt. Seriously. Although Egypt is a military regime, let's face it, it wins 90% of the vote. So, yeah, from that point of view, you can say Nigeria has some merit. But, man, come on. Saying that Nigeria is better governed than even Zimbabwe. Okay, Zimbabwe has some issues with their currency, but I wouldn't say they are badly governed. Bangladesh, Iran, especially Iran is the biggest. Like, it's so clear that they are mistaken there.
No,
Iran
there's no
generates
rule of
7
law.
gigawatts of power. 70
No,
gigawatts.
this is rule of law.
Okay, forefather, what topic?
And they are well governed.
What
This
topic
is rule of law.
Can we go back to our original topic?
There's no rule of law in Iran.
Yeah, there's rule of law.
No.
They won't have what they have if they don't have rule of law.
No.
They are more advanced than Nigeria, by far. More advanced. So,
can we just circle back to where we were supposed to be discussing?
Yeah.
No, we are supposed. I will let Obey speak. Then we go backstage.
No.
Welcome, Obey. I'm not sure I've seen you here before.
Yeah.
Thank you for today.
No.
Thank you.
Why we came to this thing is because we are trying to use the cost of living to justify the fact that those countries that have low cost of living should necessarily be an incentive for investment. Then
Yes.
It was that discussion that actually attracted me.
I was trying to explain that indices like this actually drives investment more than
you are correct.
the other one.
It drives them.
So if you look at these indices now, you see that those countries at the top actually attract better investment.
Yes, because of stability now. Yeah, that's true. Welcome, Obey.
Thank you. Well, I'm a first timer. I think Dr. Damages will when they hear my name, you will understand because I'm on his chart and I get his mail every day. Obey is an acronym. My name is actually Osazuwa Brown Egwavon. That's my name.
Egwavon.
Yes.
Is that an Edo name?
That's a Benin name, yes.
Yeah, welcome.
You know us in Egwavon, yeah.
You don't recognize them. Now your people be that too.
Coach. I'm not in Egwavon, the coach, yeah. Actually, I'm in the United States. I'm in New York. And,
okay, you're welcome. Your brother is our host.
Papa have not revealed where he's from. Everybody knows this.
You don't need to ask the question. He's your brother, I'm telling you. I've done a research on him.
Wow, nice one.
Extensive research on him.
He's not done any research.
KJ and Co. I actually appreciate you guys. I've been trying to join. School weekend is hell for me. Actually, at the job now, I just sneak into
one of those private rooms to just see how I do this because of the discussion I had. I'm a nurse in the New York. I've been to Nigeria twice this year, and it's obvious that when we begin to do some comparisons about the standard of life, like KJ said, comparing apple with orange. Actually, I can't figure it out how those two relate, anyways, because I like he was saying, when you drive out to buy gas, as a banker I was in Nigeria, I earn over $500,000 every month then before I joined the United States. You could imagine life was good then. You don't even think to buy gas and all that. You run ahead, it was good. You can keep 2, 3 cars with full tanks and you're running. But in the United States, no matter, even if it's $4 and change for gas that you buy here, you don't feel it from your income at all. You still could run with the full tank and you're okay. But if you're comparing the way we live here and the way we live there, comparing the cost of a house here, the cost of houses in Nigeria, we will just be making a big mistake. Somebody will be asking me, how much do you buy gas in America? I told him I buy gas $4 and change because I drive an SUV and it takes the highest grade of gas. I said, but you guys there, how much you buy gas? You begin to make mathematics and times liter by whatever you buy from. No, how much does it cost you to make a dollar here? If you are going home with $10,000 every month, for example, what is a gas of $50 to you? That's change. You understand? So by the time we begin to make comparison of the facial value of what we see over here and what happens back there, we will just be making two different analogy, and it does not marry at all to each other. If in America you go shop with $200, you could see how many bags you're going to carry from the shopping mall. If you're in Nigeria and you're going to shop with another 100, 200,000 naira, you can't reconcile it, because the $100 is how much you can make in an hour. How much you can make in an hour or 2 hours?
They are using
You
dollars
understand?
uniformly. They are not saying convert it to naira. If you take that
No,
same
that is the mentality of this guy. They just use calculator to price for you, as in that. It doesn't work like that for us, because we don't make the money that same way you guys, think about. Let me, for example, now I make $7,000 in a month. I can save $5,000 conveniently.
Exactly. But if you make that same 7,000 in Nigeria, you might even be able to save more.
7,000 what? Dollar or naira?
$7,000.
In Nigeria.
How can you make $7,000 in Nigeria now? How can you make that money? Are you a thief?
Okay, hold on. That's the point I'm making, and that is the matrix they are using to measure. In other words, what you are getting in Nigeria, see, that is the matrix they are using to measure it. This, the dollars. They are not saying.
It's only a thief that can make $7,000 in a month over there.
Exactly, but if you earn $7,000 in Nigeria, would that money not go further? That's what I'm trying to do.
But what is the possibility of a nurse like me making that money in Nigeria? That's what I'm telling you. This is my profession. This is my profession. I am a nurse. I can go home with 7K every month. If I'm a nurse in Nigeria, I can go home with the best they can do with 100,000, 150,000. You're talking about $200, $100. You are comparing with $7,000. Well, the economy does not relate to you.
That is not what they are doing. They are using dollars. If you the question still remains: if you have $7,000 in Nigeria, would it not go further than
if you have, on which condition? As your income or as your
income? As your income in Nigeria.
Who makes $7,000 in Nigeria?
No, even if it's not real, that money? I get your point. Even if it's not real, I'm just saying, what if you did? What happens? Would the $7,000 not go further in Nigeria if you make $7,000 a month?
If you make $7,000 in Nigeria, of course you can build a house almost every other day.
$7,000 in Nigeria is over 12 million.
Exactly. Who makes that a salary?
That is what they are trying to reveal to you. That you are saying you can build a house every year, but in America you can't do that every year.
I'm just saying. I'm not. That's not a fact anyway. That's just to exaggerate. What I mean is a lot of men.
It's not 12 million. 12 million times 12 is 120 million. So you can build
correct. Every year, correct.
Yeah, you can build a house. I know somewhere
Yeah.
that people have
So
55
so
million.
if you are putting those comparisons together, it will look as if we are in a different situation, we're in a different economy, we have different. In fact, can a Nigerian person go and pay for light? I pay my light bill like $400. Can somebody actually pay that in Nigeria?
And
I
now,
will, I will
okay,
not complain. Those
hold
are the
on. You see,
issues.
now you are revealing something now. You see what you have revealed? Nigeria
Mhm.
is like we live in a hole. When I went into Nigeria, it's like we live in a sub economy. The reason why I say that is that most of the equipment that these people use to
Mhm.
manufacture all these services like power supply,
Right.
electronics, phone services, they buy it from the same world that people in America buy it from, that people in Japan buy it from. They don't buy it any special price. So you can see now that Nigeria is living in a situation whereby our cost of living is so low compared to what is out there. So it's like we are in a hole and we need to dig ourselves out of there. That is what it is revealing.
Until they will stop announcing the result of election at 4 a.m. and they will stop switching up the beavers. We will still be at this cycle, rigmaroling, as in taking the wrong leadership and all that. Could you imagine that we all work towards this change that we're talking about? At the end of the day, we saw what happened in the election. Everybody just moved on. When I got there, I had to stop living in the house and went to the hotel. Because if you live in the house to run your diesel, it's cheaper than actually taking a room in the hotel and everything is okay. You built a house back home, you can't even sleep in the house. It's that bad. To the extent that I have to sell. I have to sell to get away my properties, get rid of them, and come here and buy another house. Because they're not ready for nothing. It's just a rigged system that you go there. And in fact, I was in Lekki. I went to buy food. You know, the food they gave me, I have paid 10,000. I was not even satisfied. And I said, how much guys make here that can even take their children out for a weekend? To take 3 children out for a weekend, family of 5. That means you spend like 50K for an outing. How much do you earn? How
Yeah,
much do
but
you earn? And the system is so bad that everybody is complaining. Even your brother that is an assistant director in an establishment is complaining. They can't even help themselves. A banker now that I left back home who will earning more than me. Today, with $1 million you earn at the end of the month, you are still very poor. You can't even give yourself that amount of life that you had before now. So the system is that rotten, is that bad. The leadership made some colossal error. That is exactly what is being suffered right now because decisions were made so hastily and president just talk anyhow. He just wake up in the morning and just announce things and just talk without assembling a team together, without even looking at the files. He just make announcements and kill
okay,
everything.
let me ask you now, is there anything that
So
the
bad.
Nigerian government can do, or is there any space Nigeria can get to that you'll be like, you know what, I'm going to sell these properties in America and go back to Nigeria and buy the properties back that I used to have in Nigeria?
My brother, I have a self-contained. My tenant pay me $2,000+ every month. You want me to sell?
No, I'm saying, what would you see in Nigeria that will make you do that? Is it that when they
Not,
start paying $7,000 per month, or
in
no?
Nigeria,
Give us your conditions.
in
Eh?
Nigeria will be after my thought. As in, when they are ready, we will go back there to go and invest. But right now, I think it's not just a heaven to be. It's just a
But
lot.
what is the
It's a lot.
condition now? What are you going
The
to see that is going to
condition,
make you
get
think you're
leadership,
ready?
leadership rights, getting the right leadership on ground. That is the condition. If the right
What
leadership
is the
is
right
there, let me
leadership?
tell you,
What is the right leadership?
the right person that could pilot the affairs of the country. That's it. The right person. When I mean,
It doesn't tell me anything. What are they going to be doing? What would you see that will make you think? Okay, not just when you say the right leadership, is what they are
mhm,
doing, isn't it? What is it they are
yes, what they
doing
are
that is
doing.
going to make you think that is good?
Okay, like taking priorities, putting priorities in place. Not buying SUV, not investing in a buying yacht or building a 20 billion house for a vice president until they start to channel growth into investment, into attracting people to come into the country. Everybody is living, and you are there, having to spending the money on trivial things. But that is why Obi was an idea for everybody because he sold the right points to Nigeria. That was what happened to Obi. He saw the right point. The point is that our priority are not there at all. We are not ready for a change. Until we start shelving up those things, number one, let's face that giving powers again to the states. We need to start from there. When that happens, the leadership must be focused on the right direction. of what? Changing things, giving priorities to growth.
So if you see that, you consider coming back here.
Buttress what you have
Of
said.
course. Of course.
They're
Good to
already
know.
getting ready now to buy two more jets for the presidency.
You could imagine that.
And one for the president.
KJ, stop driving people from Nigeria.
These are the things we're talking about. In a nation where things are not working.
Yeah, these guys, this government, they are not very feeling.
Two more planes.
Don't they deserve
After buying a yacht?
This
They deserve new private jet.
Really? You bought
Yeah.
New York, you won't buy new jet. Does it make sense for fathers? You bought New
It's a shame.
York.
Hold
You
on
won't
now.
buy new jet.
Let me just play this again, because for me, when I looked at this, I just felt, oh, this is wrong. This is just wrong behavior. It's not the kind of stuff you expect your president to be doing at this stage. Let me just play. It's just about 10 seconds.
A notice from me if I've changed my mind. On minimum wage.
When I look at that,
they're making for
that's the kind of stuff that brings nations down. They're laughing at
if you are labor group, listen to this. How would you feel?
It's not the labor group, the people.
So
I'm not labor group, and I feel furious that why are you laughing about this?
No, the point I'm making here, these are the people that they sit together to negotiate. This, and if you watch that dinner, what you will feel is that these people see us as conquered people. So they come there, they throw cons to us, they go home and laugh at us and make jokes. So this is where he told them that he was doubling. He was doubling.
What they are doing is endangering democracy. They are not Democrats. They can't be Democrats. What they are doing, because they are just laughing at people. The people, the demo in people.
Yeah.
They are laughing at them.
The joke.
People are negotiating, laughing at
So
them.
you were against Labour before. Thank God you saw this.
I have my own issues with Labour. I still have my own issues with Labour. It doesn't mean that they are not doing something
I have
wrong.
a question for you. I have a question for you, forefather. What is new that they have done? When he came, his first, I want you to answer this, because please let me know. What is the difference between what they just did now with what Akpabio did in the floor of the Senate about the poor Britain, and what Tinubu did in the first inaugural meetings that he had when he talked about let the poor breathe, when that statement was made? Is there any of them that seem to be different from what you see today?
No,
no. KJ,
this one they are laughing at people.
KJ, this one
is different.
No, it's different.
On those other two occasions, they were laughing.
Let us are different.
They were laughing at the people.
Yeah, no.
Fabio did it like a joke. I said, let the poor breathe.
But the body language only. The contention is going to put in after a week of lockdown. It's like telling somebody, look at them, they're going to they say you should increase to 50, they're stupid. He's just laughing. That's what he just did.
Yeah, exactly what they're doing. Exactly what they did.
They're all laughing. See, it's supposed to be a funny thing.
So sad.
If you have forefather, if you have the Senate president talking on let the poor breathe, if you have that video, play it. He laughed when he said
it's in a different condition. It's different scenarios, different thing than on this one. No. You know that what is bad, but it's on different level. The leftists are just like they are going for protest. They say you should increase this something that stupid people. They just start laughing. That's interpretation of what just happened.
Good afternoon, guys. Please, can I come in, please?
Professor John.
Just come in.
Don't knock. You know so they knock.
My brother, I don't do things that they watch. So if you can borrow me a little bit time, I can come in different ways. So one of the ways I want to come in, I'll use the state of Texas. The state of Texas.
Don't have a lot of time. We plan
yes. Please. I will just try to put all of them together very fast. The state of Texas, if I want to use Texas in terms of United States, Texas should be one of the third richest states in America. The minimum wage that Texas pay is 7.25 cents. That is federal government minimum wage. Almost 30 states or thereabout. Minimum wage is even more than the state of Texas. What is the strategy to that? But guess what? When Texas discovered that it started affecting Texas, Texas moved from $7.25 to $12. No union, no nothing. Do you understand? They move from $7.25 to $12. There is no union, there is no protest. But what Texas understand, businesses, people started leaving Texas for other states. You understand? Texas understand it. Nigeria today that we're talking about, Nigeria is grossly underpaid. I just came back from Nigeria. Today will make it 2 weeks ago that I came back from Nigeria. 1 week ago, I mean to say, Nigeria is grossly underpaid. If not for Yahoo boy and corruption put together, my brother, the things that they sell in the so-called eatery and every other place, no Nigeria that live on salary can afford to go spend. And you forget that what grow strong economy like the West today is purchasing power, where we get salary every week. We want to go buy new shoes. We want to go buy clothes. We want to press our phone like we are talking to a girl. We order this, we order that. It is very good for an economy. If you don't steal in Nigeria today, if you want to live based on salary, you can't really do that. The percentage of people that can do that is so minute. People are grossly underpaid, and the government is doing what they are doing. That makes me laugh. Then another way around, there is a caveat why Tinubu is doing what Tinubu is doing. I was once a union person in Nigeria, so I understand what Tinubu is doing to the union. First of all, they already hang the union in their head that this union today, they are labor, they are this and that. So they use that one to push them one side of it. Then the most important part, that the union themselves have failed the people. The union never represents the people. The union represents themselves more to fight the government. They use the government to cut deals for themselves. What do I mean by that? Union due that they take from your salary, my salary in Nigeria, is 2% of your salary. Have you ever seen how much revenue union also make? How did they spend the money? Have you seen any union that is also driving the so-called Nord or Innocent motor? These guys are also living large. These guys are not living in Ajegule. They're also living like politicians. We carry the highest delegate to ILO, International Labour, this thing in Geneva, Switzerland. You understand? They live like politicians. You understand? And they hope to be politicians. You understand? Go look at these old guys that led the union from Oshomole to the former trade union president, Celestine, and the likes. You go look every one of them. They end up become this thing. Is it Irabo contest for Senate? That's the former maritime. When you pick every one of them, immediately they leave union, they go into politics. They live the same lifestyle. And Tinubu, being a very bad person, also understand these people that if now you are saying my own, but I can equally say your own. What do you do with the union due? What kind of lifestyle do you live? Do you represent your people? So if the government has failed us, what about private sector? How are the union be able to curb private sector very well? That people in government will say, no, I don't want to do government work. Let me move to private sector. How many of us here that lives in the West really love government job? Good percentage of us, if I want to say from the place of US, some of us jump into government work, first of all, to quickly get citizenship. Some of us jump into government work for retirement purpose, say, I will get that good health insurance. Retirement purpose and maybe fasting up your immigration purpose. We don't run to government job, you understand? But when you see people in government job in Nigeria, they are just docile, you understand? No accountability, no transparency, no nothing. So the union has failed the people. The government don't understand what they are doing. I use Texas to make my case. Texas is moving their minimum wage from $7.25 to $12, no union protest. And Tinubu don't understand that when people have loose cash, people will spend money anyhow. My brother, Nigeria is really, really, really expensive to live. I just came back from Nigeria. You might look like that because we lie to ourselves when we do this exchange rate. But truth be told, every food that I eat in Nigeria, I'm feeding 4 people. I'm feeding 4 people. People will beg me, family members, friends, the people that are serving you this food. You see these people, it look like they are working there. They can't afford to eat the meal that I'm eating there. They don't eat those food. Things are so bad. The man that is working in Mega Chicken or Sweet Sensation and the likes, go and ask them how much they earn in salary. These people earn 50,000, and I eat a meal with juice for almost 10,000 naira. Which means the man who work in Sweet Sensation can't eat in Sweet Sensation. You understand? It is that bad. So Nigeria is not working. So far when you make mention of all these things, if Nigeria has all these resources that some of us would think of, oh, Nigeria is cheap in living and everything, I will use Portugal. Go and look your case study. When you see Americans retire, they move to Portugal. What did they factor? Fantastic health insurance. You understand? Infrastructure, the things you plan for senior citizens and the likes. If I go to Nigeria, I am going to Nigeria because I'm so stubborn, I'm so stuck that I just want to go to Nigeria. Possibility, I may lose everything that I love more. I'll probably lose my children. I'll probably not take good care of my health because I'm going back to Nigeria and everything. Because we don't even trust the doctors. The doctors is not transparent enough to tell you what is going on with your own health in Nigeria. You understand? They tell you in terms of speculation and go back and even gossip about your health. You understand? So when you look all those parts and everything, who want to really retire to Nigeria? You understand? Good percent. Some of us, e.g., I'll make that example, e.g., like my own wife, who have lived here for donkey years, that don't even know how to buy McDonald's. What do you think my wife will do? She'll definitely go back to Nigeria because she doesn't enjoy anything here other than just the money. So she enjoys everything about Nigeria. She will go to Nigeria because she never embraced anything here. Some of us are like that. Some of our grandparents moved from the east, moved from north to Lagos. They never enjoy anything in Lagos. They went back to their ancestral home. You understand? And everything. So people do that and the likes at the detriment of their health, all the things that they will lose and everything. They don't care. As far as they can get 3 square meals. So if I can go to Nigeria with my social security and I can earn over $1,000 in Nigeria, that will make me live better than a manager, because if I earn over $1,000 and I'm not working actively and everything, I am doing fine at the risk of my health, at the risk of all this basic infrastructure that I will miss out and that I'm used to for donkey years and the likes. I don't think it's worth it. You understand? So when people move to certain places, you see things there. I live in the West Coast in America. Good percentage of all my Mexican colleagues, they don't have dentist insurance. They don't have all those high insurance and everything because it's just 2 hours. They're in Mexico. Why are they going back to Mexico? The health sector is working in Mexico. Can we vouch for Nigeria like that we can go to Nigeria and we strongly believe that the health sector is working in Nigeria? The answer is no. What about our road? What about just basic things, mechanic, plumber, carpenter, just little things here and there? You understand? You can't even ask, how did they preserve the food that we eat? Can we really ask all these questions? So when you put all these little things here and there, Nigeria doesn't cut it. Nigeria cut it for that poor man who lives there. You understand? So I may look much, much better than that person, but I'm missing a whole lot moving from here to Nigeria. But you know the beauty of it? Why are we here? We truly and really love that country called Nigeria. We want the country to be better, but not to lie that the country is looking good when the country is not anywhere close to better. I will tell you another thing before I drop. During COVID time, the school bus that picked my kids from school, during COVID time, now the kids are staying at home. Guess what? The school bus just simply be driving from house to house and bring food for everybody. Well planned. They already know their students. The bus driver already know their route and everything. Do you see the way people humiliate themselves? Do you see the way they manage our so-called, what did they call that English that time? That food that they were sharing to Nigeria, that politician ordered and every other thing. Well, you don't call these things poor father. Go ahead, my brother.
Just to add what you're saying, when they were distributing this food, we were begging even people around to take if they needed anything.
Oh, obviously. We started telling the school, we started telling the school bus not to come because we don't need the food.
Okay.
We don't need the food. You understand? So they come, they just press bell and they leave the food there. So we told them, please don't bring food for us. We don't need it. My family don't need it. My kids don't want it. If not, they were going to school initially, they don't really like it. But politicians ordered our own pandemic food in Nigeria. They audit. So let's not just put those things together. It's far apart.
Paul, while you were talking, you see what revealed to me. You know, earlier on I said something about us, Nigerian economy being like in a hole where the cost of things out there is different from the cost of things that is the way it manifests itself in Nigeria. And to get ourselves out of it is similar to the kind of trend you see with iPhone. You know, when the iPhone came out first time, people didn't do contract. You just buy it cheap, a bit cheaper than it is now. But if you imagine from that time to now, when an iPhone is costing $1,000 and you contract, you pay $100 or more per month, you will think that is crazy if they did it the next day. But gradually they increase the quality of the services that they are offering and increase the price. That is how it should happen in Nigeria too, where quality of this service will increase and the price increase gradually. But the problem with Nigeria is that this is why I keep going back to the government. It's like they are there to sabotage us. They just sabotage the Nigerian economy. If Tinubu just came in, all the job he just did is go and stabilize the Nigerian environment, like secure the country.
Then, I am sorry that I'm intruding into you before you cut this thing. I want to ask, Father, I know you are the Chat GPT guy, you are the Google guy. Can you please check the last time they changed Air Force One, the aircraft that the US president used? Can you please check the last time that they changed the Beast that the president is driving, that car that the president drives? Go and check the last time that they changed that car, that we are changing aircraft. Father, do you know you can use one aircraft for as long as you can think? Because aircraft, you literally everything way out in aircraft. Everything in aircraft has expiring date. As this thing expire, you take it off. As this thing expire, you take it off. You might call the so-called fool put the components together that they built this aircraft 1994. But nearly every component in that aircraft may be that aircraft is as good as 2024. Because anything expired, you don't wait for these things to wear and tear. It expired, not that anything is wrong with it. As the aircraft touched down, you already have everything in system. You are taking this part out, you are putting the other part. You are taking this part out, you are putting the other part. So the concept of we just stand up, we say we want to buy aircraft when we have 10 aircraft on our presidential fleet. This is a slap on our face. They are using it to tell you that we don't care. Go do whatever you want to do.
It's not about you, it's about them.
The last change to the Air Force One was...
Father, see what you're saying. Imagine yourself. Imagine you have your family.
Don't start, my brother.
For the past 1 month, they've not taken away electricity. That there'll be constant light for the past 1 month. And they brought the bill and they are complaining to you, oh, instead of 60,000 we're paying, they charge us 100,000. What will you tell them?
I don't know. I don't know what the context is. Sorry.
No, I said they call you today. For the last 1 month, they have not taken electricity away from the house. Now, the next day, they call you, oh, they brought bill. Instead of 60,000, I'm paying 100,000. What will you tell them?
I'll tell them that since you were not getting power before, you were paying 60,000, now that you get full power.
It's so cheap. It's so cheap to pay. Go and pay. I will tell them.
You tell them to go and pay. Okay.
Yeah. So provide the services first. Give them the services. Let them enjoy it. Do you know how many generators I have in the house?
I think this change gradually. It's not something that happens overnight. It changes gradually.
If the person is earning 60,000 a month, how will the person pay it?
He said,
if the person is earning only 60,000 a month
Mhm.
and they increase the electricity bill to 100,000, how would the person pay it?
No, so the problem
Exactly.
is
That's
if
why
the
it's
50,000
person
what?
wait,
gradual.
50,000
wait,
what? Make
so
am
see the
50,000
challenge.
what?
See the challenge.
50,000 what?
If the person is paying 60,000, this person has been using. There is nobody in Nigeria that is not using generator.
Yeah, thank you, Emma.
Who is attacking us that we're not seeing the face?
Of course, it's Amadioha now.
Yeah,
So there is nobody in Nigeria that is using electricity that doesn't burn that doesn't burn fuel. So you are only telling the person the last 1 month you didn't buy fuel.
They are burning fuel now that the fuel is 1,000 what? 1,800.
Of course. So that's what I'm telling you. So if this
It's
person
really
has
as
not
bad
used,
as it is. I don't really understand.
The government is the one getting in the way
No,
of Nigerian economy improving. If they didn't change, like if they didn't flow the currency now,
fuel
what you would have
is
seen is things will start improving slowly. But they keep disrupting it.
not 1,000.
That's smart. See that way.
There's something I don't
If
understand.
you never finish you,
There's
okay.
something I don't understand. Each time they say, this president psychophants will say, with the economic...
I said fuel is not 1,004. Fuel is just
Yes,
720,
I've heard it.
620.
So each time when they say, with the economic...
For righteous man, that is in
economic
Lagos.
reforms that you brought, that will suit the benefit very soon. Is it the...
Yeah, in Lagos, yeah.
He removed the fuel subsidy. And they say the fuel subsidy is back. So what is exactly those economic reforms?
Yes, that is the point. What is the
they're going to
economic
see the benefit very soon.
Isn't that what I'm saying? That they just
Because
sabotage
it's even
people.
more
They
expensive
remove
now.
fuel subsidy and brought it back again.
And the subsidy is even more expensive now than before.
Exactly. That is the problem. They are the ones. They are the ones disrupting the Nigerian economy from functioning.
Father, can you please also Google where they do band A and band B in UK or in America? Because I know people who live in the interior mountain in America. Water will reach them there. Light go reach them there.
No.
Are they in band A?
To be fair, in the UK, they don't even have what they call band A, but they even you pay the same price. It's even worse in the UK. Like broadband now. The people in central London, they will get 4G and all the rest. 5G. But why people in the outskirts may get 4G?
Electric.
Well, electric is this. Electric. We don't have electric problem here now. You know that.
No, so where did this English come? Band A and band B? Is it that one who have low current or one who have? Where did this English even come?
I think it's a temporary measure. It's a temporary measure to.
Countries that based on your those that are there are some interventions that subsidizes the electricity of some very few folks that doesn't have certain level of income.
That is states.
Based on states, some state governments will say, okay, they have that arrangement with ComEd. If it's a place where ComEd provides electricity. So if you fall, there's a government program. If your income fall within those places, you fill the applications and you'll be considered. So there's an incentive each month.
But not band A that they are telling you that we can promise you 12 hours light. We will promise the other one 20 hours light.
Because
gentlemen,
and the rich live in the same
I think this discussion is ripe now, so we can take it backstage because it begins to come to where we can discuss, argue about it, and all the rest. So let's take this backstage. If not now, thank you for joining us. I really appreciate you right from the beginning. You have been here. Kene is here. He's there. He's acting as if he's not there. The moment you mentioned,
I'm here.
Yeah, I know now. The moment you mention Southeast, this city, this camera will come on very quickly. Very quickly. KJ, thank you for joining us. I appreciate you. I like your commentary and all. KJ, thank you. I appreciate you. Thank you for joining us. Augustine, as always, thank you for joining us. Refreshing to see you. You came in a bit late today, but it's all good. Paul, thank you for joining us. Amadioha and Paul and Righteous Man. Righteous Man has been here from the beginning, so I have to salute you for taking time to join us and all the good work you are doing for Nigerians. And he's in Nigeria.
If everybody complain Nigeria hardship, no Righteous Man. Righteous Man.
Oh my goodness! Hold on. I need to close out. We can carry on backstage. And
Uzo, leave righteous man alone.
Can you people let me close out? Let me close out, please. Ngozi Eze.
BQB. BQB.
You try him, you're wrong. Let's go backstage.
Ngozi Eze, I see you there. Ngozi Eze, Hoji, I see you. I'm sending the link. Can do. I can see you there. Thank you for joining us. Boom Boom Ray, I see you there. That's I speak the truth. I see you all there. Udo, Olisa, Franklin, I see you there. Ken Riba, as always, thank you for joining us today, Ken Riba. Efosa Akembo, thank you for joining us, Efosa Akembo. Crushon Hugh, Crushon you, thank you for joining us, Crushon you. And let's see who else is there. Fumi thank you for joining us, Fumi you know, Fumi, I took my correction when I made a mistake, so I'm not dogmatic like that. People think I'm often dogmatic. Fumi thank you for joining us and for the correction, by the way. Thames Link, Thames Waters is not the only water company in the UK, but it's the only water company in the London and Greater London area. That's a monopoly. What's that? Let me go back further. Ruwan, I see you there, Ruwan, and Tracy Jacobin, I see you there. Thank you all for joining us. And let me go and mention the people that actually donated to us. I didn't get a lot of chance to, ask Nigerians to donate. I should be able to do that. But while we are here, if you want to, chip in, Dr. Damages needs all the money to pay the staff, if you want the quality to improve and, more and more people to come and join, we have Alaba coming on tomorrow now. These are the kind of stuff we used to fund the channel. Open conversation, quality conversation is what you get. It's not easy. Dr. Damages is spending a lot of his money doing all these things. I really appreciate you people that have donated to us. Like Mazi Prince, Mazi, thank you for the donation, $20, Mazi Prince, and Alexander Gomez, as always. Thank you for the donation, $10, 10 solid dollars. Kulata, one of the most derided commenters on the channel, yet he still donates and contributes to the channel. $2, Kulata. Thank you for the donation, Kulata. Young One, $5. Young One, thank you for the donation. I've not seen you before. I don't know whether you come front stage. Thank you for the donation, $5 from Young One. And let me get the next one. A for real. As always, AY. Thank you for the donation. We enjoyed your conversation, your donation today. And you're probably watching us backstage. AY, thank you for the $2 donation. Jaja, another $2 donation, Canadian dollar. All the dollars are welcome. Some are stronger, others are less. And this is Canadian dollar. Oscar Blackbone, thank you for the $2 donation, the solid $2 donation. All dollars are equal, I guess, from that point of view. Mazi Prince, another $10. Mazi Prince, I know actually the first one was $20 and he gave us $10. He really puts his money out there, supporting Dr. Damage all the time, even if he was talking to me. Kulata, another $2. Kulata, you have to break this $2, break this spell. I don't know, Kulata did break the spell of $2 the other day. He did donate $10 or $20 or so. Thank you for the donation, Kulata. Alexander Gomez, another $2 from Alexander Gomez again. Alexander Gomez, we appreciate it. We do appreciate it, make no mistake. Kulata, another $5. Thank you for the donation. Young One, another $5. And finally, Alexander Gomez, another $5. Thank you all for joining us. Who is shaking the whole thing there? What is going on? Take it easy. I'm sorry you are coughing though, but try to regulate your mic a bit. Thank you for the donation, Alexander Gomez. And join us tomorrow, and there will be a Sunday session. We'll have a more relaxed session, and we discuss things in a more relaxed way, and hopefully we'll all have something to learn from it tomorrow. And till then, we'll catch you tomorrow. Let me see what I will find to play, given we have had a lot of arguments about regions and states and all the rest. I guess this one, Majid Fashek, is the ideal one. Unity and all. We all know we need unity. You just have to make it work for us. That's what we have not done yet. We'll figure it out. All right. Till tomorrow. Bye.
And tonight, this gentleman will be making his network television debut. This is his most recent album right here. It's called Spirit of Love. We're very pleased to welcome Majek Feshek.
Arise from your sleep, Africa. Rise from your sleep, America. There's work to be done, Africa. There's work to be done, America. But if we unite, we will be free. So long, too long, so long, too long. We've been sitting down for so long. We've been fooling around for too long. We've been sitting down for so long. I have not been fooling around for too long. So long, too long, so long, for too long. Hey. Remember, long time ago, when we used to live like prince and princess. Remember, the pyramid of Egypt, when we used to live like prince and princess. Remember, Marcus Garvey, who are the dream for New America. Oh, remember, Martin Luther King, the dream for New America. They say you are black, they say you are brown, they say you are black, they say you are brown. Only the angels of Jah is white now. Only the angels of God is white. So long, too long, so long, too long. We've been sitting down so long. We've been a fool around for too long. Arise from your sleep, Africa. Arise from your sleep, America.